This guy got reborn as a game's villain, whose destiny was to die starving on the streets. But he planned to be a hero, not a zero. Too bad his father had other plans. His dad gave him 1 year to make every maid a mother to secure a male heir. But our good-hearted hero rebelled, telling the maids they were now free from his father's command. But then things got weird. The lead maid, enraged by his refusal, locked him in an old servant's room. In this hidden room, she decided to fulfill the order herself, seeking to birth the future heir. Now, I know what you're all thinking, and yes, you wish you were him. But the poor guy can't even sleep, as the maid's nightly demands are relentless. He's desperate to escape this torture of being fed, bathed, and pampered by a beautiful maid. So Moon began a harsh training regimen, hoping to become strong enough to escape. Because if he can't shed his villainous reputation in this world, a grim fate awaits him. Curious why the maids have such an attitude, or how they pack so much power, and plot. Let's roll it back to the beginning. Our story opens at the Campbell estate, where our main character awakens in a lavish bed. His last memory, a car crash. A truly classic start. He's left wondering, was this a trip through time, or just one heck of an accident? All the while, he clocks the bizarre scenery, ornate decorations, luxurious furniture, and a very European vibe. He then spots a mirror and sees a total stranger. Panic sets in, but is quickly soothed when he realizes he's now ridiculously handsome. He connects the dots, getting hit by a truck and waking up elsewhere. As a dedicated otaku, he knows this setup all too well. The legendary truck-kun stays busy, people. To confirm this world was real, he needed proof. With a grave expression, he grabs a nearby knife to give his finger a little poke. He instantly lets out a shriek. The blade was way too sharp and the cut went far too deep. So many ways to check, and my man chose a knife. The scene cuts to a flashback. We learn the body's owner insulted a royal family, lost his noble rank, and was exiled to live as a beggar. He's warned never to return to the Empire or face a swift, merciless end. We flash to the present, where our hero realizes this world is a novel he read, and he's the story's blonde, idiotic villain, meant only to harass the true main character. The scene then shifts back to his previous life. Each night, he'd read the very story he's now trapped inside. In this tale, the heroine is the illegitimate daughter of royalty. She gradually masters every skill imaginable. She slays monsters and demons, becoming a world-renowned hero. As for our guy, he's a pointless villain named Manample, a fool from a noble house who sends minions to kill the heroine. Yet, she always escapes, growing stronger each time. Naturally, his genius plans always backfire spectacularly. He gets caught after messing with a major duke, and is exiled to live his days as a beggar. We jump back to the present. Our hero now sees how royally doomed he is, as this character's fate is pure misery. A knock echoes at the door. He tells them to come in. The maid of the Campbell house, Anne, enters. She announces the arrival of his outfit for the ceremony banquet, and says he must try it on. But she quickly notices something is amiss. His finger is bleeding. He claims he cut it by accident and asks for a bandage. Anne finds the word bandage odd, saying she can heal it herself. He allows her to help, and she places his finger in her mouth. He's startled, but the bleeding stops. His blood is apparently very special. She asks him to please not injure himself again. He nervously agrees, thanking her as she departs. He's thrilled by Anne's unique healing power, but recalls a cute, kind, black-haired maid from the novel. He starts rolling around on the bed, giddy with joy. Outside, Anne is confused. Did the master just thank me? Remember, everyone, he's supposed to be a villain. In bed, he wonders, why would a rich kid with staff even bother the main character? He recalls that the villain gets exiled for drugging the Empire's third princess's drink during the ceremony. The realization dawns on him, he just has to avoid provoking people, and everything will be okay. He could totally rewrite fate. But first, he wondered, when is this ceremony? Anyway, he realizes Anne just brought his outfit. That means the ceremony is tomorrow. He desperately begs for a system, a status window, anything. The plan now is to grovel before the protagonist. Maybe, just maybe, she'll accept. If not, his backup is to run, kneel, and beg for his life. Suddenly, something smacks him right on the head. It was a mysterious blank book. He snags the book, thinking his prayers were answered. But upon opening it, he finds only empty pages. How is he supposed to activate this thing? Just then, a drop of blood from his head lands on the cover. The blood activates the book. A dark purple fire engulfs him, teleporting him to a strange, dark room. At least his new body is in great shape. He wakes up to see a terrifying woman looming over him. "You're finally awake. Took you long enough," she sneers. He feels a sharp pain from the device she's using. She calmly states that pain is unavoidable, her words dripping with sinister intent. He must cause endless suffering and become a true villain. His hesitation disappoints her deeply. She claims he is hers, destined for cruelty. "We will be together forever," she coos. "Not even death can separate us." As she moves to harm him, he falls into despair. And then he wakes up. It was just a nightmare. But the pain feels so real. That dream felt too real for comfort. He grabs the book, worried that changing fate will only make things worse. But as he stares at the book, words begin to appear, "Do not change destiny." So he really has to play the villain. At least he survives in the end. Besides, the original owner of this body was an idiot. He comes from modern society. He holds a massive advantage in this primitive era. He's made his decision. He will use everyone around him as pawns for his success. He savors a high-quality steak, impressed by noble cuisine. His mother, the Duchess, finds his good mood deeply suspicious. His father, the Duke, emphasizes the ceremony's importance. Our main character just plays it off as simple anxiety. His mother beams with pride, convinced he'll dazzle all the princesses. His father mentions his special engagement to the third princess, Celia. He's relieved to find his new parents are decent people. He remembers from the story that Celia is hailed as the Empire's most beautiful woman, but he also knows this family is doomed to exile. He can't let that future happen. The ceremony is tomorrow. He mulls over poisoning Princess Celia, but with a different poison. Suddenly, a maid bumps into him, spilling her tea. He asks if she's okay. The terrified girl immediately starts apologizing, fearing for her life. Helping her up, he notices her fever. He orders her to rest, even with the ceremony so close. Anne appears, and he learns the maid's name is Noelle. He then orders all staff to rest to prevent any mistakes. Anne and Noel are baffled by his sudden kindness. Later, he finds a VIP pass to the infamous black market. Under the cover of darkness, he makes his way toward Belrend. He enters by dropping a name and is allowed to pass. The market is filled with shady goods. A masked woman serves him. He asks for a potion that can knock someone unconscious for hours. She explains it turns invisible in drinks. 1 drop can take down an elephant. The price, 130,000 Emily. He can't afford it, but Anne conveniently appears. She offers to trade valuable information for the potion. The shopkeeper accepts the trade. He pays his share and even gets an enhancer potion as a bonus. The woman notes that the information she received is worth a fortune to rival dukes. At the ceremony, the nobles give him the side eye, thanks to his awful reputation. Finally, the third princess, Celia, makes her entrance. He greets her with a polite compliment on her beauty. She's surprised, but thanks him. Then, the story's true protagonist, Ariel Penart, arrives. She greets him, and he politely responds, using her name. Ariel is shocked. He had always treated her like trash. Suspicious. She slaps his hand away and tells him to get lost. Despite her reaction, our main character knows that from this moment on, everything is about to change. He ends up giving a grand speech to the entire empire. With that out of the way, he needs to find Princess Celia. He finds her and apologizes for his absence. A man, he says, can't leave his future wife waiting. He boldly asks her for a dance. Though she finds it odd, Celia accepts his invitation. All eyes in the hall turn toward the dancing couple. He praises Celia again, complimenting her natural talent for dancing. She noticed he was a completely different person. He wasn't like this at all. He asked if the change was that obvious. Celia then remembered his last dance invitation. He'd declared woman. Rejoice, for I, Moon, mercifully grant you this dance. Her perfect impression made his face burn red. Moon begged her to forget that cringy past and to focus on a new future with him. Mid-dance, he invited her to his room. Her mind jumped to intimate conclusions, but that wasn't his plan. He just wanted to discuss their future, their marriage, and the twin pelt. He explained the marriage was a political sham, since they disliked each other. It was all for the king. He offered a way out, cancel the wedding. Celia caught on instantly, agreeing to resolve it now. He smirked, seeing her take the bait, but Celia just grabbed him, asking where his room was. 2 strange maids decided to spy on them. Inside the room, he offered wine, but she refused alcohol. Meanwhile, our main character was plotting how to slip her the potion without being noticed. No wine, he suggested black tea instead. She accepted, still wary, as he brewed it with a huge grin. Celia found his sudden joy over tea very strange. Moon secretly dropped the potion into the cup. Celia peeked in, asking if he was done. Almost, he said, telling her to sit and wait. She ducked out again, nearly catching him. A bit of the potion spilled, luckily saving his skin. Still, he used what was left. He handed her the tea. Celia eyed the cup with deep suspicion. This tea is very red. He lied smoothly. It's great red hop tea. Then you drink first, she challenged. She was clearly teasing. He insisted it was fine and raised the cup to his lips. But she snatched his cup and swapped them. She took a sip, and seconds later felt a strange sensation. She uttered his name and collapsed. Moon's big reveal, he'd drugged both cups. Now, to set the stage for the original story, he moved Celia into a more compromising position. He then bizarrely removed some of his clothes and began to wait. And wait. He glanced at the clock. Something was wrong. Ariel, the female lead, was a no-show. He recalled the original plot. Ariel gets tea spilled on her, hears a noise from his room, and investigates. But Noel was the tea spiller. By sending him off, he'd ruined the timeline. Ariel was never going to come. Just then, Celia began to wake up. He realized the potion might have been overkill. The air in the room went ice cold. A sharp slap echoed across his cheek. Oh, Celia was ready to fight. He frantically explained it was a misunderstanding, but he could see. She wasn't trying to kill him. In fact, she wanted something far more shocking. Moon screamed for help, but she attacked, landing a solid hit. Cutscene elsewhere. Ariel had a stained dress. Her companion, Leah, had spilled something on her, searching for a bathroom. Ariel found Anne instead. Anne warned her that this entire area was off limits. Ariel asked why. Anne just replied, "It's a secret." Noticing the stain, Anne used magic to clean it. Ariel was amazed magic could be a laundry service. Anne mentioned a special cake would be served. Cake Ariel's one true weakness. Ariel thanked her and rushed to secure her slice. Anne waved goodbye with a mysterious gaze. Ariel felt like Anne smelled trouble, but decided to ignore it. Right now, cake was the top priority. The scene shifts to two maids whispering. They were on a secret mission and had to move fast. One noted their monitoring magic detected something odd. Two people involved in suspicious activities. Their minds immediately went to that. The scene cuts back to our main character, tossed on the floor. The scuffle was over, but the real battle had begun. He knew he was totally screwed as she prepared to end him. So he went for the dramatic monologue. "I should have valued you more. I never should have lost you. If only I had another chance," he cried. Celia nearly finished him right there, seeing how pathetic he was. Moon insisted he wasn't disgusting, but her patience was wearing dangerously thin. Celia said if he'd really cared, he would have tried like a man. Maybe she would have even fallen for him then. But he chose to drug her, a truly shameful act. Yeah, there's no coming back from that one. He starts to stammer an apology, but Celia cuts him off. Silence. Hurting him wasn't her goal, but her hand had been forced. Just then, a knock echoes from the door. Celia seizes him by the throat. "Answer it! Tell them to get lost!" She releases her grip, granting a temporary reprieve. "You live? For now. Deal with this." Moon scrambles into some clothes and heads for the door, his heart pounding. Each step felt like it could be his last. He braced himself for Ariel. But it was a new maid, with cake and tea, of all things, for their special moment. Moon waves her inside, motioning to the table. But something about this maid felt off. Anne's orders were clear. New staff were for the banquet only. In that instant, the maid lunged, right at Celia. It clicked. She was an assassin, and he wasn't the target. A sharp clang of steel filled the room. Celia parries the blow, her voice cold as ice. "Did my dear brother send you to finish the job?" The killer simply smirks. "No questions. This is your end, Celia." She unleashes a blast of explosive magic. The assassin leaps back, sure of her victory. But Celia's shield holds firm, and she retaliates with devastating force. Moon knew if he stayed, he'd be caught in the crossfire. He made for the exit, but the door was magically sealed. Trapped. How did they even get in? Then it hit him. The new maids? He'd created the opening himself. He had opened a fatal vulnerability. While he panicked, the battle raged on. The original plot was officially dead. The story was completely derailed. Celia sensed another presence. This wasn't a solo mission. The assassin realized her target was no easy prey. "Surrender now, and you might live," Celia offered. The killer just laughed. "I was only stalling for time." Outside, a second spell activated. The assassin produced a vile potion. The Great Sun Sacrifice, a ritual using the blood of 100 children. Celia moved to strike, but was violently slammed against the wall by an unseen force. Against all odds, she was still breathing. The assassin closed in for the kill. Celia drew a dagger, her last line of defense. The assassin could see it in her eyes. Celia was running on fumes. Her life force was nearly gone, her magic flickering out. One final push would shatter her completely. Yet even wounded, she stood tall. A queen to the very end. The killer lunged for the final blow. And then, a complete idiot stepped in the way. Moon, the great Monompample, took the hit. Celia stared in disbelief. So did he. He wasn't the target. The assassin even told him to run. But he just couldn't watch her die. He yelled, blood spilling from his lips. "What are you waiting for, finish her?" The assassin raised her blade to take his head. But Celia, fueled by rage, unleashed everything she had left, striking the enemy's throat. At last, it was over. Moon collapsed. Celia's first question, "Did you hire her?" He weakly shook his head no. "It's okay. Even if I die," he managed. "You told me to act like a man. I think I finally did." Celia knelt beside him, her voice strained. "If you die here, regrets will be pointless." He summoned his last strength to speak. "I'll tell your parents," she began. The main character just smiled. "No need. I was always just a bother," he whispered. "There's nothing worth reporting. But if I had to say something, it would be simple. I'm sorry, Celia. And I truly liked you." His hand fell to the floor. Celia refused to believe it. That he died. For her. She would not accept this ending. A fire ignited in her eyes. She would bring him back. But that didn't mean he was forgiven. Not by a long shot. The scene shifts. Moon floats in a black void, completely naked. So this is death, he wondered. A silent, awkward emptiness. As he mulled over his spectacularly failed life, that familiar black and purple energy swirled around him again. Panic set in. Then, strange text windows appeared. Arrogance, progress 50%? Jealousy, progress 99%? What the heck is this, he thought. The book materialized before him, displaying a message. "Don't give up." He fumed. A little late for that, wasn't it? The book began to glow, pulling him in like a vortex. The scene changes again. We are now in Belrand. We see the second assassin fleeing for her life. "I should have just killed that idiot Moon," she grumbled. "Would have been cleaner?" Suddenly, an immense pressure descended. A figure stood before her, wrapped in a powerful aura bearing a lion's crest. It was Campbell, the main character's father. His voice boomed. "No one touches my son. This will never happen again." The assassin's blood ran cold. She knew she wasn't walking away from this. We returned to the main character's room. Anne sat at his bedside as he finally stirred. Relief and worry warred on her face. "How are you feeling?" "Just need the bathroom," he grunted, dismissing a doctor. But as he tried to get up, a searing pain shot through his chest. Model. Anne supports him gently. He feels incredibly weak. She explains it's her duty to aid him, pointing to a nearby urinal. She had been his caretaker for several days. She cleaned his wounds, gave him medicine, and watched over his recovery. She basically offered to help with his clothes. Embarrassed, he insisted he could manage, asking only for help getting there. Anne agreed, carrying him as if he were a precious child she had to protect. In the bathroom, he told her to wait outside. But Anne insisted she had to protect him at all times. He told her not to exaggerate. The door finally closed, leaving a silent Anne outside. Back in the room, he asked how long he was unconscious. 3 days, Anne replied. Your wounds were treated right after the attack. Princess Celia herself summoned the Empire's best doctor. You lost too much blood, which is why you were out for days. He then asked if Celia said anything else. Not to you directly. Anne answered. The main character felt a wave of relief. However, Anne reminded him that Celia did speak with the king. The official story is the assassin targeted Celia, hired by the black market which has wanted her dead for years. The king flew into a rage, ordering the black market to be annihilated and its members eliminated. Though the attack happened at the Campbell mansion, the family faced no consequences. His father was prepared for the king's fury, but it never came. All families are under investigation, except the Campbells. He asked Anne to repeat everything calmly, as it was too much information to handle. Anne leaned closer, her tone suspicious, asking if something inappropriate happened with Celia that night. He instantly denied it, saying such an act would surely get him executed in the public square. Anne agreed that was a strong possibility. Changing the subject, she ordered him to take his medicine. He felt sick after taking the medicine, but Anne assured him it was just a side effect. The medicine was meant to speed up his blood recovery. Anne presented it with the condescending air of a good master. Outside, several maids were watching, noticing Moon was clearly irritated. One of them commented that he despises bitter foods and would even whip people who served them. Another maid suggested they should immediately tell his mother if something happened. But our main character heard it all and told them not to, explaining it wasn't food, but an extremely bitter medicine. Then he downed it all. The maids fled as he threw all of it up. Anne grew very worried, explaining the medicine had to be taken slowly, not all at once. Time passed and night arrived. He knew he had to prepare, as the story had completely changed. His parents begged him to rest, since he had taken a literal stab to the chest. But Moon knew survival was now his top priority. To do so, he needed to set goals and become far stronger. On his notes, he wrote survive and avoid the torture ending with that crazy woman. Become stronger and do not trust the Black Book. We see Moon reflecting on his new path. He wondered who that woman was who wanted to love him in such a twisted way. He'd never seen her before, making him nervous. He couldn't grasp how things had reached this point, and his thoughts were a mess. Frustrated, he threw himself onto the bed, concluding that overthinking was useless. The most important thing was getting stronger now. He would figure out the rest later. The main character remembered the original stories. The villain spent an entire year at the Magic Academy just to learn how to make a light on the ceiling. And that's it. Our hero needed to become stronger so he could join Ariel's group, where he would surely be safe. He analyzed his own status. His body was in good shape. but his magic was incredibly weak. He covered his face, thinking, "No, it's useless." Ariel and Celia were literally chosen by the gods. They have far more advanced natural gifts. Even if I train 24 hours a day, I won't get close to their power. They are basically living cheat codes, surpassing all others. Celia, for instance, was born with the gift of ice and snow. And even as a child, she could control this incredible power with ease. Then there was Ariel, who by the end received over 10 new powers from the gods. Ultimately, Ariel could defeat any being in history. The main character knew that. For now, Ariel was at roughly the same power level as he was. Still, her magic was a cut above, boosted by some seriously rare gear. Plus, she was a survival expert. While he died if you so much as looked at him funny. Moon shut the book, seeing the obvious path forward. He had to outgrow and outpace Ariel, period. He needed to crush her potential before she crushed him, ensuring his own survival. And our main character looked thrilled with this conclusion. Ariel might be a walking cheat code, but he had his own aces, including a new skill from the assassin attack. That skill was a mysterious black book. He summoned it, only for it to materialize and crash right on his family jewels. Writhing in agony, Moon cursed the inanimate object. He chewed it out for nearly destroying his future legacy. As he glared daggers at it, the book creaked open on its own. Inside, it chronicled everything that had just happened, moment by moment. The details were insane, but the most chilling part was that the book called him the main character. Our hero was stunned, but the message was sinking in. Then, his eyes fell upon a bright red section in the pages. This part foretold all the tragic events to come, like the recent assassination attempt on him and Celia. Suddenly, the book glowed, teleporting him to a new location. He was not happy about this. The main character found himself in a strange new place, which he began to inspect. He guessed he was literally inside the book, like a dungeon. A terrifying figure appeared from the gloom. He turned, hearing only the sound of stealthy footsteps closing in. The assassin caught up to him and cleanly slit his throat. The woman sported a brand new look as our hero screamed in defeat. How did she kill me in a single blow? He wondered how she could appear inside the book when she was dead. Then, its pages flipped again, displaying his stats and skills. It was showing his entire evolution process. A laugh escaped him as he finally understood the book's purpose. It was a tool to help him grow. Now he had to test the artifact's limits. With this power, he would definitely outlevel Ariel. He was ready for the challenge. We find Moon exhausted in bed, holding a clock. He reveals he only lasted 3 seconds in the accelerated time flow. And an explanation follows. Moon grabbed the book to check his progress. He'd gained 1% in combat and shadowy footsteps, just as he'd suspected. He'd figured it out that place was a personal training dimension hidden inside the book. This meant he could enter an illusionary world to master combat and magic, just like the assassin who fought Celia. Perfectly satisfied, he flopped back onto his bed. He finally had a way to go head-to-head with Ariel by training indefinitely. He went to use the book, which comically smacked him right in the face. He then entered the dimension again. However, there was a catch. As soon as training began, he died over and over, suffering a storm of attacks. He was even sliced in half repeatedly. During one of these death loops, someone knocked on his door. Of course, it was Anne, bringing his medicine. She opened the door, announcing, "Master, time for your medicine." Our main character was hiding in his blanket fort. Anne smiled, remembering he'd done this since childhood. She found the old habit incredibly adorable. She cast a spell to keep the medicine warm, thinking it best not to wake him and interrupt his rest. As Anne finally entered the room, Moon suddenly let out a scream of pure agony. In the training dimension, the assassin's clone had struck a vital spot. We see Moon completely furious. He never expected her to be so strong. He decided to try one last time, hoping he could at least land a single hit, something he hadn't managed yet. Time flew by, and morning arrived. We see our main character looking utterly exhausted. After challenging the assassin 185 times and never lasting more than 30 seconds, he fainted from the pain, knocking over his medicine. He was on the floor, a piercing pain stabbing through his chest. He slowly pulled himself up next to the bed, feeling himself recover as he watched the morning light. The main character knew he couldn't truly die in the book's dimension, but the pain he felt was horrifyingly real. He had felt it all, getting up with the agony of 200 deaths combined. Now, he was determined to see his results. He picked up the book and confirmed his growth 35% in armed combat and 11% in shadow steps magic. Even though he still couldn't defeat the assassin, he was incredibly satisfied with his progress. He decided to test his new abilities in the real world, activating his shadow steps and moving with lightning speed. Success. Pure joy washes over Moon as he uses magic. But his celebration is cut short by a searing pain. It seems his foot took the magic a bit too literally, and now it's burning like a furnace. Floored by the recoil, he understands he needs guidance. It's time to find a proper master to teach him. The Magic Academy seemed like the obvious choice, but they don't teach combat. He knows true power comes from mastering both sword and sorcery to get ahead. He searches for a combat master when a thought strikes him. The strongest man? The legendary warrior known as the Fire Lion literally lives in his own home. The ultimate master is his own father. Yes, the Empire's strongest warrior is his dad. The scene shifts to the past. Decades ago, a new legend was just beginning to rise. At only 15, he joined the Royal Guard, crushing rebellions and defending the borders from all threats. By 25, he was a marshal of the Imperial Army, his reputation alone preventing countless wars. He claimed victory after victory across the continent. Monsters, demons, and entire nations learned to fear him. Since then, no one has dared to challenge the Empire. At 32, his legendary record earned him the title of Imperial Duke. The man was undefeated against all foes. And yes, this absolute legend is our main character's father. Moon can't help but laugh. The original hero of this story was a complete and utter fool. He had the world's greatest teacher at home and learned nothing. So why go to an academy? Why attend a magic school when the best training was right under his own roof? He decides to train with his father. Just then, Anne calls for him. His father needs to see him immediately. Perfect timing, as he also needed a word. As they walk, other maids congratulate Anne on her promotion. Anne confirms it. After Moon recovered from the attack, she was appointed the new head maid. Moon feels a pang of guilt. The former head maid resigned because of that incident with the assassins. But Anne reassures him, saying it was the former head maid's decision alone. She simply felt it was her time to leave. The scene changes. Moon's mother gives him an affectionate hug, relieved he's recovering and asking him to call her mommy. He's surprised by her hug's strength. She then gently takes his head, placing it against her belly. Notice anything different, Oi, she asks. The big reveal is coming. That's right, his mother is pregnant. If you guessed it, you were correct. She is definitely pregnant. She found out on the day of the attack. When the doctor came to examine Moon, the doctor confirmed she was already a few weeks along. Our main character is ecstatic to be a big brother. His father appears, joking about having more siblings, but his mother tells him to take it easy. She is only one person, after all. Later, the family is reunited. But a sudden announcement shatters the mood. His father has been recalled by the Imperial Army. He must report to the front lines this afternoon. In 1 month, Moon's classes at the Magic Academy are scheduled to start. This means his pregnant mother will be left alone in the massive mansion, with only the staff. A maid promises to protect her, but Moon confronts his father. You can't leave. I need you here, he pleads. Doesn't the Empire have countless other capable generals? Why did it have to be his father? Why must he be the one to fight this war? His father explains he is one of the few strong enough to face the demons preparing to invade the Empire. They are the Abyssal Demon Clan, the strongest of all. Suddenly, a horrible memory hits Moon. The Abyssal Clan wants to completely annihilate the human world. He knows in 3 years, the hero Ariel is meant to stop them. But for those 3 years, his father will be at war. This means his perfect training plan just went up in smoke. We see Moon, anxiety in his eyes as he sips his tea. The scene shifts, showing their arrival at an Imperial outpost. The weight of the situation is crushing him with anxiety. As his parents chat about giving him a new sibling, his father calls him a great son, praising his courage for protecting Princess Celia, even at death's door. The patriarch is bursting with pride, stating it's a man's duty to shield his family and his nation. The Campbell lion is their symbol, the very sword that strikes down the Empire's enemies. Now that Moon is a man, his father will invest everything to help him reach his desired strength. He advises him to simply follow his heart and become powerful. Moon is speechless. This unwavering support was exactly what he needed. His father hugs him, urging him to start his life's journey, while Anne watches with her peculiar gaze. Then, his father prepares to drop a truth bomb that will completely alter the story. He explains that Anne was hired when she was just a young girl. She hails from a simple yet brilliant family, and she and Moon have been close since childhood. Anne is completely devoted to him and wants to win his heart. The father continues, saying the Campbell lineage must be secured for the future. Moon interrupts, claiming he's destined for Celia and cannot be with Anne, if that's the wish. However, his father reveals it was all a political fabrication to balance the Empire's power. Once Princess Celia took the throne, their engagement would end, and they would part ways. In short, his father intends for him to be with Anne, a destiny decided since they were small. This was his plan all along, and he wants a grandchild from Anne within 3 years. This is not a request, it is an order. And wow, that information dropped like an anvil. It seems our hero was fated for Anne from the start. After his father leaves, Anne asks if her name was mentioned, and if she needs to do anything. But Moon just tells Anne it was nothing important. He says his father wants them together, even suggesting a child to expand the Campbell line. But he laughs it off as an old man's joke, telling her not to take it seriously. Anne just stares as he speaks. Moon pats her shoulder, saying though she's a maid now, everyone has their own journey. He calls her an amazing woman, the very best maid in his household, who deserves an equally amazing man, not a good-for-nothing like himself. He adds that if she falls for someone, he'll give his full support. Someone who serves the Campbells deserves a good person to spend their life with. He touches her shoulder again, telling her to chase her own happiness and find someone she wants. Then he walks off, convinced he just delivered a sensational, life-changing speech. He imagines she must be deeply moved, probably holding back tears of gratitude. But Anne stands behind him, speechless and absolutely furious. How could he reject her after all her scheming? Her fist clenches until it bleeds as she realizes Moon has truly changed. The young master has become someone else, and she can no longer wait for him. Time passes, and the scene shifts to the mansion's library late at night. Our main character is studying hard, even with his father gone. He's dedicated to becoming the best. While studying, he thinks about his next steps. He wants to delay attending the academy to avoid the story's main characters. He's not strong enough for that encounter yet. He'll ask Anne for a temporary leave of absence. He continues his plan. He must master the martial arts manuals. After absorbing that knowledge, he'll use the book simulation to finally defeat that assassin. To get stronger, he closes a magic book he was reading and picks up the black book. He wants to test a theory and, using the book, realizes something incredible. He doesn't have to read it all. Just a portion is enough to absorb its skills. This is a fantastic, game-changing ability. Pleased, Moon gives the tome a gentle pat. Useless when he first got it, the book was now a priceless treasure. Just then, Anne made her appearance. She asked if he was studying, and he agreed. It seemed she had come to serve his dinner. As she set up his meal, Moon noted how the mansion staff had left with his father. Only Noelle and 3 other maids, including Anne, remained to manage the huge estate. A heavy burden for just 4 people, but Anne simply called it their duty. Then she revealed a very rare wine. Anne said it was a gift sent from one of the Count's friends, an incredibly scarce item. With only 100 bottles produced each year, it fetched up to 200,000 M's on the market. She then asked if Moon wanted to try the luxurious drink, but he refused her offer while eating. He claimed the wine would make him drowsy, and he had much more to study. Hearing his rejection, her demeanor subtly shifted. Anne's grip tightened on the bottle. She asked what he would prefer. Moon said coffee would be perfect. Unfortunately, she said, there was no coffee. A maid had left the container open, spoiling it all. Their only other option was black tea, which the mansion had in abundance. A strange feeling washed over Moon. This entire conversation felt oddly familiar, like he'd lived it before. Disappointed about the coffee, he accepted the black tea to help him stay awake all night. He finally raised the cup to his lips, taking a small sip. But something was terribly wrong. The pen dropped from his hand as he collapsed, accusing Anne of betrayal. Anne, however, just carefully caught him as he fell. Never, she thought. I would never betray the love of my life. Her possessive nature was finally revealed. Sweet dreams, she whispered as he passed out, lamenting his cruel words despite her deep love for him. The only way to purify his heart was to force him to accept her twisted affection. She declared they would be together for all eternity. When Moon awoke, his hands and feet were bound. In that instant, he remembered the girl from the book. Of course, that girl was Anne. How could he have been so foolish? He demanded to know what she was doing to him. Anne simply said he was silly for not realizing her true intentions sooner. Manhwa shouted at her, questioning her insane actions. He begged her to stop, to release him so they could talk calmly. But Anne just pressed 2 fingers to his lips. It's far too late, she whispered. The young master didn't need to worry about a thing. He just had to leave everything to her. She declared that tonight, from head to toe, inside and out. From his flesh to his very soul. He would belong to her. His entire being, even his scent. Every hair and every drop of blood would be hers alone. After what felt like 10 rounds, it was finally over. Manhwa could barely register what happened. He was completely spent. Her endless energy was unbelievable. He couldn't even feel his own body anymore. It all clicked. Anne was the one who turned the original character into a fool. She must have done this to him, too. He recalled all the times she went to extreme lengths just to please him. He'd told her she didn't need to try so hard. But even as he spoke, Anne silenced him again, saying she did things her way, because he belonged to her. She vowed to never abandon him, to stay by his side forever, demanding he finally accept it. Manhwa was completely stunned by her declaration. He never saw this coming. Who knew the kindest, most beautiful maid was actually Terry? A woman utterly obsessed with him. She was the architect of the original hero's downfall, turning him into an idiot she could easily control. As he processed this, he had to admit, last night wasn't entirely awful, despite the circumstances. But then he remembered the Black Book's prophecy. If he stayed with Anne, he was fated to die by her very hands. Yes, the prophecy was clear Anne would kill him. That terrifying thought hit Manhwa. He had to get out of there, right now. He needed to escape Anne and put distance between them, or everything would be lost. His death was certain. But as he tried to move, Anne awoke, asking what he was doing. Manhwa quickly lied, saying his wrist hurt from being restrained and he just wanted to move a little. Anne, however, completely ignored him. She said it was noon and time for her to clean the mansion. She dressed, with Manhwa still restrained right behind her. She commented on the pain of separating from him, even for a few hours. But she had to maintain appearances so no one would get suspicious. As she finished getting dressed, she continued her little chat. Young Master Manhwa belongs only to her, with others in the mansion. Maybe she should just kill them all so they wouldn't be a bother. The main character, shocked, yelled at her. What do you mean, eliminate? You're going to kill them. They are innocent people. Anne finished getting ready, but Manhwa kept screaming that he would not let her do something so insane. But Anne just approached, saying if another maid liked him, she'd kill her. She then mused that Noelle seemed to be the closest. Manhwa denied it. Don't make things up. Noelle has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Anne burst out laughing, saying it was just a joke and she wouldn't do something so extreme. Anne claimed she wanted to be with him, but not enough to kill someone. That would be crossing a line she simply couldn't. Manhwa then argued that if she truly loved him, she could at least remove the painful handcuffs. To his utter shock, Anne released him. The cuffs were finally off his wrists and ankles. Anne warned him not to try anything stupid, or something terrible would happen to him. She then explained that the room was a secret, completely unknown to anyone else in the mansion. The walls and door were reinforced with steel, with a single special key that was completely different from the others. Anne revealed she'd worked hard for a long time to build this very room. Manhwa asked if no one would suspect his disappearance. Anne replied that since his parents were away, she told everyone he left for the academy early, even though classes hadn't begun. The other maids simply believed her tale without any questions. They think he's at the academy, but he's stuck here. Anne approached, saying no one would find out. She promised to bring him 3 meals a day so he could eat well. She insisted nothing had changed, except that now she belonged entirely to him. Anne claimed to be the same loyal maid of the champion family. As she said this, she put her hand on an intimate part of his body, making Manhwa visibly uncomfortable. Anne then opened the door to start her duties, telling him to be a good boy and rest up while she was gone. Manhwa yelled, asking for clothes since he was naked, but she just closed the door, ignoring him. Alone, Manhwa processed this. He never expected Anne was the prophecy's dark figure. He refused to remain trapped like this, to become her personal plaything. He thought that last night was, in a way, pleasant, but she forced him to repeat the act 10 times. If this kept up, he wouldn't die by stabbing, but from pure, unadulterated exhaustion. The most important thing now was to find an escape route and reclaim his freedom. He couldn't stay trapped and would try anything to get out fast. His first idea tried to force open the door, but he knew it was steel and likely wouldn't budge at all. Even so, he charged from the back of the room, crashing into the door with all his might. The impact only sent agony through his shoulder. Fallen to the floor, he realized how hopeless this was. The door was steel, and the stone walls were also reinforced. He thought if the black book could just help him, it would be a massive advantage. And as if answering his unspoken thought, the black book materialized from nowhere, falling right next to him. Still, the main character just looked disheartened. He told the book he hadn't called, even though he mentioned its name. He believed that even with infinite psycho training in the simulation, he couldn't beat her. She was one of the gods chosen. Like Celia, there was no way to win. He just lay there on the floor, the book beside him, staring blankly at the object. What other choice did he have? He grabs the black book, deciding to hell with it. If he's going to be trapped here, he might as well use this dimension for training. He had to prepare for the impossible. But when he opened the book, he saw something incredible. The previous day's books were all there. All the knowledge he could ever need was inside this single black book. This was surely his key to escaping this place. Some time passes, and we find Moon deep in training. He's grinding out push-ups, hitting a staggering 200 repetitions. Yes, 200, exhausted. He face plants on the floor. He had to admit, his physical condition was excellent. The black book was a cheat code for magic and martial arts. But to build his raw physical power, he had to go back to primitive methods. We're talking good old-fashioned gym work. Lying there, frustrated, he makes a vow he'll never let Celia or Anne be stronger than him again. From this moment on, he would get serious about his power and do whatever it takes. Just then, Anne appears, looking delighted to see the young master with so much energy. Moon notices she's returned with some supplies. She just giggles when he asks if her work is already done. Anne finds it absolutely adorable, as if he were waiting up for her. She tells him a delicious meal is prepared, and a warm bath is drawn, just the way he likes it. He's overjoyed. It's been 2 whole days since he's had a proper bath or a decent meal. But Anne gets a mischievous look, asking if he wants his bath, his dinner, or maybe something else. Moon is focused bath, then food. He doesn't want anything other than the meal. While the main character is soaking, he asks if something is wrong with the bath. She asks if the water isn't to his liking. He insists he's not a kid anymore and can definitely bathe on his own. Anne leans in with a pout, asking if the young master has grown tired of her after just one night. No, it's not that, he stammers. Anne beams, declaring that he belongs completely to her and she must wash every inch of him. And to make her point, she licks his ear. She then asks if he wants a physical struggle, telling him not to hold back. But Moon quickly shuts that down. He was just a little flustered by her sensitive approach. Anne, thankfully, finally backs off. She sweetly says it's all right and that she'll stop teasing him about that. If he insists on bathing alone, that's fine. But she absolutely must be the one to feed him at dinner. Anne offers a warm, seasoned piece of meat to his lips. He finds the flavor incredible and eagerly takes another bite. He tells Anne he's never eaten a steak as delicious as this, not even when his parents were here. The steak she made is more tender, firm, and flavorful than anything he's ever had. Anne smiles knowingly, confirming that yes, it is indeed beef. She explains the ingredients have always been here. She just never prepared them in a way he would truly enjoy. This time, she was trying out some different seasonings just for him. As Anne cleans his face, he asks what cut of meat it was. The fillet, the neck, or maybe the tongue. But Anne reveals that the delicious part he just ate was, in fact, a bull's penis. Moon immediately spits out everything. She continues, explaining it's from a special Moritita bull. When these bulls want to mate with no females around, they use a tree. The tree ends up riddled with holes from their force. We see a horrifying image flash through Moon's mind, and he immediately throws up again. But Anne isn't done. It wasn't just the bull's penis. She also added tiger, goblin, troll, dragon, and many others, all from rare species known for their very large genitals. He tells Anne she's crazy, that it's impossible he ate all of that in one go. She calmly replies she's been slowly adding it to his food so he'd get used to the aroma and taste. Moon becomes absolutely furious. He screams that he won't allow her to do this anymore, that it's horrible. He accuses her of locking him up here only to force-feed him that disgusting meat. He questions how she could do this to someone she says she loves, his voice cracking. How could anyone eat a bull's penis and call it food? The shock becomes too much and he faints. Anne is there to catch him as he falls. She smirked. One dose was all it took. If his freedom was the price for their eternity, he would simply lose it. She tells him that from now on, she will manage every part of his life. The cost for their forever is just a little bit of his freedom. Time flows by, and night has fallen. We see Moon awaken, and Anne asks if he's just woken up. She coyly reminds him they only did it twice last night, since he was so exhausted. Leaning closer, Anne asks if he feels any pain. He doesn't even grant her an answer. Faced with his cold silence, she proposes a little deal. Since he's behaved so well these past few days, she could grant a small wish, asking what he wants. He finds this strange, asking what she means by a small wish. He immediately says he wants his freedom back. However, she flatly states that this is not negotiable. He asks for clothes, but she refuses that too. Irritated, Moon shouts that if he can't ask for clothes or freedom, then her small wish is completely meaningless. We see Anne actually pause to consider his point. She then clarifies that a small wish is choosing what they eat for lunch or dinner. That is his new freedom. Moon concedes that choosing their food is at least something. He then casually notes that autumn is arriving. She confirms that it is. At that moment, Moon mentions how he used to take walks in the park this time of year. Admiring the autumn leaves with Count Locke's wine and the fresh fish of the season, Anne becomes thoughtful and asks the young master if he misses the fish from that specific lake. She muses that the lake is far, and sending someone would be hard. Moon strikes a philosophical pose, declaring that last year he crossed that lake with pride, but now he rots in this cell waiting for death. How tragic. Turning to Anne, he laments that he can't even taste those fish anymore. What is the point of living? If he can't enjoy a fish as perfect as the one from this season, Anne becomes genuinely worried, but he stares at her with a mischievous smirk. She sighs, giving in. Instantly, Moon dashes to her side, eagerly asking if she'll really do it for him. Anne confirms that she will, promising to get a fish from that lake for him, since he craves one of the freshest in the entire empire. He strikes a dramatic pose, declaring her the greatest maid in the world. No one else even compares. The sudden compliment makes Anne completely blush. Moon adds that he wishes her strength and will wait lovingly at home. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes. Anne rushes toward Moon and kisses him, pulling away. She warns that the lake is far, but she'll return before noon. Until then, he must be a good and patient young master. As she leaves, Anne thinks to herself that she nearly lost all control. She decides the young master is the world's most adorable person, and she must get those fish immediately. This way, she'll have more time to pamper him properly. Alone. Moon thinks that Anne is finally gone. She left him totally drained yesterday. Now is his chance to act while she's away for a while. And so, our main character summons his personal treasure, the Black Book. He asks the book if it can create other training dimensions, besides the one for that assassin. The book confirms that it can. Perfect, he says, asking it to create a space with 1,000 identical locked rooms. his goal to train and become an absolute master of escape. We then see the book open, unleashing its dark purple magic. The main character has to master this technique before Anne returns. The scene shifts to Lake Penpole, famous for its fish. As Anne approaches, a man appears, warning her to stay back from the heavy rain, saying she could get hurt. The man grabs Anne's hand to pull her back, but she glares with disgust and stabs right through it. All for a fish. Anne coldly informs the man that only the young master may touch her, and the cut was a simple warning. She threatens that if he interferes again, she'll slice him into pieces and feed him to the fish. Anne then demands the man explain what is happening and why the lake looks so bizarre. Shocked, he calls her crazy for hurting him without any reason. He insisted he was only stopping her from dying, as a great danger lurked in the water. The spirit of Lake Penpole, he revealed, had finally awoken. An adventurer team investigated the site, confirming a dominant level magical beast. The Pale level adventurer group was now fighting to exterminate it, closing the lake. Anne was shocked. At dominant level, so the strange weather was because of this creature? The man nodded grimly. He believed so. All the chaos was the beast's doing. But if she paid him 300 gold coins, he'd forget his injured hand. She handed over the gold. The guard was baffled. After everything he'd told her, she was still going? Anne simply confirmed it. He called her insane, stressing the mortal danger. But her mind was set. He had to ask why. Why risk her life? Her answer was direct. For love. She was doing all of this for love. The scene cuts to a lone mage. She daydreamed of confessing once the mission was over. Her thoughts were shattered by a shout. Erica! A man with a sword and shield yelled for support magic. They couldn't hold the beast much longer. The mage, Erica, agreed to help. But just then, the monster charged forward. The lake's surface exploded, revealing a beast of legend, a shark of megalodon proportions. This was the spirit of Lake Penpole. It attacked, firing a massive sphere of water. Roach, the warrior, blocked it with his magic shield. The spirit's attack was fierce, but the shield held. But Roach was buckling under the pressure. He yelled for Erica to use her attack magic now. Erica froze, completely unsure of what to do, but began chanting. As she prepared an ice spell, a different magic struck, burning the beast from within. Another mage, Tia, shouted for Roach to strike at that very moment. This was the opening they desperately needed. Roach charged with all his might toward the lake spirit. He leaped onto the flaming beast, bringing his sword down squarely on its head. The fiery monster retreated into the lake. Roach was exhausted and hurt, but a triumphant smile crossed his face. He turned to the mages, declaring it was finally over. Then he focused on Tia. He praised her incredible fighting and her perfectly timed fire attack. From the side, Erica watched with a broken heart. Tia was stealing her beloved's attention. She couldn't see what Roach saw in that girl. She recalled their childhood, how close they used to be. They had promised to be together forever. But now, Roach seemed to have forgotten her entirely. Watching them, Erica thought of how hard she'd worked to stand by his side. Yet he never looked her way. Why, she wondered. Why her? She had tried for years to win his heart, only for him to choose another. Just then, Roach called her name as Tia healed his injured hand. Erica's own hands trembled. Roach snapped impatiently. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help. Don't just stand there. His tone was frigid, a shocking coldness for a childhood friend. Despite the pain, Erica forced a smile and said she was coming. But then, something felt wrong. A noise from the lake drew everyone's gaze. The spirit burst from the water once again. Roach and Tia were in disbelief. How was it still alive after being burned, wounded, and struck down? Then they saw it. A second spirit of the lake. This one radiated far more power than the first. In short, their situation had just become a nightmare. Tia immediately launched her explosion magic, but the spell hit the stronger spirit with no effect. The lake spirit readied its own magic, shattering the very ground beneath them with one attack. At the last possible second, Erica managed to drag Roach out of the blast zone. Get back, Erica! Roach yelled, warning that the beast was too strong for them to defeat. But Erica shot back, what about you? You have to survive, too. He replied that he brought Tia here. It was his duty to protect her. He said this with absolute resolve, ready to die to save Tia, even at the cost of his own life. Erica was stunned. He'd die for someone he barely knew. Roach charged, shielding Tia, but a lone figure watched from far. It was Anne. From a distance, a scythe materialized in her hand, a dominant-level monster. Yet it seemed disappointingly weak. She remembered battling dragons and ogres for their parts. Those were real fights. This Pemball monster, however, wouldn't need dissecting. She would simply erase it. The monster lunged at Roach. He saw no way out. He couldn't save Tia and flee. He braced for the fatal blow, ready for the end. But then, Anne's magic erupted. A blinding explosion followed. The blast hit right behind Roach. Dazed, he turned and saw the Pemball spirit frozen in place. Erica was speechless. The Pemball lake spirit had been completely neutralized. Anne approached. Are you all right? Erica nodded. then asked who she was. Anne introduced herself. She was glad they were safe. But now, the Pemball Lake spirit had to die. She told them to stand back. Magic flared, forging swords, scythes, and axes from nothing. Her entire arsenal descended upon the spirit. Erica could only stare in awe. Anne had forged weapons from thin air, and they fought with a will of their own. Then, another spell. Liquid metal pierced the spirit's flesh. Reaching the top, she formed a massive scythe from the metal. "The young master is hungry," she declared. "And you are the main course. The price for that honor is your life." In one motion, she cleaved the Pemball spirit in two. The force of the blow shook the very earth, leaving Roach completely dumbfounded. One person destroyed a dominant monster in a single hit. Even the lake's fish were launched into the air. Erica rushed to Roach's side. "Are you okay?" she cried. They confirmed they were safe. But Roach saw Tia's deep wounds. Thankfully, he had a healing potion ready for her. He urged Erica to find out who that woman was. With her power, their party would be unstoppable. So, Erica's new mission was simple: get intel on their mysterious savior. The scene shifts to Anne, standing in the lake bed. In a shocking twist, the water was gone. Fish flopped in the mud. The dead spirit had become two fish, one red, one blue, both highly toxic. Anne sighed to herself, lamenting what a terrible maid she was. She didn't even know which fish her young master preferred. Just then, Erica walked over. Erica explained the fish were edible, but needed special prep to remove the foul-smelling poison. Anne stood up, asking Erica, "You know about these fish?" Erica confirmed it. Her nearby village family often fished here, selling their catch to nobles. She added that Pemball Lake fish are incredibly delicious, which is why they fetch such a high price. Anne asked if Erica would teach her the recipe, and Erica happily agreed. 10 minutes later, Anne was meticulously noting down every single step of Erica's instructions for the two fish. Anne thanked her profusely, but Erica insisted it was nothing. After all, Anne had saved their lives. A simple recipe was the least she could do. Erica then asked permission for a question. Anne agreed. "Why come all this way just for fish? Was it for someone special?" Anne simply replied, "Yes. Her future husband wanted to eat fish from this very lake, so she came all this way to get them." Erica remarked that he must love her dearly, and that he was incredibly lucky to have her. Suddenly, Anne flashed back to her private activities with the main character on those nights. Picking up her bucket, she knew Erica was right, but her beloved was still oblivious to her deep affection. Anne said she must return to Campbell Manor, but Erica suddenly called out, asking her to wait. The young woman confessed a dilemma of the heart, needing advice from someone with Anne's experience. Setting the bucket down, Anne finally addresses Erica. Matters of the heart, she explains, are problems with no single right answer. But as thanks for the recipe, Anne offers her own experienced advice. Erica then begins to spill about a close friend who's been in love for a very, very long time. The problem is, the guy she likes is clueless, treating everyone with the same kindness, Anne asks. So, he's a natural-born charmer. The type that enchants everyone but commits to no one? Erica confirms that's exactly him. She explains her friend was about to confess her love, but then another woman appeared. Anne questions if it's a love triangle, and Erica confirms the cliché. This friend has been having doubts, thinking of giving up since his actions hurt her. Anne says she understands why Erica's friend would feel so concerned about him. Cutting straight to the chase, Anne asks Erica directly, "How long have you loved this man?" Erica is completely flustered, denying it's her, but her blush gives everything away. With a hand to her forehead in defeat, Erica finally gives in. Fine, she'll tell the truth. She's loved him ever since they were children, for more than 10 years now. Anne then asks if she'd give her life for him. Erica's answer is an obvious yes. "What else would you give?" Anne presses. Erica replies that her life is just the beginning. She would give everything she has, literally all of it, just to be with him. Anne tells her she already has her answer. With a love that deep, why would she even have doubts? She already knows the nature of her own feelings. Still confused, Erica asks what she means. Anne simply advises her to follow that purest desire, to give him her all and never regret it. You must give everything for the one you love. Anne then departs, leaving Erica with her thoughts. Give everything. Follow the desires of my heart. As she reflects, a sudden, chilling sensation washes over her. Something feels very wrong. An inner voice whispers, "Will you truly surrender completely?" Erica's knees buckle as the voice continues. "Are you able to abandon all morals, all laws, even your life for him? Will you sacrifice it all?" Roach calls out to her, worried, but inside her mind, the voice only grows stronger. "Are you willing to let them be happy together?" The entity asks. Erica's internal reply is a defiant, "No, impossible." She couldn't stand it. The jealousy would eat her alive from the inside. She tells the entity that girl has nothing special, that she doesn't deserve him. The voice in her head purrs with understanding. It urges her to follow her heart's truest desire, to conquer him completely. Leave your mark on him. Make him something that belongs only to you. Urka protests that Roach is too strong. The entity scoffs. No matter how powerful a man is, if you break all his limbs and put a collar on him, he becomes an obedient puppy that only barks. Don't you worry, girl. I will grant you my power. The great strength of absolute love. The world flashes, revealing an Urka consumed by darkness. And then, everything returns to normal. Roach asks if she's all right. He explains that after Anne left, Urka just collapsed. She tells Roach Miss Anne did nothing. She just fainted from magical exhaustion. A likely story. As for the favor, she informs Roach that Miss Anne serves a noble family and can't join their group. Roach is a bit bummed. He wanted to thank her for the save, but it seems there's no chance now. At that moment, their aunt, now feeling better, points to a strange mark on Urka's chest that wasn't there before. Urka is startled. She quickly hides it, brushing it off as just a burn from the monster. She insists they find a safer place to talk. What if a third beast appeared? They wouldn't stand a chance. They have to leave. Roach, completely trusting, agrees that she's right. They had to find a decent spot to recover. He then scoops up the ant, but she yelps, asking what in the world he thinks he's doing and demanding he let her go. She huffs that she can walk on her own, even if she is a little banged up. But Roach just sighs. He tells her not to be stubborn, pointing out she weighs less than a feather and that he could carry her all day without breaking a sweat. The ant, however, retorts that he's a complete idiot if he really believes that. Meanwhile, Urka is watching them both with an absolutely terrifying glare. She just stares, taking in their little argument. The scene then cuts away, something that hasn't happened for quite a while. We finally return to Moon's room, where he's laid out on his bed. Anne has just walked in, and Moon is overjoyed to see her, mostly because he was starving. It had been ages since his last meal. Anne asks Moon if he truly missed her that much to look so miserable. Moon says no, explaining that she vanished all day, and if she hadn't come back, he probably would have died from hunger. Anne sits on his bed, apologizing for the delay. She explains she traveled a long way to get the fish he wanted, promising it's still perfectly fresh. Then, she reveals 2 beautifully prepared fish, just as he requested. He notes that the aroma is incredible. Anne explains that she cooked each one differently. One was perfectly steamed, while the other was grilled over hot coals. She then asks her young master which one he'd like to try first. Young Master Moon tells Anne he wants to start with the steamed fish. Anne carefully lifts a spoonful to his mouth. Finally, Moon gets a taste of the fish he craved. He declares that it's absolutely delicious and asks if Anne wants a bite. But she refuses, saying it was prepared especially for him. She does warn him to be careful, as that particular fish has many tiny bones. Moon scoffs that he's not a kid anymore and can handle it. Seconds later, his face tells a different story. He's choking. A fishbone was lodged in his throat. In that instant, Anne declares there's only one way to fix this. She climbs right on top of him, announcing, Moon asks, utterly baffled, "A kiss? What are you talking about?" She simply replies, "Yes, a kiss is the solution to everything." Anne explains that with her immense power, she can literally kiss him, block his nose, and blow air down his throat. This would supposedly shoot the bones to his stomach without any harm. A perfect, if bizarre, solution. Moon is completely horrified, thinking, how can a kiss dislodge a bone? But his protests are useless. Anne just smashes her lips against his with all her strength, leaving him powerless. We see her firmly holding Moon's arm, and indeed, they share a very intense kiss. Exhausted, Moon tells Anne he could barely breathe. She held that kiss for so long his lungs nearly gave out. Anne then tells him to look at her tongue, proudly showing she removed the bones from his throat. Moon thanks her for the save and asks to eat the other fish alone, promising not to choke again. Anne just watches him. Time passes as Moon finishes the fish, with Anne watching him with a look of pure adoration. For a moment, they seem like a sweet couple, but the story hints at a darkness hiding just beneath the surface. He tells Anne the fish is delicious and totally lives up to its famous reputation. Anne then turns to him and says, "Since you're so satisfied, young master, how about we do that now?" She explains they must obey the order, as his father lost an heir to the Campbell house. Therefore, it was their duty to produce a child as soon as possible, starting right then and there. Moon, however, is startled and flatly refuses, saying now is definitely not the right time. Anne leans in, questioning his refusal. She reminds him they've done that over 15 times just this week. "Is the young master already tired of me?" she teases. Moon quickly denies it, saying, "That's not it at all." "Then what is it?" Anne presses, shyly. Moon explains he just ate, and activity after a fish meal isn't good for the body. He adds that Anne also just returned from a long journey and really needs to rest. Anne blushes deeply, realizing the young master was actually worried about her health. She replies that if that's the case, it's fine. They can just do it later tonight. The two agree to try for a child that night, but Anne says she has one more small thing to tell him. Moon asks what she wants to tell him. Anne explains that on her way home, she passed through a city known for fabrics. There, she found an outfit that she knows Moon would love for her to wear. Confused, Moon asks what she means by an outfit he'd like. Anne steps closer, revealing she bought something special. Let's just say it's made from a material the young master is quite fond of. She continues, saying the outfit has a very popular name that most people know, a bunny girl outfit. It comes with shiny, long stockings and a few other accessories. At that moment, Moon gets a massive nosebleed from the revelation. However, Moon wipes his nose clean and tells Anne she's wrong about him liking that kind of thing. He insists that as a noble knight, he couldn't possibly like such frivolous nonsense. Anne, however, just calls him silly. She reminds him she's been by his side for years and knows about the stash in his closet. She then asks if he never noticed that she's worn black stockings since childhood just for him, because she knows he loves them. Surprised, he tells Anne he always thought that was just her personal choice of clothing. He never imagined she wore them entirely for his sake. Finally, he admits defeat. Anne truly knows his weakness for black stockings. She laughs, commenting on how cute it is when the young master denies things she already knows. Finally, Anne says goodbye to start her work. She warns that she'll be cleaning all day and will return only at night. Moon tells her to take care and not to overwork herself, saying he'll sleep for a while. We see Anne leaving and closing the door behind her. At this exact moment, we notice something in Moon's mouth. He thinks to himself that his plan worked perfectly. Anne is gone, and he got what he needed. He's spitting thorns into his hand. He checks the black book. It's now exactly 3 in the afternoon. According to her weekly schedule, Anne should finish her chores around 6 in the evening. Who knew this black book was so useful? He now has a 3-hour window to make his escape. 3 hours to open the door, grab his belongings, and disappear. Moon reached the door and prepared the thorn, sliding it carefully into the lock. He used a skill from the book, the thorn opening technique. He saw the lock had a complex 8-core system. He pulled the thorn back, stunned by the sheer complexity of the mechanism. 8 separate mechanisms needed to be opened. He tried to figure out the lock's secret. He had to align all 8 cores at once, miss one, and the entire lock would reset to the start. In short, this entire operation was incredibly fragile. Plus, the thorn itself was unbelievably fragile. The lock's recoil could easily snap it in two. Losing his thorns meant losing his only chance to finally escape this place. He only had 4 good thorns left. The others were too short and flimsy to be of any use. But a broken thorn was nothing. The real danger Anne would surely find out. She'd noticed the lock was tampered with. After that, his tiny bit of freedom would vanish forever. It was now or never, his only chance. He tried again and again, but the lock wouldn't budge. Defeated, he collapsed onto the cold floor. He rocked back and forth, so close with only 3 parts left. An hour and a half had passed. His time was almost up. The window to escape was closing fast. He sarcastically thanked the blacksmith. This door was a little too well made, wasn't it? As he got up, the black book materialized before him. It showed the time, 5:30 in the afternoon. Just 30 minutes until Anne's return. And he was down to his very last fishbone. He'd memorized 10 mechanisms already. There were just 3 more to go. This was his last hope. One final try. He'd use a book technique. The Thorn Aperture Ultimate Power. Yep, that's really the name. Anyway, the scene cuts away. We cut to the kitchen with Anne and Noelle. As Noelle tastes their fish soup, her eyes light up. The fish was from Lake Paintball, caught by Anne. Noelle declares it's the best soup she's ever had. Silently, Anne thanks Noelle. It was Noelle's idea, after all, for her to finish her work early. Now, with everything done, Anne could visit Moon's room a full hour ahead of schedule. As Anne zoned out, Noelle suddenly piped up. She points out that since the main character's mom left, it's just been them in the mansion. And Anne has been making all sorts of new food, and secretly taking leftovers somewhere. Noelle is dying to know where. As she talks, a light bulb seems to go off in Noelle's head. With a grin, she asks, "Are you secretly raising a pet like a kitten?" Anne says nothing, just listening. Noelle pauses, but Anne's silence continues. Then she recalls Moon hated animals, so the mansion has none. A secret pet seems impossible. Still, the doubt remains. Where's the food going? Anne just smiles faintly as Noelle rambles on. Noelle guesses that despite Moon's rules, Anne is totally hiding an animal somewhere. She figures that since Anne is so kind, she'd have to do it secretly. Because if anyone found out, her headmaid position would be at risk. It's against the rules. So Noelle asks point blank, "Am I right?" Anne just leans in and asks if Noelle can keep a secret. Noelle immediately agrees, saying she'll keep the secret because she adores kittens. Excited, Noelle asks to see the kitten, but Anne says it's not possible right now. She explains the kitten is terrified of people because it was abused before. So it's best if she handles it alone. Maybe in a few weeks, she can introduce it to Noelle. Noelle gets it, telling Anne to give the kitten lots of love because it deserves a happy home. The scene shifts. We see Anne opening a hidden door in the floor to her secret room. As she enters, she thinks it's a good thing Noelle didn't push it, because she would have had to kill her. She's relieved Noelle backed down. Then she thinks, Noelle's idea wasn't half bad. Maybe the main character needs a pet? Anne mused that Moon must be terribly bored, locked away all alone. At that very moment, Moon was desperately trying to force the door open, but Anne was lost in thought, remembering she was pregnant. It was still too early to feel the baby, a process that would take months, while her mind was on the pregnancy, a symbol of her bond with Moon. She also thought about getting him more books, since he loved reading. Cutting back to Moon, he was still fighting the door. Meanwhile, Anne was heading to the secret room. She decided a kitten was the perfect idea, betting her darling Moon would want a black one, just like her. A truly romantic thought. But instead of guessing, she decided it was better to just ask Moon directly. But then, she saw something horrifying. The food she was carrying crashed to the floor. The door was open. Moon had escaped. The scene shifts, following his desperate bid for freedom. He realized the cell was in a sewer passage. His only guide was the direction of the airflow. He felt a faint breeze blowing one way, and followed it without hesitation. This had to be the mansion's main drainage. He stumbled in the pitch-black darkness, almost falling over. On top of the darkness, thick dust and grime made it impossible to see a thing. But then he remembered a spell he'd practiced in the book dimension, a simple charm for light. Moon felt a surge of pride for mastering it. It was a basic spell, but incredibly useful right now. But as he admired his handiwork, something sharp whistled right past his head. It was a knife. Moon glanced back, stunned. He'd run a long way, but Anne was there, having thrown it from an insane distance. We finally see Anne unleashing her full magical power. "I found you, young master," she declared. "You will never escape me again." And so the chase began. Our main character knew he was in trouble, but after all this effort, he refused to be captured again. This was his one chance to be free. "Don't underestimate me," he yelled back. "I've gotten much stronger." The main character used a spell he'd learned, Shadow Step. In response, Anne's liquid metal magic formed countless weapons that flew in his direction. The attack shredded the tunnel, but missed him. Anne's goal was never to kill, only to capture. Anne's eyes burned with resolve, focused only on recapturing him. Suddenly, a wardrobe just fell from the ceiling, aimed right at her. Without flinching, she shattered it with one kick, continuing her relentless advance to find him. But when she looked up, he had vanished completely. Where on earth did the young master disappear to? Anne figured he must have learned shadow steps at school, keeping his new skill a secret. That would explain his insane speed. Of course, she had no idea he'd learned it just by watching that necromancer. She was positive she'd sealed every escape route when she wrecked the area earlier. And yet, the young master still slipped away. Meanwhile, our hero was hiding in a wardrobe, watching her every move. Anne was completely oblivious. She had to admit, she'd underestimated him. The young master had grown so much, but even with this growth, she was certain he couldn't escape. Oh, she would definitely find him. She called out, promising if he showed himself, all would be forgiven, and they could go back to the secret room. Then, in a flash of frustration, she obliterated a nearby wardrobe with a single punch. Luckily for our main character, it wasn't his wardrobe, because if it had been, things would have gotten messy. He felt a strange guilt for running from Anne. After all, she did care for him, feeding and protecting him. She was beautiful, but her brand of affection was intense. Anne stopped for a moment, analyzing the scene. She sensed no shift in the airflow, which meant he had to be close. Still, she'd worried he'd somehow slipped past her, even though the air felt completely normal. Determined, she vowed to find him no matter what and dashed off. 10 minutes passed while the main character stayed put. He swore his heart almost exploded. Everything had happened way too fast. In those 10 minutes, he assumed Anne was already scouring the grounds outside the mansion. But when he finally went to open the door, a terrifying sight awaited him. Anne was right there, staring. She lunged, smashing the wardrobe to splinters. Except it was all in her head. The young master wasn't there. It wasn't our hero. Just an illusion. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, this story would have ended right then and there. We see Anne storming off to search somewhere else. As it turns out, our main character was hidden in the wardrobe right next door. He was dangerously close when she destroyed the other one. Our hero sits inside the closet, thinking he has to get far, far away from the mansion. If Noel and his friends found out what Anne was doing, she would probably just murder them all. And he really doesn't want that. After a bit, rain began to fall. Inside, he waited a few more moments before leaving. Suddenly, the black book materialized and bonked him on the head. That book really seems to enjoy doing that. He thanked the book. Since the impact had woken him up, he was so tired he was about to faint. The book let him know 30 minutes had passed. Anne was likely still outside. But he had to leave now. If he stayed, she might realize he was downstairs, not upstairs. It was absolutely time to go. He used his shadow steps to quickly exit the area. At last, he got out, pushing the closet away. He's free. He was so relieved he almost let out a shout of triumph. But he restrained himself. One scream, and Anne would descend upon him with absolute fury. So, no time to celebrate. He had to run as fast as possible. The main character fled the capital at top speed. He knows if Anne finds him again, the Black Book's deadly prophecy of her killing him will come to pass. So, he must stay away from everyone he knows and find a new place to start over. 2 days pass. We see a field in the barren plains, the same region of the city he visited for the black market. He's near that place and totally exhausted from 2 days of nonstop walking. Finally, he was out of the capital's reach. In short, the main character is far from Anne. He's almost asleep, having run and walked for 2 whole days. But he knows it is not the time to lower his guard yet. If Anne were to magically appear now, he would have no way to escape. Therefore, the more distance, the better. The main character realizes he has 2 options to escape Anne for good. The first is to hide in his family's territory. However, that's a terrible idea, because Anne would definitely find him there after some time. His other option was St. Mary Academy. Moon realized that was his best bet for safety. Even if Anne found him there, he'd be protected by all the teachers and students. More importantly, his parents would know his location, preventing Anne from trying anything. With newfound resolve, our main character got to his feet. Moon knew exactly what he had to do. The plan was simple: get to the academy and finally escape Anne. But at that moment, he noticed 4 figures ahead. 3 of them were cornering a girl. It looked like he'd stumbled upon some common thugs. They were demanding her valuables, threatening to hurt her if she didn't cooperate. And this girl was none other than Urka Yes, the very same one from before. It's really her. Urka announced that she was an adventurer. "Try to rob me," she warned, "and you'll face the consequences. You're in for a serious beating," she told them. The leader just laughed, saying they already knew she was an adventurer. He guessed she was a mage, but claimed that they weren't the least bit afraid of her. He explained that since she was so close, she wouldn't have any room to cast her spells. Plus, she was all alone. Once her mana ran out, she would be completely helpless. Urka shot back that they were robbing her in broad daylight. Someone was bound to come by and help. Maybe a hero will show up and teach you a lesson. The leader just cackled, saying a hero would never appear. He explained to Urka that she didn't get it. They were professional bandits. And when he said professional, his 2 cronies behind him struck a ridiculous pose, showing off their master plan. They bragged about having their escape route planned, boasting that this is what it meant to be professionals. The bandit leader drew his sword. "Don't even think about backing up," he sneered, "or you'll lose a hand." Urka was in a bind. To use her magic, she desperately needed to create some distance. The leader sneers that there are no heroes around here. This area is a place where no one passes by all day. Therefore, no one is coming to help her. But suddenly, a voice shouts from afar, telling them to stop. Of course, it's our main character, Moon. However, one of the bandits makes a strange comment upon seeing him. He calls him a blonde merman, comparing Moon to a myth since he just magically emerged from the lake. Moon, with a commanding presence, confronts them. He says 3 men are ganging up on one girl and dares them to attack him instead. The 3 bandits eagerly reply that they will indeed attack him. With a surprised look, Moon thinks to himself that they accepted that challenge way too easily. The bandit leader turns to the mage, Katina, telling her to leave. They've found someone much better to rob, declaring Moon as the new target. However, Moon claims he has nothing worth stealing. He says he only has the rags he's wearing, not 1 coin. He then makes a counteroffer. If they wish to rob him, they can do it later. Once he's at the academy, he'll pay 2,000 coins for each of their heads. The bandit leader cuts him off, drawing his sword. He tells Moon they have no interest in his money, clothes, or anything of the sort. He says they see many men daily, but Moon is special because of his blonde hair and blue eyes. He continues, explaining if Moon were a woman, it wouldn't be as exciting. But the fact that he's a man makes this far more interesting. The leader then turns to his men and announces a change of plans. The goal now is to capture Moon. These 3 weren't interested in robbing him. They had far darker plans. Armanoon was completely horrified. He never imagined meeting creeps like this in another world. They were after one thing, and it wasn't his money. But as they pursued him, Urka prepared her spell. She unleashed a fireball that barely missed Moon and struck the bandits dead on. The incredible magic terrified the men, burning them to a crisp. Even Moon was shocked by her power. At last, Urka approached Armanoon. A historic meeting. Her connection to Anne now extended to him. Urka walked over casually and told him the 3 idiots were gone. She then joked that Mr. Mermaid could safely leave the lake now, thanking him for luring the men out. Moon quickly said he'd done nothing special, just moved them away from her. He also praised her magic, calling it absolutely incredible and admitting she was very strong. Curious, Urka asked Moon if he was an exhibitionist, a job where people don't wear clothes. A fair question, given he was only wearing rags. He quickly explained that wasn't it at all. Finally, Moon formally introduced himself, stating that his name was Moon. He added that he was currently jobless, but it was still a pleasure to meet her. Urka shook his hand and introduced herself too, a former adventurer, now training to satisfy her husband. Moon then asked if Urka was married. Blushing slightly, she confirmed she got married last night. This hinted that her young husband might be in a similar situation as Moon, possibly trapped. But at that moment, A loud rumble echoed from Moon's stomach. Urka asked if he was hungry, and Moon admitted he was, having not eaten for 2 days. She then invited him to come along, offering to make him something to eat. She explained it was thanks for helping her escape, and that going 2 days without food was bad. As for his clothes, she offered him a spare outfit of her husband's to replace his rags. Moon was completely overjoyed. He couldn't believe Urka was so kind and incredible. As they walked, he thanked her repeatedly, calling her an incredible person, a goddess of kindness. Urka, however, said she was nothing special, just an ordinary wife doing her best for her husband. Moon insisted her husband was a very lucky man to have such a beautiful and kind wife. After walking for some time, Moon felt something was off and asked what she was doing out here alone. She explained she went to the city for work matters and took the chance to buy fresh food. Moon found the mention of work strange and asked, "So, you and your husband are adventurers?" Urka confirmed that they were. She explained they were on a break, but she had to report to the guild that they had paused their work. If adventurers don't report in, they're marked as dead, which causes administrative issues. That's why she was in the middle of nowhere, having just returned from a nearby town. While explaining this to Moon, she asked what he'd like to eat that night. Moon replied that he would love fish, admitting he was basically addicted to it. Just then, something very strange occurred. A voice seemed to say it loved Moon, but it felt like an illusion. Moon asked if Urka had heard a sound, but she replied that she hadn't seen or felt anything. He figured it was just an illusion caused by hunger, since it had been so long since he'd eaten. After a very long walk, they finally reached Urka's village and her home, a temporary residence owned by the mayor. Moon was immediately impressed by the house's massive size. But Urka explained the home wasn't hers. She was just borrowing it from the village head. However, Moon found something odd and had to ask Urka about a strange detail he'd noticed. They hadn't seen a single person. He asked if people weren't afraid of being robbed with their doors wide open. Urka replied that everyone was simply a little busy. She quizzed Moon about a place called Loco Paintball. He knew it well, especially for its delicious fish. Urka mentioned that Loco Paintball was just a few kilometers off, and the autumn harvest was beginning. With barren lands, the village relied on selling prime fish to nobles just to get by. She continued, explaining that her husband, the village's top adventurer, was busy guarding the precious fish shipment that was being sold. In fact, almost the entire village was at Loco Paintball helping out. Until they came back, Urka was the acting guardian. Moon acknowledged it was a heavy burden. Suddenly, that strange whisper returned, confessing its love for him. Just then, Urka ushered him inside as the cold night fell. Moon, completely bewildered, simply agreed. Was it just his imagination? Or was that sound real? A sensation crawling closer from the distant darkness. Inside, Urka offered clothes and the well outside for a bath. Dinner would be ready soon, she announced. Moon, ever so grateful, thanked her again. What a truly kind soul. On the table sat a simple mug of water. He cautiously tested the liquid on his arm. A quick check for poison? All clear. Since meeting Urka, things felt strange. An empty town, her powerful magic. Her story didn't quite add up. It made sense, but it felt terribly wrong. Later, after another meal of fish, Moon praised her cooking yet again. "The best I've ever had," he declared. "You will make an exceptional wife." He even claimed his own maid couldn't possibly compare. A maid, Urka's interest was piqued. Only a noble would have servants. But he was a strange sort of noble, dressed in nothing but filthy rags. So she asked directly, "Are you a nobleman?" He confirmed it and had a huge favor to ask. It was time for a proper introduction. He named the Campbell family, one of the Empire's 4 great houses. Then he dropped his father's name, Duke Renel Campbell. Urka was floored. The Duke's son. Moon explained he was being hunted. He desperately needed her to rent a horse. She was to ride to the Campbell lands and warn the Duke immediately. He also asked to hide out in her cabin. But Urka simply began to laugh. She couldn't believe it. Nobles weren't usually hunted by madmen. "I am the Duke's son," he insisted, his tone hardening. "This isn't a joke. Complete the mission," he promised, and she'd get 10 to 20,000 emails. An absolute fortune. Still, Urka laughed, completely unconvinced. Desperate now, Moon laid out the entire story, explaining every last detail. Seeing the terror in his eyes, Urka finally accepted and apologized for her laughter. She confessed she'd planned to offer him a room for the night anyway. The forest was teeming with dangerous beasts after dark. He needed a safe place to heal. Moon was stunned she agreed so quickly. He had to confirm, "So you'll really do it?" She nodded. "Without a problem. After all, 20,000 AL was a fortune. For that kind of guild money, she would have to risk death on 30 missions. So there was no reason to refuse. A grateful Moon called her his guardian angel. That night, as Moon was heading to his room, Urka warned him not to leave the house, saying the bathroom could wait. Another rule, the other doors were forbidden. Not even she could open them. She gestured to one door in particular. "Never open this." Of course, he asked what was inside. "Just some animal meat drying," she replied. If he opened it, the smell of blood would fill the house. Moon promised he wouldn't touch anything. With that, Orca wished him a very pleasant night's sleep. He wished her the same, hopeful for the new day to come. As the door shut, she whispered, "Until tomorrow." Too bad, she thought. He won't see the dawn. At that moment, the fire magic she'd obtained ignited, fueling her plan. She was thrilled to have a noble in her grasp. If he was real, he was a walking gold mine. Nobles are worth a fortune alive, but are worthless once they're dead. Opening a door, she declared Moon would be the final sacrifice to the god of love, all for her ultimate desire. Meanwhile, outside, a familiar figure emerges. Yes, Anne was on the hunt for Moon. She clutched a scrap of his clothing, and upon smelling it, she knew. It was her young master's scent. Surprised he'd gotten so far, she spotted a town and smirked. Running was pointless. Finding him was inevitable. Anne was certain. No matter where he ran, she would track him down. Back inside, Moon is sleeping soundly, but his expression shifts, as if about to wake up. And he does. The cause of his awakening? He drank way too much water before bed. And we all know the rule: drink a lot of water, and a midnight bathroom break becomes inevitable. So our hero left the room to answer nature's call. But on his way, a bark came from the door Urka had warned him about. The very room where all the meat was stored. The situation felt completely wrong. A dog inside a meat storage room. That's seriously weird, don't you think? Moon figured it must be a special kind of dog. Suddenly, from behind him, Erica appeared, making him jump. She asked why he was up so late, wondering if something was wrong or if he needed her help. Moon, his heart still pounding, explained he just needed to attend to his physiological needs. In other words, he awkwardly said he had to pee, and thankfully, Erica seemed to understand. Seizing the moment, our hero asked if there happened to be any dogs at the mayor's office. With a gentle smile, Erica replied that yes, the dog was hers, a very cute and clever animal. She added that her dog was normally calm. If it barked, it was only because it was hungry. Moon felt a bit relieved, saying that made sense since he'd heard it bark. He then asked if he could see her dog. He explained that he absolutely adored dogs, especially the large, blonde-furred Colton breed. He loved how intelligent the puppies of that breed tended to be. Erica, however, apologized, saying she couldn't let him see the animal, explaining it was very skittish and always stayed hidden. Our hero simply nodded, accepting her explanation. After their talk, he finally made his way to the bathroom as Erica returned to her room. Before he left, Erica reminded him the bathroom was outside by the well, warning him to be careful in the dark. And then, right after that sweet little smile, Erica shot a sinister look his way, but he completely missed it. In that instant, it became clear Erica was definitely plotting something. The bathroom was out by the well, and the smell was unbearable. Our hero wondered how anyone could even use it. The place had probably never been cleaned. But as he stood there, something else caught his attention. He drew closer and saw it was a window to the room where Erica's supposed little dog was kept. That bark still felt really strange to our hero, so his curiosity got the better of him. He figured what's the harm in one little peek. But in that one moment, the horrifying truth was revealed. Miss Erica's little dog wasn't an animal. It was Colt, the very man she said she liked. She cooed at him, calling him a good boy, telling him not to make noise as he ate from her hand. Erica then told Colt that Moon was still useful. He just had to wait a little longer, and tomorrow she would grant him freedom. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes. Erica wasn't just weird, she was a psychopath. At that exact moment, a branch snapped under his foot. Erica heard it and called out, "Who's out there?" Still holding Colt, she even asked if it was Mr. Moon. She flung the window open, only to find no one outside. But if you just look up a bit, you'll see him. Yes, our hero was plastered to the wall just above her. Incredible. The kid has some serious climbing skills. Below, Erica mumbled that the god of love's awakening would take more time. She told Colt she'd go check on Moon. Our hero, being no fool, saw his chance and immediately bolted. He couldn't wrap his head around it. She seemed so incredibly kind, but she was a total psychopath. The man being treated like a dog was actually the husband she had mentioned over dinner. He had escaped one yandere, only to stumble right into the arms of another yandere psychopath. The situation was finally becoming clear. Moon's mind raced, connecting all the bizarre events. The eerie queue with no one in it, the ex-adventurer treating her husband like a dog, whispers of a love god, Erica's ritual, and those unsettling sounds. He realized Erica wasn't there to help him. Erica was the trap, and he was the prey. Faced with this, his only choice was Plan 36, and I'll let you in on a secret. Plan 36 is just a fancy name for running for your life. Go on, Moon ditched that yonder psychopath, and just like that, our boy makes a break for it. First Anne, now Erica, he's a magnet for trouble. Meanwhile, Erica knocks on Moon's door. However, when she opens it, the room is empty. Our man has already flown the coop. A storm of fury clouds her face. She needed him for the love god's ritual. In a rage, she shatters the door and a nearby cabinet. She was in disbelief. How did he figure out he was just a pawn for her ritual? At that moment, the doorbell chimes. She wonders, could Moon have returned?
Erica's glare is that of a true, unhinged psycho.
But opening the door, her face melts into a sweet smile. Mr. Moon, back so soon. But gentlemen, it is not our Moon. It is none other than Anne. Erica's shock is plain to see. She stammers, "It's Miss Anne."
Anne replies coolly that it's been a long time since they last met. The scene moves inside the mayor's house. Erica offers tea to Anne, who thanks her. "Why the maid uniform?" Erica asks. "I think it's very cute."
Anne explains she left the mansion in a rush and simply didn't have time to change. She then asks Erica why she's being called master, as she doesn't recall teaching her. Erica asks if she's forgotten. It was because of Anne's help that she found the courage to embrace her true self. And that wasn't all. It was Anne's romantic advice that gave her the push to finally confess her feelings to Roach, her husband.
Erica then asks Anne if she wants to witness something truly interesting. Anne is confused by the strange offer.
Erica says she wants to reveal the fruit of her efforts and scurries off to fetch something. Meanwhile, Anne senses a strange energy filling the entire house. She thinks there's no doubt about it. The young master's scent is overpowering in here. Anne knows Moon's aroma well, but it's not just his scent. There's also the stench of blood, and a whole lot of it. While Anne is lost in thought, Erica returns, excited to present her incredible trophy. Anne is stunned by what she sees. Erica introduces her husband, Roach, and tells him to greet their guest. In response, Roach begins to bark. Erica asks Roach to give his paw, and he continues to behave just like a canine. She even pets him, telling him he's a good boy. As Anne watches the bizarre scene, Anne thinks she didn't know couples did this kind of roleplay. She finds it very fascinating, assuming it's just their version of normal. A key detail Anne is unaware that Erica is also a Yantari. So this is a meeting of two apex predators. Anne tells Erica that she's done very well, and that she is truly proud of her. Erica gets shy, telling Anne that as her master, she must be far more advanced in these matters. She imagines Anne's husband belongs to her, body and soul.
Erica claims she is still far from achieving that perfect control with Roach.
However, Anne says Erica is doing much better. Anne admits that due to a moment of carelessness, she let her young master escape. Erica's eyes narrow. Intriguing? Is your beloved the young master, Mr. Moon? Anne is shocked by the question, feeling a chill crawl up her spine. She confirms to Erica that yes, her beloved is the young Moon. Anne then demands to know if Moon was in this house. Erica confirms it. Anne, worried, asks where he is now. Then Erica begins to spin her tale of what supposedly happened. She claims she was on her way home. When she found Mr. Moon totally exhausted, she brought him inside, fed him, and offered him fresh clothes.
Erica explained that she gave him a place to stay, but when she checked on him after his bath, Moon was gone.
He simply disappeared without a single word. Anne then asked how long ago he had fled. Erica replied it hadn't been more than 2 hours, that it all happened just recently.
An important note, Erica actually planned to murder Moon for a love god ritual, a plan Anne knows nothing about.
And Anne is a Yantari. One should never mess with a Yantari's man. Erica told Anne not to worry, as she had just learned a tracking spell. She would use it to track Moon's escape route, certain that in the dead of night, he couldn't have gotten far. If they were fast, catching him was still possible. But Erica announced she needed something before starting. Anne simply replied that she would wait. Before leaving, Erica warned Anne that this house belonged to the mayor, not her. So it was best if Anne stayed in this room without exploring. Anne agreed, promising to wait right there. Anne sat on the bed, her thoughts consumed by Moon. She grabbed a pillow and laid down.
A wave of sadness hit her. He'd fled 3 cities to escape her. Was she a bad owner? Maybe she needed to give him more freedom.
It seemed the young master truly despised her, and she just couldn't grasp why. She wasn't a bad person, so why couldn't he accept her love? Perhaps if she hadn't tried to jail him and feed him mystery meat, things would be a little better. While Anne hugged the pillow, pretending it was Moon, someone else appeared. It was Roach, Erica's strangely dog-like husband. Suddenly, Roach was struck by something, screaming out in agony. He yelled for everyone to run, to get out of there. Worried, Anne asked if he was all right, though the answer was obvious. He just kept repeating Erica's name. You have to get away from Erica. Don't go near her. He screamed desperately. He also warned that the last room, everyone was in the last room. He begged Anne to leave before Erica claimed her too. But then, he snapped back to his usual self. Erica's obedient pet. Anne just stared, his words echoing in her head. The last room. After a moment, Anne went to the door of that last room. What could Erica be hiding that was so important? She tried the handle, only to find it locked. But locks meant little to Anne, who simply used a spell to open it. The second the door swung open, the thick stench of blood assaulted her senses, freezing her in terror. Inside, the entire village lay dead. Every last person, horribly cut into pieces. Even the aunt, the girl Roach had a crush on, was crucified. Anne was left speechless by the grotesque scene. She never imagined Erica would go this far. Seeing the bodies awakened her sense of justice. Even as a Yantari, she would never slaughter innocents like this. Well, most of them anyway. Then, a voice came from behind her. "Master, you found my little secret. It doesn't matter now." Erica then asked, "Master, we're the same, you and I. You must understand how I feel, right?" With a chilling smile, Erica confessed she did it all for love. Just for love. Anne immediately tensed up. Ready for a fight? She asked if Erica had been corrupted by the evil god. Erica just burst out laughing. She cackled, saying the evil god had nothing to do with it. Clutching a knife, she told Anne, "It was the god of love. And the god of love has been very, very kind to me. So kind, he granted all my wishes. And in return, I did everything he asked." Anne found this supposed power highly suspicious, so she questioned Erica. "You gained all this power, but what did it cost? You slaughtered everyone in the village." Erica just laughed confidently, saying it cost her nothing at all. The god of love never asked her to kill. She did that because she wanted to. It was her true nature. Erica even said she and her master were so alike. She then revealed only one more person was needed to complete the ritual. She suggested Anne could be the final volunteer to complete the ceremony she desperately wanted. Pointing the knife at Anne, Erica asked, "Master, surely you'll accept my request for the god of love. Won't you?" Anne decided Erica was completely lost, a true psychopath. And so, Anne began to walk toward her. Erica's smile widened, thinking her master would volunteer to die. "I'm so glad you understand me," she said. "Don't worry," she cooed. "I'll slit your throat quickly. You won't feel a thing." But Anne unleashed her iron rope, a liquid metal spell, and severed Erica's neck in an instant. Blood sprayed as Erica collapsed. Anne said she pitied her, but couldn't let her hurt anyone else. As she lay dying, Erica argued that she never hurt a soul. She only gave her love to everyone. Was there something wrong with loving people that much? Killing is definitely not a love language. Anne's anger flared. She told Erica to be silent. What she called love was nothing but a massacre. With her dying breath, Erica asked, "If this isn't love, what is?" Looking at Anne, Erica said her master taught her to take what she wants. Anne had told her to conquer her desires and follow her heart, and she definitely took that to heart. Anne left, apologizing, outside. She thought of the god of love Erica mentioned. Maybe she did get power from a god, but killing people was not the right way. Anne felt she destroyed Erica with her own advice. A public service announcement: do not follow Anne's advice. It's not good. She thinks this all started with her. But first, she must find Moon. After finding him, she'll give everyone, including Erica, a proper burial. Suddenly, an "I love you" is heard. Anne readies herself, looking at the mayor's house. Inside, a strong smell of blood emanates. A flood of blood erupts as a voice declares love for Anne. The roof explodes in a fountain of gore. Anne realizes this blood monster is the god of love that possessed Erica. The scene changes. We see Moon running at top speed, like Sonic. He's exhausted from the long run. He thinks he's run far enough that no one, not even Erica, could follow. Just as he thinks this, Anne is launched from the mayor's house, landing near his location. She narrowly misses Moon, almost killing him. He's left wondering what just happened. He sees smoke and a flying person. He wonders if it's a meteor shower. Then hears a human voice. He goes to check it out, approaching. He recognizes Anne's voice. And so they meet again. He notices she is very injured. Anne is relieved to find Moon, but knows this place isn't safe. She's badly hurt, but happy to see him. The worried Moon asks what happened. How did she get so hurt? Who was she fighting? Can she stand? Anne says she can't, and there's no time to explain. They must get out of there as quickly as possible. Anne says she'll hold the monster off while Moon escapes. He finds this strange, asking, "Escape from here." That's when they see the blood monster. The creature made of bodies asks, "Where is the master?" Where is Anne? Moon sees the giant being and asks what it is. We then see the creature is Erica and everyone who died there. She asks them to accept her love by merging with her and becoming part of her body. How romantic. Moon is disgusted. "Become part of a monster," he asks. "What is this thing, a monster?" Erica then realizes that Mr. Moon is there. She points, declaring she loves him too, while forming blood spears to kill him. Love hurts. Moon realizes it's Erica, but Anne grabs and throws him clear. A huge blood explosion saves Moon. However, that attempt completely injured her leg, and now she can't walk. They both fall hard. Anne's legs are worse, but Moon only hit his head. He sees Anne is badly hurt and tells her to lean on him. Anne, however, insists she's fine. She tells Moon to escape quickly, claiming she can defeat Erica. What a terrible liar. Anne asks him to stay calm, promising to follow him as soon as she finishes off Erica. Just then, Erica appears, grabbing their attention. She advances, smashing everything in her path. Erica then prepares a blood spell that will explode everything. She says this is the perfect time for them to feel her love, then unleashes the blood magic. It rushes at them with full force. Anne counters with her liquid metal magic. Anne makes swords, but Moon uses shadow steps at 200%. He grabs her, saving her and repaying the debt. The scene shows Moon running with Anne while Erica destroys everything around them. Anne questions him, asking why he came back to save her. He says she doesn't know how to lie. He explains if she could truly handle Erica alone, she would have done so without hesitation. Moon knew Anne stood no chance against that monster.
Their only option was to run. He told her that despite everything, she was still family.
And he'd be damned if he let anyone else lay a hand on her. He smirked. When it came to running, he was the absolute expert. He unleashed shadow steps at full power. He moved like a phantom, dodging Urka's rampage and leaping between shadows. They finally created some distance, but Moon was utterly exhausted. That magic burned his stamina, and carrying Anne made it so much worse. Seeing her worry, he tried to reassure her, but their escape wasn't nearly enough. Urka was already closing in again, furious. Why wouldn't they just accept her twisted love? Moon urgently told Anne to hold her breath. Before she could react, with Urka's claws inches away, he leaped into the river below. He gambled that the water would completely neutralize her blood magic. And his theory was correct. Urka's blood hands began to dissolve instantly on contact. The plan worked, but Moon quickly noticed a brand new, unexpected problem. Anne couldn't hold her breath. The all-powerful Yandere, defeated by basic swimming skills. Realizing he was their only hope, an idea formed. One he really wasn't thrilled about. He moved closer and kissed her, passing air from his lungs into hers. Meanwhile, on the surface, Urka saw her prey had vanished into the river. Frustrated, she couldn't see why they'd refuse the pure love she was offering. Why won't you accept my love? Her shriek of rage obliterated the entire landscape. Urka then remembered she only needed one more person to complete her love god ritual. Even if the final sacrifice would injure her greatly, she was determined to see it through. With a psychotic smile, Urka decided that Moon and Anne could wait for now. She would become a true goddess and force the entire world to accept her love, including you. Yes, you. She's planning to crawl out of your screen and pay you a little visit. Sometime later, Moon and Anne found refuge in a hidden cave, where he tended to her injuries. Being a Yantari with a crush, Anne went bright red when he touched her leg. He noted the injuries seemed minor, but insisted they find a proper doctor in the city. Still flustered in that vulnerable state, Anne said there was something she didn't get. Moon asked what was wrong, and she finally questioned why he had saved her. She remembered everything she did to him, imprisoning him, trying to make him hers alone. He had to hate her. After all that, he could have just left her behind to die. Moon gently asked if she was only now realizing her mistakes. Anne admitted she was, and that she'd met Urka long ago at Pinball Lake. She explained that she was the one who taught Urka her twisted ways of love. Urka's behavior was nothing more than a copy of Anne's own past actions. With a pained look, she said her actions nearly killed him and many others. However, Moon took her hands, saying that admitting her faults was the first step to fixing them. He claimed she wasn't a bad person, just a person who was really bad at showing love. With an affectionate smile, he told her to cheer up. After all, they were both still alive. Now that she knew her mistakes, she had the chance to become a much better person. He even added that next time, she could be a little less obsessive. As expected, Anne was completely moved. In her head, she thought he was amazing. Meanwhile, he was thinking he'd finally fixed her possessive personality. He was completely sure that after this conversation, he expected a promise of self-control. Instead, Anne launched herself at Moon and kissed him. She then hugged him tightly, saying he was still the same sincere, kind person as always. She admitted she was wrong to assume he had completely changed. Anne confessed that trying to forcefully change him was a colossal mistake, one she promised never to make again. Then, Anne shot up, declaring her energy fully restored and that she would now end Urka for good. But a sharp pain in her leg sent her collapsing onto the main character. Moon dryly noted her blood loss made her far weaker than she thought. Anne had to agree. She felt incredibly weak, wishing she had more strength at that moment to defeat Urka. Moon announced he would scout the cave's perimeter to ensure Urka was gone, giving them time to rest. He found no movement outside. They were safe for the moment. Upon returning, he questioned Anne about what she had said, about Urka being a follower of an evil god. She confirmed Urka's situation was similar to her own. The vital difference was that a chosen one's power comes directly from a deity's blessing. Anne possessed her powers simply because a god willed her to be born with them. Urka, however, was a follower, serving an evil god who makes pacts with humans. These pacts grant immense power, but at a terrible price. Still, Urka's strength seemed far beyond that of a mere follower. Anne recalled that while they were fighting, she could feel Urka's power wasn't just immense, it was continuously growing stronger. The main character then remembered the original story. Humanity's greatest calamities were 3 monsters created by that very same evil god. The horrible realization struck Moon Urka could be one of those monsters, destined to annihilate humanity. He also recalled Urka's frantic words about needing sacrifices, and that one last person was missing for her ritual. Anne asked if he was thinking of a plan, and he grimly confirmed that he was. He explained that if his theory was right, Urka may have sacrificed the entire village to transform into that giant monster. Moon guessed the evil god was using Urka as a pawn to manifest in their world, to destroy humanity and grow stronger. Urka had said she needed one last sacrifice for her ritual. This meant they had to reach Peruant City where Urka was and protect the last remaining person there.
Stopping that final death would halt the ritual and prevent Urka from becoming even stronger.
If she succeeded, she would leave the city to slaughter more, gaining power with every life taken. But Anne delivered a devastating blow. The conditions for Urka's ascension had already been met. Moon was baffled, arguing they were completely alone in the wilderness, aside from each other. It was then that the horrifying truth hit him like a physical blow. Besides him and Anne, there was one other person nearby. That person was none other than Urka's husband. He was the final sacrifice she needed to complete her ritual and become a truly powerful servant. Anne struggled to her feet, telling Moon they had to act now. If Urka killed that last person, she would become immensely stronger. Anne then added that this was all her fault. Urka had only become a monster because of her. Therefore, she insisted. The responsibility to stop her was hers alone. Moon offered his help, but Anne refused. He asked why, but she insisted. It was far too dangerous for the young master to follow. But Moon clarified this wasn't for Anne. He had to stop Urka from causing more bloodshed. He then told Anne he believes Urka isn't truly evil. He explained how he met her before all this. He saw kindness in her. She had even helped him. In his eyes, she wasn't pure evil. Since she'd helped him once, he'd help Anne save her. Or, if needed, kill her to stop the slaughter. His mind was made up, but Anne screamed back. This wasn't about friendship or sheer will. Did he not see their reality? They were stranded, with no tools, and completely alone. Their chances of stopping Urka were nearly zero. Even at full power, she couldn't win, let alone protect him. Desperate, Anne embraced him tightly. Moon knew exactly what she was trying to say. The odds of winning were impossibly low. Tears streamed down her face. This was all her fault. She couldn't bear him dying for her mistake. She would never forgive herself. Moon returned the hug, comforting her. But over her shoulder, something on the ground caught his eye. It was just a small coin, a melee, the local currency. Then he spotted more coins scattered around. As Anne questioned his distraction, Moon cast a light spell he knew, and what they found was incredible. Suddenly, it all made perfect sense. A treasure hoard gold, coins, and even weapons. This cave was clearly a bandit hideout. Moon figured it out from the blade marks at the entrance. It showed signs of long-term use. After rummaging through the loot, our hero Moon found the perfect sword for himself. He asked if Anne was ready. She had already gathered countless swords, melting them into liquid metal.
With her leg injured, she forged a metal harness. It let her fly, letting her fight from the air.
Pure genius from Anne. The two were now ready to face Urka, to save her, or to end her. Moon declared them ready for the rescue. The scene shifts, showing them geared up to face the monster. In the distance, they finally spot her, a giant monster. As Moon watched, we get a terrifying close-up. Urka was colossal, with multiple arms and other nightmarish features. She cried out for Roach, her husband. Moon watched as she screamed out her love for him. Moon realized Anne was right. Urka's power was surging, her body swelling to 10 times its previous size. A beast of that magnitude was simply unstoppable. Moon took a deep breath. Trying to save Urka was a horrible idea. He'd get swatted away like a fly. Her power was overwhelming. He even thought back to Celia almost killing him at home. Yeah, that seemed like a vacation compared to this. But he shook those thoughts away. None of that mattered now. He couldn't just abandon Anne. She could never handle Urka by herself. With renewed resolve, Moon declared it didn't matter. God, Yandere, or Psycho, he was still going to save her. He yelled out to Urka from a distance. Hey, Urka! She turned, and he shouted again. Hey, I'm over here. Look over here. Urka finally recognized him. Mister, Moon was here to finally accept her love. But Moon shot back he'd never accept her love. The reason he was a parachutist? Yes, you heard that right. And no, that's not a joke. He literally said he was a parachutist, just completely out of nowhere. Moon then launched himself off the giant pillar, yelling he was the world's greatest parachutist as he plummeted. Urka watched, unleashing a blast of magic at the falling hero. She lunged forward the very instant he leaped, but Moon just smirked. Everything was going exactly as he had predicted. Who knew our main character was such a big brain? We rewind to a few minutes before the fight. Moon was giving Anne her instructions. She had to follow his plan precisely. First, he explained that even after being corrupted, Urka herself probably wasn't dead. If she died, she couldn't control the monster. This meant Urka was still alive inside. He stressed their goal wasn't to kill her. They needed to purge the evil god's taint from her body. An evil god's artifact must be controlling her. A ring? A necklace? Or some other cursed trinket? He knew the world's rules forbade such a sudden power-up from nothing. This just confirmed his theory. The evil god had planted an item on Urka to give her this strength. Anne listened intently as Moon laid out his plan. She had to forge a path for him to reach Urka. She'd attack, creating an opening for him to find the corruption source. They'd need at least 10 minutes for this to work. But Anne argued back. Even with her metal attacks, holding Urka for that long seemed impossible. They had to be quick. Moon told her not to sweat it. He'd grab Urka's attention, and Anne would strike right after. Anne immediately shot down that idea. The young master could not be used as bait. Even if Urka wasn't a full-fledged evil god, she was still a monster. It'd be disastrous if he got hurt. But Moon just offered a knowing smile. He hushed her gently, saying that here she was the strongest. Therefore, the honor of being bait was all his. He told her not to worry about Urka. He had no intention of getting seriously hurt. But he insisted, saying he'd let Anne handle everything. She was House Campbell's best maid, and he knew she'd protect him. Even if he was bait, Anne was stunned. His absolute trust warmed her heart. Later that night, deep in the forest, Anne asked how he'd know the perfect moment Urka would strike. Moon said the moment didn't matter. He'd get her attention regardless. And that time, he declared, was now. With that, Moon plunged from a cliff, as Urka's monstrous hands shot up to grab him. But it was a trap. Anne had been concealed inside the very pillar Moon leapt from. She burst out, forming weapons of liquid metal. She would defend Moon and strike down Urka. The metal morphed into countless blades, all hurtling toward Urka. Urka's defense was useless. The blades struck true, riddling her body with holes like she'd been shot. Anne landed a critical blow, tearing a hole in her stomach. "Mistress," Urka whispered, a faint smile on her lips. She was glad Anne had finally come back. Anne's gaze was ice. "Yes, Urka, I'm back." They locked eyes as Anne's metal spikes kept impaling Urka. Then Anne declared she was here to save her. Moments later, their battle raged on. Urka began to grow monstrously large, but Anne attacked relentlessly. She formed a massive spear and launched it, scoring a direct hit. Smoke started pouring from Urka's wounds. But Urka just laughed. She said liquid metal works on demons, but not on someone like her. She was, after all, practically an evil god. Ripping the spear out, she declared a god doesn't die so easily. Just then, a voice cut in. A god, really. And behind Urka, Moon had appeared. He declared he'd test that theory, unleashing all the magic he could muster. Moon was sure his magic shattered the evil artifact. But when the dust settled, there wasn't a single scratch. Urka turned, her eyes crazed. "Lord Moon, you've finally come back to me." Anne desperately threw up a defense for Moon. Urka struck his gut, but Anne's metal shielded the blow. The impact was immense, launching Moon backwards and shattering the rocks behind him. Moon was gravely wounded, his whole body battered. Without Anne, that would have been his end. The fight should have been over. Urka formed a massive energy bomb, revealing she'd sensed him all along. She was waiting for him. To love him. With a twisted grin, she cooed, "Come, Lord Moon, accept me, once and for all." She fired, screaming for him to accept her love. Anne screamed his name, desperately running to save him. But Urka aimed a hand at Anne. Her cold voice ordered her to stay put and not interfere. A giant hand of blood erupted, seizing Anne and throwing her far away. She crashed to the ground, battered and bruised. But the worst part was her despair. She thought Moon was dead, and it was all her fault. Suddenly, Urka froze. Something was wrong. She sensed an interference. "Where did you hide him?" she shrieked. "Where is my husband, Roach?" Before Urka could say more, Anne attacked with pure rage. "How dare you!" she screamed. "How dare you touch my master!" Fueled by fury, she vowed to grind Urka into nothing but dust. Meanwhile, a battered Moon watched from afar. He coughed, and a hand landed on his shoulder, telling him to stay still. This stranger then poured a healing potion into his mouth, instructing him to drink it all at once. Moon realized this was none other than Roach, Urka's husband. It seemed the puppy curse was finally broken, allowing Roach to return to his true form. After literally 1 minute, the potion kicked in. Moon felt 100% healed, like new. Moon thanked Roach, admitting he thought he was a goner. From the bushes, they watched the battle unfold. The man introduced himself as Roach, but said to call him E. He then asked for Moon's name. He stated his name, Moon Campbell, of the Campbell family. From afar, they watched the battle rage on. Moon demanded answers. Roach explained that Lady Anne and Urka were locked in a desperate duel, and Anne was losing badly. Moon pressed him, knowing Roach must have seen it all from the start. Our hero then asked if he'd seen an item that made Urka so evil. Roach didn't know when she got it, but he insisted this was all his fault. If only he had seen her feelings sooner. He could have stopped this whole tragedy, the deaths, and this very battle. He declared it was his burden to bear, and because he cared for Urka, he had to save her. Moon revealed that he and Anne felt the exact same way. They had to rescue Urka, but they could not let her escape. In another town, her power would grow, and countless more would die.
Moon insisted again, asking if Roach saw any cursed object from the evil god on her.
Roach denied seeing an item, only feeling a vile aura. Moon found that absurd, as Urka had sacrificed the entire village. Where did all that power from the sacrifice go, from all those innocent souls? That evil god had to be inside her body somehow. Still, Roach confirmed there was no object. He had witnessed every single one of Urka's horrific deeds. However, Roach then remembered seeing something on Urka's chest. Maybe that was the evil god's item. He saw the very same symbol from when Urka first embraced Anne's twisted advice. That mark on her chest was the source, a brand of control granting immense power. The scene snaps back to the fight. Urka shrieked that she just wanted everyone to accept her deranged love. She lunged at Anne, demanding to know why no one would accept the love she offered. Confidently, Urka named Anne as the final sacrifice for her ritual, since Moon and her husband were gone. Suddenly, a voice called her name, confusing her. It was Roach, her husband, standing over a healing Moon. Roach announced he brought Moon as a sacrifice, but this was all part of their master plan. Urka turned shy, absolutely delighted that her husband had brought her such a wonderful gift. Anne, however, was struck with pure terror. Unable to accept that Moon was dead, she charged Roach, screaming in disbelief. But Urka intercepted her with a devastating punch. Anne managed to raise a magical shield, but Urka's blow shattered it instantly, sending her to the ground.
Coldly, Urka said it was time to reunite with her husband. She didn't need her master anymore.
Anne was now completely disposable. Urka approached Roach, certain that he truly loved her. She was so impressed he returned and even brought Mr. Moon, praising his perfect obedience. She moved in closer, whispering that when her god descended, everything would return to normal, and they would finally be together for eternity. She then casually mentioned the mind control spell on him, promising to undo it after the ritual. At that moment, Roach said something that filled Urka with dread, making her realize the mind control was broken. He just smiled and agreed. "You're right. We will be together. Forever." Tears streamed down his face as Roach confessed it was all his fault. If only he'd noticed her feelings. None of this would have happened. But now, it's too late. With a sword, he struck her through the heart, vowing to carry her guilt so she could finally rest. We flash back to moments before, as Moon and Roach planned how to get near Urka without dying. Roach explained the only way to approach her was to play into her twisted version of romance. Any other strategy would mean instant death for them both. Their plan had to revolve entirely around her feelings. Moon was stunned by Roach's sharp analysis. He had completely figured out Urka's broken mind. Roach just said it was nothing special. It was simply the life of an adventurer. An adventurer must analyze their surroundings in an instant. If they take too long, they die in battle. Roach then announced he would act as the bait. He was the only one who could get close, since Urka would kill Moon on sight. Roach laid out the plan he'd confront Urka, and Moon would strike from behind. He swore on his family's name. If Urka attacked Moon, he'd take the blow. Roach confessed this was all his fault. He couldn't let Urka harm anyone else. But Moon cut him off, refusing the death talk. He promised they would both survive, sealing it with a punch to the shoulder. A true bro moment. The scene snaps back to the present, a sword buried in Urka's chest. Roach yelled at Moon, telling him to finish what they started. Moon instantly used shadow steps, appearing behind Urka to claim the item in her chest, her heart. With all his strength, Moon tore out Urka's heart in one move. It was the artifact the evil god of love used to control her and grant her terrifying power. As he pulled back his hand, Moon saw Urka's heart was truly an evil god's item. He knew if he crushed this heart, Urka's powers would completely vanish. But Urka went berserk, screaming for her god of love. She charged at Moon, but just as she lunged, Roach threw himself in the way. Both Moon and Urka froze, stunned that Roach had just sacrificed himself. Urka shrieked Roach's name as the evil god's magic started fading from her body. Moon was paralyzed with shock. Roach had saved him. Even dying, Roach wore a smile. He had once told Urka he would follow her to the very end, just like they promised as kids. He kept his childhood vow, and this truth shattered Urka, who broke down crying. But her sobs were cut short by something new. A colossal magical energy erupted right from Urka's body. The blast was so huge it sent Moon flying. Battered and confused, Moon didn't get it. The evil god's heart was destroyed. Then, he realized a detail he and Roach had completely missed. A giant, mushroom-shaped cloud of blood exploded from the site. The ritual was complete. When Urka killed Roach, she'd offered the final sacrifice needed. And at the ritual's center was Anne, who was inside Urka's body. Moon pushed his shadow steps to their absolute limit to try and save her. He dove into the transformation, grabbing Anne's hand and pulling with all his might. But she wouldn't budge. He roared that he wouldn't let some evil god eat his family's best maid. But as Moon fought for Anne, the evil god's ritual finally finished. He knew he was powerless. His options were gone, but he had one final trump card. He yelled for the black book. Yes, that ridiculously shady book. But as he called for it, he was sucked into the ritual right alongside Anne. Moments later, Moon awoke elsewhere. He was naked for the second time ever, figuring this was the black book's space, though it looked way different now. The black book appeared, and Moon asked if it was responsible for bringing him here. He demanded to know if the book had any trick, any way at all to save him, Anne, Urka, and maybe even Roach. The black book spoke a single phrase. That's right, the book actually talked. It then started bobbing up and down, like it was pointing. Moon asked if it wanted him to look up and what was so important. Lifting his gaze, he was greeted by nothing less than a massive eye staring right back at him. Outraged, Moon glared at the thing and yelled, "What in the hell is that giant, hellish eye?" He could feel a crushing pressure from its fiery gaze alone. Before Moon could even think, the giant eye did something to him, paralyzing him completely. In his mind, he knew. Moon realized this was the Lord of the Crimson Sun, the incinerator of existence, the god who punishes entire worlds, the destroyer of all beings, the final cataclysm that brings only ruin, the corrupted king. Moon whipped around to the book, yelling that it had brought another evil god to the party. Yep, this thing was another evil god, and Moon was absolutely furious with the book. He asked the book for help, not for it to summon another dark entity. Moon figured the book wanted him to become a monster like Urka to fight her. That seemed to be the book's bright idea. But while Moon argued with the book, the corrupted king's evil eye kept watching him. It then identified Moon as a human. Instantly, Moon snapped to a soldier's stance and replied, "Yes, sir, I am a human." Stuttering, he added, "Ah, corrupted lord, great god, what do you want from this humble human servant?" But the eye ignored his trembling. The entity sensed it. This human craved power. Smaller eyes bloomed around the main one, all focused on Moon, who cluelessly replied, Power for what, exactly?" He glanced at the black book, questioning its genius plan, then muttered that it was useless. But the grimoire had a point. You can only fight magic, with more magic. So maybe the only way to beat Urka was with another evil god's power. A dangerous thought, but as Moon trembled, he figured, who doesn't like power? Just then, the book tore out its own page. Moon wondered what the book was doing. The page drifted toward the giant eye. The corrupted king. The entity scanned the page. Moon's blood ran cold. It did not like what it saw. Even for an eye, its irritation was obvious. The corrupted king was clearly annoyed. Yet, the eye declared, "The deal is made." Moon was confused. What deal? The eye simply said, "My power. I'll lend you my power. No cost. But will you accept it? The power of what you humans call an evil god?" Moon had to save Anne. He didn't have many other options. He'd accept it. A beautiful maiden who adores him and wears any outfit he wants was waiting outside. It was all for her. Moon finally accepted, telling the king to unleash his full strength upon him. The corrupted king replied, "Interesting. I'll make a pact with a human, but let's see if you can even endure it." The king explained it all depended on Moon's ability to withstand the agonizing transformation. Then, the corrupted king unleashed all his power directly at Moon. The energy transfer, however, was brutal. It simply set our hero's body ablaze. Moon was burning alive. No price for his soul. Just pure, excruciating pain. But the pain didn't matter. His only goal was to save Anne. He would endure death itself for her, gritting his teeth as the flames consumed him. As the change neared completion, he thought, as a young master, he'd never lose to that woman. To a mere evil god. Suddenly, blue fire hurtled toward the possessed monster. The entity sensed the approaching attack. From a distance, we see its Moon, holding Anne. He'd already saved her. The evil god felt a dangerous energy coming from Moon. The god watched from afar, thinking it might be the same pest from before. Moon gently set Anne by a tree, telling her the young master will return soon. The evil god sneered, "Aren't you the man who acted like Urka's little dog?" Moon didn't bother to respond. Instead, he simply stated, "You're very weak." Shocked, the god realized, "This power, it's the corrupted king's." Moon just scoffed with disdain. "If you could give power to Urka," he said, "what's so impossible about this? God of love, aren't you? What a joke. And your joke ends now." As the king watched from above, Moon gathered a massive amount of energy and unleashed it. Hitting the evil god squarely, the entity shrieked in pain and despair as the magic began to vaporize it. Even Moon was impressed. He hadn't expected the king's magic to be so powerful, but the entity wasn't dead. A final breath escaped. The fight wasn't over. The god's weak voice spoke. Finding it incredible, its plans were ruined by an insect like Moon. And an insect who contracted with the corrupted king, no less. The entity continued, saying, "It's a pity, as the king won't be content just observing a human." Looking at Moon, the evil god warned him to remember its words. "I will return to hunt Moon Campbell." Moon was paralyzed, completely seized by panic. He couldn't believe the god knew his full name. The entity was defeated for now, but it could return, and it would come for him. In a desperate move, Moon yelled, "My name's not Moon, it's Ariel." But when the smoke cleared, the god was gone. The entity was gone, leaving only Urka's body. But Moon, he didn't even register it. He was spiraling, fearing the evil god would one day return to hunt him down. He just had to trust the black book. If the entity returned, he prayed the book would save him again. He had to believe it. Suddenly, a voice called his name. It was Anne, yelling, "Young master," as she ran towards him. Tears streamed down her face, as she was sure Moon had died. Sobbing, Anne couldn't believe her eyes.
She confessed she thought he was gone, and that her own life would have been meaningless.
But Moon calmed her, promising everything was fine. The fight was over. The evil god was defeated. It was done. All of it was finally done.
Anne explained she saw the battle from afar. Then the god just vanished. She asked, "Did you do all of this?"
Moon thought, if I mention my contract with the evil god, she is going to absolutely lose it. So he decided a small, heroic-sounding lie was the best course of action. He claimed to have found and shattered a core inside the Turka's heart, which neatly solved the whole issue. But he quickly cut her off, saying now wasn't the time to discuss it. Anne had a much more important task. Anne was completely confused. An important task, what could it be? Moon simply pointed to where the god fell, revealing Urka, barely alive. He explained that she didn't have much time left. He urged Anne to go and speak with her one last time.
Anne approached Urka, who faintly asked if she was her master. Anne confirmed it, as Urka asked if it was truly over.
Anne confirmed it. The god that had controlled Urka was finally gone. Urka whispered that she understood, and that it was good. She then apologized for all she'd done, admitting she had been deceiving Anne this entire time. Deceiving her, Urka clarified that her being possessed by the god had absolutely nothing to do with Anne. Their conversation, the advice Anne gave, that wasn't what caused her downfall. The truth was, Urka had never had a real friend, and she just wanted someone who wouldn't leave her again. In fact, Urka's connection to the evil god was ancient, going back many years. She made minor pacts with it just to get stronger. It was because Ruchi was a prodigy, and she couldn't keep up. Only with the dark power of the evil god could she ever hope to match his strength. After her talk with Anne, she finally confessed her love to Ruchi. When Anne asked if he'd rejected her, Urka denied it. The crazy part was, Ruchi wanted to be with her too. That night, Ruchi confessed he loved her, but they could never be together. A horrified Anne asked why not. Urka dropped the bomb. It was because his aunt was pregnant with his child.
Yes, you heard that right. Ruchi's aunt was pregnant.
Urka explained Ruchi always loved her, but was too scared to admit it. With the aunt, things were complicated.
Whenever Ruchi was drunk and miserable, she was there to support him, offering advice and comfort.
Then one day, she claimed she was pregnant. As an honorable man, Ruchi felt he couldn't abandon the child. Anne, being the only one with common sense, asked if the timing seemed suspicious. Urka confirmed that her suspicions were through the roof. That's why she fully summoned the evil god she needed to know if the aunt was actually pregnant. By the time Urka regained her senses, the aunt was already dead. It wasn't her who did it. Not really. It was the evil god wearing her body. This was the entity's twisted way of proving the pregnancy was fake. The god confirmed it to Urka. The baby was a complete lie. A scheme the aunt created to manipulate Ruchi.
Urka looked at Anne, concluding that love is an incredibly fragile thing.
So fragile. In fact, that one lie can tear apart two souls who were destined for each other. She had exposed the aunt's lie, but her actions were irreversible. Ruchi saw everything. He saw her kill the aunt. He realized Urka was possessed and desperately tried to stop the entity controlling her. To save Ruchi from the god's rage, Urka used a forbidden spell on him, transforming him into a puppy. The god no longer saw Ruchi as a threat, but the cost was immense. The spell was irreversible. With the deed done, the path back was gone. Urka's body crumbled to dust, her voice filled with a final, deep regret. With a sorrowful sigh, she confessed she never wanted an ending like this. If only she'd known her aunt sooner. She could have stopped this entire tragedy, certain her aunt wasn't truly evil.
With her final, fading breath,
she mourned her own cowardice. If she'd just confessed to Ruchi days ago, this nightmare might have been avoided. But she knew what-ifs were illusions. Fate had only one path for her. And then, Urka spoke her last words. She pleaded for Anne to find happiness and avoid her tragic mistake, whispering that love is incredibly fragile. Tears streamed down Anne's face as she and Moon watched the sunrise. Urka's dust symbolized a new start, and a heavy loss. Hours later, on the plains of Parent, they laid Erica and Ruchi to rest at dawn. Moon noted Anne finished her task swiftly, while his own hands moved much slower with the earth. At last, the burial was complete. They rested beneath a tree, marked by a simple plaque. Wishing them peace, they knelt together, paying their final respects to the fallen. Moon declared the chaos was finally over. It was time to return to hunting and start again, properly this time. But he caught a strange look in Anne's eyes.
When asked, she confessed this tragedy exposed the darkness in her own love. She realized her love for her young master had been twisted and wrong all along. She never should have loved him like that.
Because of it, Irka, Ruchi, and the entire village had paid the ultimate price.
She knew she shouldn't love him anymore. But despite all her mistakes, her heart simply refused to listen.
So she asked him, her young master, "Do you truly love me, after all of this?"
Moon suggested she might have confused true love with the simple desire to possess.
He explained that possession can feel like love, but at their core, they are vastly different things and easily mistaken.
Anne agreed, believing she had confused the two. But inside, Moon wasn't so certain. He mused that everyone loves differently. In the end, only Anne could truly know her own heart.
But now that Anne wasn't an Anta, he thought maybe, just maybe, they could make things work this time.
Staring at the sun, Moon pondered what it really means to love someone.
But as Moon drifted in deep thought, Anne's voice cut right through the silence. She brought up his words from the basement, about wanting a normal relationship once she was no longer an Antry. So, she proposed a fresh start. The words, "start over," echoed in his mind. "Hold on," he said, needing to clarify. Moon asked if this fresh start involved taking him back to the mansion just to imprison him again. Anne simply replied they should return because the mansion was, after all, their home. It was the only home she had ever known. The mansion was her whole world. She swore to him she had no intention of ever imprisoning him again. She explained her plan to start from zero, not as a girlfriend, but as his maid, dedicated to his wishes. She hoped that, step by step, they could build something real and normal together. Becoming shy, she timidly asked, "May I truly serve you again, young master?" His hand suddenly gripped hers, surprising her. He simply asked, "Do you even need to ask me a question like that?" He wanted her to keep serving him, attending his needs. Yandere or not, he still wanted her. Moon felt like some kind of saint. He told Anne they should head home, as they were both exhausted. Anne agreed with a playful little smirk. Moon's ego swelled. He'd cured a Yandere. Surely that made him a legend. After all, most main characters in his shoes don't survive to tell the tale. Moon figured with Anne back to normal. The Black Book's dark prophecy of his murder was surely off the table. In his mind, the bad ending was averted. But then, 2 days passed. They were back at the mansion. Moon had a meal, and the world went black. That dizzy feeling was all too familiar, and so was the ceiling he was staring at. And yup, it's exactly what you think. Moon was back in Anne's little room. All that progress was for nothing. He frantically thought, where did I mess up? Was it the inevitable plot of the original story, forcing him back to this route? Suddenly, the cuffs on his wrists clicked open. Then the ones on his ankles. A voice called him young master. Of course, it was none other than Anne. She was back. Anne explained he'd fainted from exhaustion, and that she wanted to play with him a little, and her small room was the one place the other maids would never look. Moon was absolutely terrified. He couldn't figure out why she'd stripped him down and cuffed him again. Anne apologized, saying she thought he'd try to run away the moment he woke up in her room. So she restrained him, just temporarily. But Moon had one more question. Why here? She simply said he probably forgot. Before he escaped, she was about to show him something he desperately wanted. Moon's memory jolted. He remembered what Anne wanted to show him before he bolted. That's right, Anne was going to reveal a special outfit, but he'd fled using his door spikes. As Anne slipped on a bunny costume, it all came rushing back. She mentioned the outfit was a little tight while adjusting it. And then, she announced she was ready. She knew her young master loved black and the feel of soft fabric, so she bought this special lingerie just for him, and there she even fished for a compliment, asking if he liked what he saw. Moon's brain just stopped. Then, a telltale trickle of blood escaped his nose. Oh, he didn't just like it, he absolutely loved it. Anne settled in close to Moon, admitting she hadn't considered his feelings before. That was her mistake. Now, she would always think of him. She edged even closer as the blood stubbornly continued its journey. Anne offers herself completely to her young master's wishes. He could do anything he wanted with her. She then lies down, awaiting his command. Now, you understand I can't show you all the juicy details. The situation gets pretty heated. I know how you all are, so you only get a tiny peek. The scene shifts after these events, and let me tell you, it was very good. It could have honestly gone on a bit longer. Anne slowly begins to wake. Her eyes flutter open as she murmurs, "I'm sorry, young master. I accidentally fell asleep. By this time, we should have been..." Before she finishes, she realizes Moon is gone. She cries out his name, and at the same time, she's not wearing anything.
That's right. You get the picture. A moment later, Anne is fully dressed.
As she's finishing up, she hears a long meow. A voice then asks if Anne is awake yet. Yes, the newcomer's name is Noelle.
We then see Noelle, a little girl, holding several kittens with another maid. She asks if Anne is feeling okay.
A confused Anne asks, "What do you mean? How am I?" Noel then replies. She explains the young master announced that Anne had a cold and was feeling unwell this morning. Therefore, she should rest in her room. He ordered that no one disturb her so she could sleep peacefully. As they speak, we see Noel is holding a kitten.
Anne naturally asks whose kittens they are.
Noel says the young master bought them from Little Wine at the market. She then begins to tell her story. Wine is a simple city girl whose neighborhood is known for shoes. In her free time, she would take care of stray kittens. She didn't just care for them, she fed them too. But Wine's parents were allergic to cat fur and forbid them in the house. On top of that, Wine's classes were starting soon, and she had to study at a boarding school, meaning she'd live on campus. Because of this, she couldn't care for the kittens anymore. She went to several noble families, hoping someone would adopt them.
After a long search, a man appeared at the market. It was our young Master Moon, and he bought every single kitten she had.
Wine told her Moon even gave her 200 menarumo, the local currency, for her school fees.
She concluded that he was an incredibly kind man. For Anne, everything suddenly made perfect sense.
Still, she thought 3 kittens was a bit much. Noelle then whispers in her ear that there are actually 4. At first, the young master only wanted one, but Little Wine said that if he adopted, he had to take the whole family, including the mother, so they could stay together. Young Master Moon thought her condition was fair, so he agreed, bringing the entire furry family home with him. Wine then asked Monica, the other maid, if she could come visit the kittens sometimes. Monica said the young master declared Wine was always welcome at the Campbell house to see the kittens. Wine again commented on what an amazing man he was. After hearing the story, Anne asked Noelle where the young master was now. Noelle said he had just returned from the market. A moment later, Anne knocked on Moon's bedroom door. He called out that the door was unlocked for her to come in. Anne slowly opened it and saw Moon playing with the kittens. Moon explained he saw how tired she was and didn't want to disturb her, so he let her sleep in. But Anne barely heard him. She just launched herself at him, hugging him as if she hadn't seen him in an eternity. Anne cried that she was terribly startled. Thinking he had already left for the academy without a goodbye would have broken her heart. Moon promised that even though it was time to register, he would never, ever leave without saying goodbye to her. He reassured her, telling her she never had to worry about that. Recovering from her panic, Anne asked how he ended up at the market and came back with so many kittens. Moon replied that he remembered her asking if he liked cats and figured maybe she wanted one for herself.
So, while passing the market that morning, he saw a pet stall and found the little kitten now resting on his bed.
Moon revealed he had named him Moon Segundo, or Mumu, and asked what Anne thought. He commented that the cat was his spitting image, with similar eyes and fur color matching his own hair. It was practically another version of him, just in an adorable, tiny kitten form. Picking up the kitten, Moon offered it to Anne, calling it a gift for her, a miniature version of himself. He said when the academy starts, he plans to return as soon as possible. He knew she would want to go with him, but the school's rules won't allow it. Besides, her most important role for now was to manage the Tatuki family's affairs at the mansion. So, while Moon was at the academy, he'd leave little Mumu with her, since she'd miss him. He asked if she liked his gift. Clearly, Anne found the idea amazing. She gushed that she adored Mumu, promising to take excellent care of him. Hours later that night, Moon lay in bed, deep in thought. His dark assassination arts had risen 3 levels, which was a huge gain. However, the fight with Urka had yielded 0 magical benefits. Despite that, he had achieved something far more important in their confrontation.
He'd pulled Anne back to normal, shattering the apathy that held her.
Moon considered the prophecy. With Anne acting normally now, perhaps she wouldn't kill him after all. Now he just had to avoid the arrogant heroine Ariel at the academy. If he played his cards right, everything would be fine. But then, a knock echoed at his door. So late at night, it was Anne. Moon asked her, "Shouldn't you be asleep by now?" Anne admitted she couldn't sleep, thinking about the young master leaving for so long. Understanding, Moon invited her inside. With a small smile, he asked Anne, "Since this is my last night here for a while, would you like to sleep with me?" Seeing she couldn't rest, she asked if they should do what they did before, and began to undress. But Moon stopped her, telling her to wait and not do that. Confused, she asked, "What is it, young master?" With a grin, Moon said tonight they'd do something different. Something completely different, Anne repeated. Her curiosity piqued. Soon, they were lying in bed, side by side. No, not like that. They were just there, talking. Anne asked if he was okay with just lying there. He explained that this was important too. Love wasn't just physical. It was about talking, connecting emotionally, and truly knowing the person you cherish. Anne snuggled closer to Moon, admitting she didn't want him to go. After everything they'd faced, just as things were getting better, they had to separate. Moon reassured her a semester was only 4 months. Then the holidays would come and he'd return to Mansenburg. With a sad voice, Anne argued that 4 months was an eternity, and she didn't want him to leave. He then made a suggestion. If she missed him, She could write letters, and he promised to reply immediately. Anne whispered his name, and he asked, "What is it?" She confessed she could feel his warmth, his breath so close. Anne admitted she couldn't hold back anymore, pleading for one intimate night before he left for 4 months. Moon closed his eyes, thinking it was fine. They could do as she asked. He reflected that he couldn't control himself either. He liked Anne too much, especially after the bunny incident. He had wanted to approach their relationship more delicately before taking the next step. But since Anne herself had asked, there was no way to refuse. Moon began to undress, announcing that this time he would be on top and they'd just stay like that. She agreed, promising to do exactly as the young master wished. The camera then pans to the black book. A page in the book shows some critical updates. Jealousy process 100%. Destiny intervention activated, partial memory erasure complete. And a final message, keep striving. Moon Campbell. The meaning of this remains a puzzle, but it's clearly a crucial plot point for the future. The scene changes to the Grand St. Mary's Academy. This is where Moon will spend the next 4 months. We see the Academy's pool, then a foot steps into frame. It's Ariel, announcing her grand return. At last, a side character from the story's start is back. Ariel dives into the pool with a massive splash. She's ecstatic. Arriving a week early was worth it to get the giant pool all to herself and her sister. She calls out, asking if Leah is enjoying the private pool time. We then see her sister, Leah. She looks entirely different from the start of the story, having grown up quite a bit. Leah reminds Ariel that even though they're early, some teachers are already on campus. Leah worries their splashing might attract unwanted attention, but Ariel just waves it off, having already charmed the teachers into letting them stay late. Suddenly, Ariel lunges toward Leah in the water. Leah flinches, completely caught off guard. And then, to Leah's utter shock, Ariel cops a feel. She teases that in just a month. Her sister's chest has gotten way bigger. She continues her inspection, asking how long they've been this impressive. Ariel then notices something else. Her sister's hair is getting lighter than it used to be. Leah admits she hadn't noticed, wondering if it's some kind of divine blessing. Ariel senses her sister's growing nervousness. Leah fears her hair will turn blonde, knowing Ariel hates that certain someone with blonde hair. Ariel's eyes narrow. "Are you talking about that guy?" She answers herself, scoffing that such scum could never compare to her sweet sister. Ariel softens, promising that no matter what, she'll always love her. Relieved, Leah's worries finally melt away. Ariel playfully calls her a silly goose for worrying the entire time. But the mention of Moon makes her expression darken with fury. That imbecile had really gotten on her nerves. He even turned her coming-of-age ceremony into an assassination attempt on Princess Celia. That was the very day Moon saved Celia from an assassin's dagger. Ariel insists he almost hurt Celia in the process. She warns Leah to stay far away from that trouble magnet. But Leah pushes back, saying the assassination attempt wasn't Moon's fault. The royal family's official statement credited Moon with saving the princess's life that day. Leah continues, explaining what happened immediately after the incident. Princess Celia herself had summoned her to give Moon emergency treatment. It all clicks for Ariel. That's why Leah vanished for an hour. Leah confirms it. She spent that time keeping Moon alive until the royal physician arrived. He had risked his life for the princess. And for that, at least, she considers young Moon a brave and righteous man. But Ariel cuts her off. Hey, don't use his name. He's not young. He's just an imbecile. Ariel admits he had courage, but she still can't stand him as a person. She can't understand how his intelligent parents could possibly have such a foolish son. But then, Ariel's tone turns serious, as she actually agrees with her sister. Leah wasn't wrong. It seemed Moon Guy had shifted, even just a little. Before, he'd never spare Ariel a glance or recall her name, which was odd for a man so weak-willed and reckless. Risking his neck for someone else, never... Ariel stretched, dismissing the topic of that irritating man. She planned to soak in the water a while more, then shower and go. And if Moon dared to appear, she'd snap him in two. As they chatted, Ariel brought up something that had been on her mind for ages. Leah asked what it was, and Ariel wanted the secret behind her sister's impressive mountains. Was there a hidden technique to make them bigger? She'd be eternally grateful if Leah shared it. But Leah's answer wasn't some holy secret from the church. In fact, her method was simple: drink tons of milk. 3 days later, the academy's gates opened. From a distance, the school was truly immense. A statue of 2 knights guarded the entrance as students streamed inside. That's when Moon appeared, dressed to impress. He was stunned by the sheer scale of the Empire's Magic Academy, which dwarfed anything he had imagined. Lost in thought, Moon strolled casually while other students scrambled, already late. He walked calmly, thinking he had to avoid provoking the arrogant heroine. Ariel, this academy should be a safe zone. As for studying, it had been over 10 years since he'd last cracked a book. The thought actually sparked some excitement. He decided he would become number 1 here. But then, Moon noticed a crowd gathering in the center of the courtyard, causing a stir. Whispers of a show piqued his curiosity. A show? He adjusted his bag and moved closer to see the commotion. At the center of it all was Ariel, arguing with some loudmouthed guy. This was Ammon, one of Moon's future lackeys from the story. Of course, Moon had no idea. Their first meeting was happening now. Ariel's words were sharp, but the young man gave as good as he got. She told him to get lost if he had nothing better to do, that she wasn't some dog he could whistle for.
According to her, he was Moon's little puppy, and she had no time for his pointless barking.
He shot back a smirk, calling her a fool and challenging her to a duel. For a moment, Ariel seemed hesitant. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, pitying Ariel for being harassed by that crew again. A girl with glasses and green hair chimed in. A fourth year challenging a second year pathetic. Meanwhile, Moon casually munched on a sausage, analyzing Ariel. This was a perfect chance to observe her skills for their eventual clash.
Ariel, however, remained completely unfazed. She'd beaten these guys countless times before. This time would be no different. Ammon sneered that sending Crew last time was a mistake.
He confessed he never expected Ariel could actually defeat Crew. But today is different. The madman of Campbell himself is here to crush you. Hearing madman of Campbell, it clicked. Moon realized this guy was a future ally.
Ariel scoffed, saying she'd gladly put him on the ground again if he wanted to fight.
But Ammon clarified it wasn't him fighting. Your opponent is Moon Campbell. Instantly, every head in the courtyard swiveled. All eyes landed on a very confused Moon. He realized his future ally was a complete moron. Moon had just gotten here. He knew nothing about this. This guy, he thought, is a special kind of stupid. The crowd gasped. It was the real Moon Campbell, the legendary man himself. The rumors about him were insane. Girls whispered that a single look from him was enough to get you pregnant. What kind of crazy rumor was that pregnancy by eye contact? Another girl added that if he took you home, you could be sure things would get wild, and you wouldn't be walking straight the next day.
Moon's reputation was truly something else, and the wild tales just kept coming.
They said he'd been with enough women to fill an entire class of 40 female students. It finally dawned on Moon. The original owner of this body was human garbage. His reputation here was that of an absolute playboy.
Suddenly, Ammon and Ariel faced off, both dropping into a combat stance.
Ariel turned to Moon, completely unfazed. I knew you'd show up. Still the same as always. I see. No talent, just your pack of dogs to do your dirty work. You're as pathetic as ever. Her words struck a nerve. Oh, was that too harsh? She sneered. That's exactly what you deserve, you moron. A crowd began to form, sensing that a storm was brewing.
After all, the Campbell family's young master was infamous for trouble. Would he crush her? Or would she tear him apart?
But defying all expectations, Moon simply shouted her name for everyone to hear. The sudden yell even startled Ariel. Then, to everyone's shock, Moon apologized, saying he didn't want to bother her. The crowd was absolutely speechless. The notorious troublemaker was actually apologizing. This was a first. Even Ariel was bewildered. This wasn't the Moon she knew at all. Just then, Iman interfered. Young master, you can't bow to trash like her. Think of the Campbell family's honor. Moon shot him a cold glare. And what exactly do you think you're doing right now? Eamon and the other lackeys insisted. Because of this public shame, we must destroy her. They argued that Moon's reputation was being dragged through the mud. With a grim face, Moon asked, Did I give you an order to touch her? Iman froze, completely speechless. He stammered, admitting the idea to hurt Ariel was entirely his own.
Moon stated coldly that acting without orders deserved a harsh lesson.
He then pulled Iman aside. Never make a scene like that again, he warned. I have an important plan. He ordered Iman to take a few men and offer Ariel a sincere apology. Afterwards, Moon gave him some cash to treat the men to a good meal at the canteen. But before any of that, Iman had to help him disperse the curious crowd that had gathered. Moon then admitted it was all his fault, and that Iman had simply been caught in the middle.
To his subordinate's shock, Moon apologized. Calling him brother? The words struck Iman to his core.
His master took full blame, gave him money for food, and even called him brother. A few moments later, Iman and the other two subordinates approached Ariel. She braced for a fight, but to everyone's shock, the three of them bowed deeply and apologized. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. They were expecting a beatdown, not a bowdown.
Even Ariel couldn't hide her surprise. This was definitely not part of the script.
The trio then turned to the onlookers, announcing that the show was officially over. Moon now stood beside Ariel, who stared him down. All right, what's your real game here? He apologized once more, insisting he never meant her any harm, and then began to explain. Moon said he'd wanted to apologize for his past foolishness in private, but feared it would cause a misunderstanding. This public mess, he explained, was the perfect opportunity to set things right. With so many people as witnesses, Ariel finally asked, Are you being serious right now? Moon looked genuinely confused. How can you not tell that I'm being completely sincere? Is this not enough? He asked, apologizing one more time. Ariel actually looked flustered, unsure what to do. Moon reiterated his apology for everything and promised he was done with his old ways. He even offered to get on his knees to prove his apology was sincere.
Ariel, looking a bit shy, stepped closer and said that she finally understood.
"You want me to lower my guard," she declared, "so you can get closer to my sister, Leah." Ariel insisted she knew Moon was into her sister, saying she'd seen him staring many times. She then proclaimed that Leah's chest belonged to her sister, and definitely not to him.
With a dead serious face, she continued her warning not to even think about her sister's magnificent assets.
"Leah's magnificent chest," she repeated, "is for me only," a flustered Moon stammered, saying that since they were on the topic, he needed to clear up a massive misunderstanding between him and Leah. He promised that right now, he would be completely honest with her. Moon shot back, saying he actually preferred the small ones.
With a dead serious face, he claimed the large, soft ones wouldn't even fit in his hand, so they held absolutely no appeal for him.
He preferred something small and normal. In fact, completely flat would be ideal. Ariel's response: a fist straight to his face, flustered. She snapped that she knew his type all too well. He used to scorn girls with large chests and ignored those with small ones. So why was he spouting this nonsense now? She demanded to know how he could say such a thing. Ariel argued he was just mocking her, proving he hadn't changed at all. He was the same jerk as always. But Moon insisted it was just a joke and she shouldn't be angry. He swore it was true and gave a sincere apology. Moon even vowed that regarding Leah and Ariel herself, he would not touch them. He had no ill intentions whatsoever. He assured them they could relax, as he would order his men not to harm them. Moon then stood up, revealing he'd planned a gift as an apology when he returned to school. But before finishing his grand speech, he faltered. The truth was, he hadn't bought anything for her yet, since there was no time.
All he had was his allowance money, 1 million alios, which was right in his pocket. Fearing money would be an insult, he offered his half-eaten sausage to be healed instead, then quoted a proverb.
"The friendship of knights is as precious as water. Any grudge can be ended by a feast." Moon started running, promising a really good gift later. For now, he declared he had to go study. As he ran, Moon figured it didn't matter if Ariel forgave him or not. He would keep evolving as a person, regardless. If Ariel truly refused to accept him, he would simply keep apologizing. He knew he'd made mistakes, even if another soul was controlling his body.
With a determined voice, he bid a final farewell to Ariel Pancare.
Their relationship could be good, he thought. He wanted no more enemies in this life. Ariel stood frozen, utterly confused. Suddenly, she realized she was still holding his sausage and let out a scream, not knowing how to react. Then she yelled for Moon to wait, calling his name. He looked back from his run to see Ariel charging at him full speed. The scene cuts to a girl's leg, perched in a high spot. In the distance, Moon and Ariel's conversation could be heard. Ariel was saying that money was a perfectly fine gift, finding his 1 million coins very interesting. But Moon told her to stay back, refusing to offer 1 million coins. That was way too much. Then, the observer was revealed. It was the girl who sold Moon black market potions. Who knew she'd show up here? She found it hilarious that Moon was trying to apologize to Ariel with cash. She noted that after saving Celia, Moon had become a completely different person. His behavior had changed drastically. With a wicked smile, she mused that Moon was the Campbell family's golden child. A bit naive, but loaded with money. She wondered if maybe she should try to get close to Moon. She figured there wouldn't be a problem, since Celia would probably end up with him anyway, and wouldn't mind if she got there first. So, besides Anne, will Moon have this girl chasing him too? The scene shifts to 2 older men, apparently academy directors. One comments that the crowd has finally dispersed. They won't need to intervene. One introduces himself as Pri, director of the magic department at St. Mary's Academy. Seeing the commotion was over, Pri asked why those 2 were still so close. He then asked his companion if he could read their lips to find out what they were discussing. The old man was none other than Professor Krent from the potions department of the same academy. He replied that the boy was apologizing with half a roasted sausage. Krent laughed at the situation, finding it absolutely comical. He continued, admitting the Campbell family's young man had changed a lot. His new attitude was amusing. But Director Pri retorted that it was impossible. According to him, Moon Campbell would never change his behavior. Pri insisted the boy had always seen himself as superior, using his status as a duke's son to do as he pleased. And here's proof girls literally scramble away in fear the moment Moon walks by.
Director Pri insists that Moon Campbell's track record is filled with disturbances.
He scoffs at any apology, since Moon constantly shamed Ariel for her family background.
But Professor Krent from the potions department isn't so sure.
He read Moon's lips and claims his words held a surprising amount of sincerity. Pri explodes, calling it nonsense. If Moon really changed, he declares, he'll eat the entire table. The other professor notes that his dislike for Moon Campbell is crystal clear. But the director retorts it's not about dislike. The boy is a disgrace to St. Mary's Academy. The reason he gives is from last year, when Moon took a whole year to learn a simple illumination spell. A disgrace for their prestigious academy. Yet, Professor Krent points out that as department head, he could just dismiss Moon. But they can't act so rashly. Moon deserves a chance to prove he has improved. If he leaves, they could justify it by saying he's better suited for fighting, not magic. Just like his father, a master of combat, not spellcasting. The director still can't believe it. With such brilliant parents, how could Moon have such awful grades? And despite his poor marks, Moon has never actually broken a single academy rule.
But the two know they can't just expel Moon. His family is too important to the Empire.
It's not just his parents. Moon's relatives work in various sectors of the imperial government. Therefore, if they ever tried to remove Moon from the academy, his family's political connections would certainly intervene to stop his expulsion. In other words, Moon is untouchable. The director can't remove him just because he wants to. The professor then says he's been observing Moon lately and has noticed something. When Moon entered the grounds, he picked up some trash and properly disposed of it, an act every other student ignored. He also returned a fallen bird's nest to a tree. And the strangest part? The birds seemed completely unafraid of him. In fact, they seemed comfortable. The old man smiles, seeing that Moon has changed. He shares another story. Moon found a crying girl and offered her a handkerchief. But the girl was startled by his infamous reputation and immediately fled in terror. Despite this, the professor sees that Moon is doing something entirely different now. He notices Moon is paying respects to the statue of the Academy's first founder. Director Pri is completely stunned, as nobody has acknowledged that statue in years. We cut to our main character, Moon, thinking he needs to be much politer to fix his image. So, he's doing something he knows is sure to please the teachers. However, Moon then notices a strange mark on the statue's neck. That's because its head fell off last year. And the one who broke it was Moon himself. He was also the one who fixed it. Moon then prays, vowing to never repeat those mistakes. The two professors watching realize Moon has truly changed, and his conduct is now excellent.
After all, not even they had ever paid their respects to the founder's statue as students.
It was something they never did, but Moon was doing it. The white-bearded elder then asks,
telling the director it's time to honor his bet and eat the table, since he clearly lost.
The director storms off in anger, saying one day of good behavior proves nothing. He would need to see this for a few more weeks to be sure. The director continues, saying it's nearly impossible to change one's true nature so quickly. He suspects that Campbell boy is up to something, and he'll be watching to prove he's right. The potions professor simply comments on how incredibly stubborn the director remains. On top of that, he had a feeling this academy year would be far more exciting. The scene shifts to the dormitories of St. Mary's Academy. A woman hands Moon the key to his room, number 526. With a charming smile, Moon thanks her, wishing her a great day. The woman returns the kind wish, but a flash of recognition hits her. Isn't he that famous troublemaker? She recalls the other staff complaining about him, and his wealthy family background. Yet, his genuine politeness touched her, making her feel a bit emotional. She found him utterly charming. Moon steps into his new room and is shocked by how spacious it is. Much larger than his room back at the mansion, he realizes this is the perfect new base to train, study, and forge himself into a stronger person. He flops onto the bed. It's soft, but it's nothing compared to the cloud he sleeps on at home. Moon remembers that the opening ceremony and classes don't start until the next day, since he had the entire afternoon free. He decides to shower and unwind. After cleaning up, he takes a look in the mirror and sees his physique has definitely changed. He knows the training in the Black Book's dimension, coupled with his own regimen, is making a huge difference. He can physically feel his own growing strength. But then, he catches sight of something on his back. It was the mark of the corrupted king. Remember, Moon received this power from the king to defeat the god of love inside the Ark. That very power was still inside him, branded onto his back. He'd asked the Black Book if the power was gone, but received only silence, which was incredibly strange. He suspected the ability was still there. Moon tries to conjure a spark with his finger, and it works. He could feel the corrupted king's magic, but at the same time, it felt like it wasn't there at all. This confusion stemmed from the Black Book never confirming he still possessed the magic. It was a weird paradox, feeling like he didn't have a power he knew was present. As Moon thought it over, he concluded he could use the power, but it was pathetically weak now. So weak, a single puff of air could extinguish the flame. He began to question if using this power was even worth his time. He would have to train it extensively, as the magic he just used was weaker than a simple light spell. But after some thought, Moon decided against it. He was done training this cursed power. The evil gods he'd encountered had only caused him problems, and he wanted no more part in their insane drama. Besides, he was now at Santa Maria Imperial Academy, the most prestigious academy in the whole country. This was where the nation's most powerful mages trained. Moon planned to spend the next 3 years here, focusing on becoming a stronger, better person. For that, he had the Black Book to guide him. His one goal was to become overwhelmingly powerful, so powerful that no evil god could ever hope to defeat him. He grinned. It was a brilliant idea. But lying there, he admitted he was still weak. He needed to get serious about his studies and his training, determined to begin right away.
The black book promptly fell flat on his face, as it was known to do. We're suddenly back in the black book's dimension, a place we haven't visited in a while. Inside Med, a stronger moon is ready to train.
He mused that it's better to leave this kind of training to the book, as it always knows what to do. Grinning, Moon mentions that it took 197 deaths just to reach level 2 of the book. That's right, he died 197 times just to unlock a more intense training level. Because of those endless attempts, he'd learned countless new moves and could handle himself quite well. It's revealed that every time he died, his ghost became a Kron Knight within the book's dimension.
We then see Roach, Urka's husband, armed with a sword and shield. He represents the level 2 challenge.
The scene cuts abruptly to the female dorms of the academy. We see Ariel in her room when her sister, Leah, appears at the door. Leah needed to talk immediately, as she'd just heard some juicy rumors involving Ariel and Moon. Leah is stunned. She asks if it's really true. Ariel confirms the news spread like wildfire. She never ever expected Moon to apologize to her. Leah is floored. She was certain that the apology was just a wild rumor. Ariel smirks. It wasn't a rumor. It happened just a few hours ago today. Leah then connects the dots. So the baby must be real. 2. Ariel sputters a baby. In a few hours,
But her dear sweet sister.
Explains the school paper claimed Ariel got pregnant by Moon after their fight. As they talk, the focus shifts to Ariel's ring on a table, an object of great importance. Ariel snatches the paper, furious. What idiot wrote this, her pregnant with Moon Campbell's child? A cosmic joke.
Leah points out that the paper mixed a few real facts with a mountain of lies.
Now, this insane rumor is sweeping through the entire academy. It even claims Moon is dating her and 13 other girls from different families. Ariel tells her to stop. Tomorrow, she's marching down to the newspaper club for a very close conversation. She refuses to let them spread rumors that she's pregnant, his ex-girlfriend, or his baby mama. Leah helpfully corrects her. The rumor is about being an ex-girlfriend with a child. Ariel groans that her sister is being silly. Are you seriously making fun of me? With that, Ariel playfully tackles Leah into the water. She calls her a little joker and asks if her chest has grown even more today, teasing that she loves her sister's assets. Ariel cornered her, asking if she still dared to joke around. Leah burst out laughing. I give up, I won't do it again, I swear.
After their fun, Leah noted it was good Ariel wasn't too upset, since tomorrow was the opening ceremony.
She headed to her room, needing rest for the big day. Ariel asked, Don't you want to sleep with me? But Leah declined. She needed a bath and had to practice her healing magic, her specialty. She wished Ariel a good night, and Ariel quietly returned the sentiment. Alone in her room, Ariel lay on her bed, her thoughts heavy. The black market was gone. That was her main source of income. Now, on the eve of the ceremony, worry crept back in. She needed a new way to earn money, while still keeping up with her studies. This year, she realized, was going to be incredibly demanding. Fury boiled inside Ariel. She'd spent a fortune on magic, only to be running out of cash. To make things worse, the school paper was spreading nasty rumors about her, and it was getting on her nerves. Calming down, Ariel asked her master if there was another way to make money, now that the market was gone. Just then, Ariel's special ring began to glow as she complained about being broke and starving. A ghostly woman, a witch, emerged from the ring. It was Ariel's master, finally revealing herself. The master explained that Ariel's magic had leveled up, opening new doors for her to earn money. Ariel grumbled that it was all her master's fault for teaching her such ancient, flashy spells. Those powerful spells drew way too much attention since they were so uncommon.
Ariel used to sell magic scrolls in the underworld, but with the black market gone, she was plagued with problems.
Her master then asked if she'd like to learn some common magic, since Ariel knew none of it. But Ariel refused instantly. She had no interest in basic magic, only the most powerful spells. Still, Ariel admitted that some of the blame for this mess was her own. She knew she should have found other income sources long ago. The black market's fall was inevitable, and it finally collapsed because of the assassination of Celia, the Empire's own princess. She recalled feeling a strange presence near Princess Celia in the mansion, but she said nothing. If she had just spoken up, maybe the market would still be open, and she'd have fewer problems now. Her master cut in, saying she just remembered a great way to make cash fast, easy, and simple. Ariel's eyes lit up. She desperately needed the money. The master reminded her that Moon Campbell promised to repay her with an expensive gift. She suggested Ariel ask for a cool 1 million coins. That would solve her money problems for a long time. But Ariel flatly refused. She would never sell her principles for 1 million coins, unlike most people. Ariel continued, explaining that for her to accept any money, it wasn't about the amount. Moon would have to prove he'd truly changed, or she'd never accept his charity. Her master, however, floated closer and insisted,
But on second thought, she purred, 1 million is a lot. She then teased, what if he offered 2 million?
Ariel stood her ground. Not even for 2 million coins, she declared firmly. She stressed that even for 10 million, she wouldn't budge. It was about principles. Her master looked disappointed.
What a waste, she sighed. The master added that she thought Moon Campbell seemed sincere earlier.
The scene shifts to Moon, the black book covering his face, as the master's voice continues. She mused that Moon Campbell really seemed to have changed, as the image shows him utterly exhausted from training. The view returns to St. Mary Academy. Hours have passed, and a new day has dawned. Professor Prank, out for his morning walk, pondered the saying he always repeated to others, "Effort is always rewarded." He glanced around the empty training grounds with a frown. The Empire's true geniuses usually trained before sunrise, but this new generation was nowhere to be seen. This new generation, he thought, is completely different. With only 2 hours until the opening ceremony, the professor lamented, not a single student was awake. Truly pathetic. Just then, a figure blurred past him. It was Moon, of all people, on his morning run. The professor blinked, impressed. A student, training this early unheard of. Such discipline, he mused, was the hallmark of a true champion. This student deserved praise. Perhaps he'd even honor him on stage later. It would show those lazy cadets what real effort looks like. This was the kind of student who inspired greatness in others. Professor Prank called out to the boy. Moon simply replied, "Good morning, Professor." Morning? Wait, Moon Campbell. He realized it was the one student he despised most. He roared, "What are you doing here, you little punk?" Moon answered calmly, "My morning cardio, Professor." The professor stared, baffled. Running, Moon confirmed with a nod. "That's right. It's not for strength. A run and a cold shower just helps me stay sharp for class." The professor scoffed. "All this just to pay attention in class. I have 3 kilometers left," Moon said. "We can talk later. I need to finish my set." The professor just grunted. "Fine." Watching him go, Prank wondered. That can't be Moon Campbell. It's impossible. When things are this strange, there's always a hidden motive. A boy from the Campbell family acting this weird? He needed watching. The scene shifts.
Elsewhere, a girl sprints across the academy grounds. Barely made it, she pants to herself.
She eases a door open. With only 5 minutes to spare, she was already cutting it close. And waiting inside was Celia, the imperial princess herself. The girl stammered an apology for her tardiness. "You're here. Good," Celia stated. "Let's begin at once." She also added, "And please, stop with the titles. Here, I'm just another student." The girl nodded. "Here is the data on this year's new students." It was data Princess Celia herself had requested. "Leave it on the table," Celia instructed. But the girl asked what the president had planned for the day. Celia replied she was just polishing her speech for the opening ceremony. Then she noticed the girl's dark circles, a clear sign of a very late night. She guessed it was some boy's romance novel, with a janky but powerful god falling for the reader. The girl spooked, shocked Celia had read her like an open book. And yes, this girl is an otaku, much like Moon, lost in her own fictional worlds. That was the problem, Celia continued. She just couldn't get these romances with villains and gods, warning that these sleepless nights would destroy her magic studies. And in that case, she'd have no choice but to confiscate those sleep-stealing books. The girl panicked, promising she'd behave to save her precious novels. Celia then opened a window to the strong wind. She remarked that spring had arrived much earlier this year. The other girl agreed, saying her hometown was already getting bizarrely early snow. A moment later, she began to dust the bookshelves. But she noticed Celia staring out the window and asked what had caught her attention. She drew closer and saw Celia was watching Moon Campbell himself. The girl's expression immediately soured with rage. Celia noticed, asking if he'd caused more trouble. The girl confirmed it was huge, and that the president had no idea. Admitting her ignorance, Celia asked for the newspaper to get the facts. The girl grabbed the paper and began explaining. Celia guessed the whole fuss was about Moon apologizing to Ariel. The girl, however, insisted that wasn't the main point. In fact, the paper claimed Moon abandoned Ariel right after they had a child together. And that was just the start. It accused Moon of seeing 3 women at once and called Ariel his personal fearless battleship. It even claimed she suffered 50 miscarriages and tried to commit suicide 375 times. At that moment, you could see Celia's hand was itching for a good smack. And sure enough, Celia delivered a swift bonk to her head. The girl cried, "President, why?" Celia shot back that the absurd numbers and language were complete nonsense. "Besides," she said, "did you even notice?" At the very end of the article, some tiny letters revealed something critical. The girl finally recalled a particular section written in the paper. "All content above is pure speculation by staff for entertainment purposes. It does not reflect reality." Celia pointed out that she hadn't finished the article. Then, she bonked the girl on the head with the newspaper. She warned her to read more and gossip less, because if this kept going, she would only become more foolish. The girl meekly promised to remember. She asked if the president should punish the rumor mongers. Celia simply replied she would handle it later. Celia reflected on her duty as saint, Mary's Academy's student council president. She couldn't allow such messes in her institution, nor let anyone use another's image to spread lies. It was fundamentally wrong. Celia was completely against the spread of fake news. But that wasn't the only thing on her mind. She remembered Moon had saved her, and she wouldn't let him be branded a troublemaker now that he was trying to change. Still, Celia thought, if Moon truly wanted her recognition, he'd have to try much harder. She would only accept his friendship again if he proved he was a better person. We cut to our main character, Moon, finishing a 3-kilometer run. Meanwhile, Celia thought that man, Moon Campbell, truly had to prove he had changed. Hours later, the scene moves to the Great Hall, packed with students for the opening ceremony. 2 female students were gossiping about a ridiculously handsome guy who just walked by. And that handsome young man, none other than our main character? Moon? Whispers followed him, a senior, and utterly handsome. When his gaze met theirs, their hearts fluttered. So polite, so kind. Moon's charm was working its magic on the blissfully unaware. He smirked. Of course they found him amazing. They were just first years. This was already his 2nd year at the academy. He'd been on vacation when the semester started, so these freshmen had no clue about his reputation. All they saw was a good guy. If only they knew the rumors about the more than 3 women in his past, as Moon was lost in his own thoughts. Eamon and Gru snapped him out of it, calling him over. Eamon was shocked, saying he never expected Moon to grace such a simple ceremony. Even Gru, his other buddy, commented on how early he'd arrived, but Moon just shrugged. The ceremony meant nothing to him. He was only there for his 2 friends. This hit Gru and Amon right in the feels. Overcome with emotion, they started bawling. They just couldn't believe they had such a loyal friend. They knew Moon was a truly good person, vowing to stick by him until the end. However, this dramatic display just annoyed Ariel. She told them to shut it, as they were making a scene just before the ceremony.
Eamon absolutely exploded at Ariel, unleashing a torrent of creative insults. Moon quickly clamped a hand over Amon's mouth, apologizing for his friend's ridiculous outburst. Ariel fell silent, accepting the apology.
Just then, a student council member took the stage, announcing that with everyone present, the opening ceremony would now begin.
We then see Celia's friend at the podium. She announced the representatives of St. Mary's Academy and the current student council president.
It was none other than Princess Celia, there to deliver the welcome speech. Celia was breathtaking. The new students immediately saw the rumors of her beauty were absolutely true. For many of the girls seeing her in person for the first time, the experience was unreal. And it wasn't just the girls. The guys were captivated, agreeing she deserved her royal title. Meanwhile, Moon blinked. Since when was Celia the council president? Suddenly, he felt it. A cold gaze locked onto him. It was Celia, and she was staring daggers. There was no mistake. That death glare was aimed right at him. Moon shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Eamon and Gru asked if he was okay, but Moon just brushed it off. On stage, Celia sighed softly and began her speech. She introduced herself as Celia, the student council president, welcoming everyone to the new semester. On behalf of St. Mary's Academy, I welcome all new students. Moon, however, was unimpressed. For a magic academy, this speech was painfully ordinary. It sounded like a generic welcome speech from any normal school back on Earth. As Celia droned on, Moon focused on his goal to stay completely off the radar of the council and teachers. His only path was to train and study hard, becoming the strongest person he could possibly be. Celia finally wrapped it up, delivering the student council's final guidelines for all freshmen. Now, it was time to introduce the school's representative. This year's brand new director. A wave of fear hit the students. The director could be a saint, or a complete tyrant. But something about the director's voice caught Moon's attention. In order for no one to even think about a bathroom break. And then, the new director was revealed. It was Pink Bear. Yes, an actual, literal bear.
A pink bear was their new director. He coolly commented that all the students seemed well behaved.
Therefore, he said, I won't waste your time. I'll make this presentation very quick. He introduced himself. My name is Pink Bear, and I am the new director of St. Mary's Academy. He explained that Director Hathaway was temporarily transferred for certain reasons. Until she returns, he would be taking her place as a sort of substitute director. He then asked for questions, but was met with stunned silence. Excellent, he said. I have nothing more to say, either. However, before finishing, he added one last thing. If any student has problems in life, at school, or in classes, remember this? Do not come to me. That is your problem. And with that, he said goodbye, wishing the new students good luck. Because, he added, they were going to need it. This director is completely unhinged. My brain is still trying to process what he just said. Moon was stunned. This wasn't the director of St. Mary's he knew from the novel. The story featured a powerful female headmistress, not some guy. He recalled the director who was supposed to be here. A brilliant, beautiful woman, the pinnacle of education, and quite imposing with her. Great mountains. But instead, Moon thought, a literal bear just appeared. And for the record, those are his words, not mine. It's written just like that in the text. He seriously thought, a bear. Moments later, the scene shifted to the mermaid chatting with Pinkie Pie. The mermaid said her father, the emperor, sent him to oversee the academy. Wasn't he worried about causing a mess? Pinkie Pie, looking shy, replied, "A mess? Never. I would never cause any trouble. I've always been a good man who loves peace." The mermaid's cold gaze said otherwise. Is that so? She then grilled him on why Director Hathaway would suddenly abandon the academy she treasured.
Pinkie Pie guessed maybe she ran off to meet a secret lover or something.
The mermaid shot back. That sounds like a non-disclosure agreement, isn't it? He confirmed it was... He couldn't say what happened, only that it was bad and he was sworn to secrecy. The mermaid thanked him, admitting she already had a good idea of the situation. The director noted how incredible it was that she tried to handle everything alone. But he insisted that the director's mysterious disappearance had absolutely nothing to do with him. As she departed, the mermaid recalled that Pinkie Pie was one of the Empire's most loyal warriors, which meant getting a straight answer out of him would be impossible. His intense loyalty was the biggest clue. Something terrible must have befallen Professor Hathaway. The mermaid felt a growing dread. Something so serious happened that it had to be completely covered up. She could only conclude that an evil god must have been involved with the director's fate. Hours passed, and the scene cut to Moon, holding a stack of papers. During the opening ceremony, professors listed his courses, and the schedule was packed. Moon figured the general ed stuff was a waste.
His top priority now was regaining his magic knowledge, since all he learned last year was a single illumination spell.
As he was lost in thought, he noticed nearly every girl around was staring at him, charmed by his handsome face. They clearly had no idea about his terrible reputation. He scanned his papers and saw his day was all potions and magic. The schedule listed beginner potion development and the classification of magical minerals. It was followed by France's magical theory, mana mobilization, and amplification. Lastly, an intro to focusing. It was all magic. At 10 in the morning, he had magical theory with Professor Fran. Moon thought this was perfect. An intro class would cover the basics. Exactly what he needed for a solid foundation. Meanwhile, Aemon could be seen warding off the girls who were fawning over Moon. Unaware of his reputation, Moon felt confident heading into his first class at the academy. It was a magic class, and he vowed to study so hard that in 3 years, the world would see a new Moon Campbell. The scene changes again, this time to the magic theory classroom. We find Moon paying close attention. The only problem, he doesn't get a single word. The professor explained, as long as 2 spells have complementary attributes, it is possible to chain the incantation of the second spell right after the first. This not only speeds up casting, but also provides a small boost to the spell's power. The professor's explanation was so advanced that none of it was sinking in for Moon. A wave of desperation hit him. He never expected his first class to be this overwhelming. Moon understood the individual words, but their combined meaning completely flew over his head. He figured he'd have to just raise his hand and ask, since he was totally lost so far. And that's precisely what he did, getting the professor's attention to announce he had a question. And then, a new face appears. Professor Fran? She's the intern for magical theory and calls out to Moon. So, you're Moon Campbell, she thinks, realizing he is the academy's most infamous troublemaker. And of all the luck, he had to show up in her very first class. What a terrible start for her. It must be said, the professor looked quite impressive. However, she was so focused on her lecture notes, she missed the sea of confused faces before her. A cold dread washes over her. If Moon Campbell reports her as a bad teacher, her career is over. This is because Moon's family holds incredible power over the academy and the Empire. Noticing she had frozen solid, Moon asks the professor if she is feeling all right. She stammers that she is fine and then asks what he would like to know. Moon questions why they began with a topic as advanced as multi-stage continuous incantation. He points out that the topic is at the very end of the book, not the beginning where they should be. That section holds all the key fundamentals, none of which had been explained to them. The professor replies that all the introductory material should have been learned in their first year. This response completely stuns Moon. In his first year, he had learned absolutely nothing at all. However, as he glanced around the room, it wasn't just him. His friends and fellow classmates were just as lost. Moon realized he wasn't the only one left behind. Most of the class was in the same boat. The professor, with a strained calm, said if there were no more questions, they would move on. But Moon's hand shot up again, and her terror returned in an instant. She was petrified that Moon would file a complaint and get her fired. Moon apologized for interrupting, asking if he could hire her for private tutoring after hours. The professor was mortified. Private tutoring! And just like that, the classroom's gossip mill began to churn. They whispered how strange it was for Moon to even show up, since he usually skipped. But now they thought they knew the real reason. He wasn't after knowledge. He was after the professor. Even the boys in the class agreed, scoffing that he was only there to hit on the new teacher. His attitude was just too much. Unfortunately for Fran, she overheard every word, her face flushing crimson. Flustered, she blurted out that they absolutely could not do such a thing. Moon replied, completely confused. You can't give extra lessons, is that against the rules? The professor tried to explain herself, stuttering. Well, the thing is... But before she could finish, The sheer pressure overwhelmed her, and she fainted right on the floor. Seeing her collapse, Moon rushed to her side, asking what was wrong and if she was okay. Weakly and deeply embarrassed, she murmured that they could never have that kind of relationship. She rambled on that while becoming his wife was an interesting proposal, she couldn't marry a student. However, ladies and gentlemen, at that exact moment, none other than Princess Celia of the Empire arrived. Her timing was, of course, perfect. Celia announced that her patrol was just passing through the area. Moon immediately realized that Celia had shown up at the worst imaginable time. The princess pinned him with an icy stare. Moon Campbell, what exactly is going on here? Sometime later, Professor Fran is seen apologizing profusely, explaining it was a giant misunderstanding. She admitted it was her fault for misinterpreting his request so badly. Moon also apologized. Celia gave them a final warning that an incident like this could not happen again. She then told Professor Fran to resume class. The professor quickly agreed and hurried away. That left Moon standing there with Princess Celia and her loyal female assistant. Celia's friend eyed him with suspicion, asking if he really only wanted private lessons. Moon insisted that was all he wanted, as he hadn't studied at all last year. He'd just hoped to find a professor to help him catch up. He never expected this kind of reaction. Celia then stated that according to school rules, causing a class disturbance without reason merits punishment. But since it was a simple misunderstanding, the student council would not hold them accountable. They just asked both to be more careful about their words and actions next time. She explained that for private tutoring, most professors were unfortunately swamped. They had extra classes, and most also had their own individual projects, leaving no time to reinforce student lessons. However, Celia had a brilliant idea for Moon. He could just join the first-year classes as an extra. After that, Celia finally departed. We then see the other girl stick her tongue out at Moon before she also leaves. Moon grew thoughtful. Celia's words actually made a lot of sense. Repeating first year was the fastest solution. But he realized that returning to first year would consume far too much of his time, which would delay his progress. A tutor would be faster. Just then, Moon had a genius idea. He recalled the Black Book's power to record information from other books. Moon figured if he grabbed every Academy book and just read their covers, he could extract all their data. Later, back in his room, he could enter the book and practice everything. He could also read any content he stored in the book's dimension. This way, he wouldn't need to waste time in the first-year classes. Moon realized he was a genius for thinking of this. If it worked, it would help him immensely. The scene shifts to the Academy library, where a girl closes a book. The cold is making her lose focus and feel sleepy. A new character officially enters the story. Suddenly, she spots something strange in the library. The presence of Moon Campbell himself. Apparently, she has an interest in him. She thinks to herself, isn't that the rich, blonde idiot from the Campbell family? With nothing better to do, she decides it would be in fun to provoke him a little. From her expression, it's clear this girl has a mischievous side. The scene changes once again. We're back in the library where Moon is studying. Since no teachers were free, he would have to learn alone. His master plan was to use the Black Book to record all knowledge from other texts. Afterwards, he would enter the book's space and use his time to study it all. This plan would make him unstoppable. But after 5 minutes, the book was just lying on Moon's face. He was, in fact, inside the book's dimension testing his new method, absorbing info from library books to study inside. However, he was horrified. The plan was failing. The training space did have a different time flow, moving much slower than the real world. The problem? It was pitch black with no light spells, making it impossible for Moon to read. And that wasn't the biggest issue. The main problem was he couldn't use much magic inside. Worse, every time he moved, the book would summon an enemy for him to fight. Moon couldn't control this feature, so trying to read just got him attacked. He even tried reading while running for his life, but it's impossible to learn that way. The enemy pursuing him was seriously trying to kill him. Moon concluded he needed a real teacher, but who could he ask? He remembered the Academy's rules were very clear on the matter. Teachers were absolutely forbidden from giving secret private lessons. Moon considered hiring an outside teacher and leaving the Academy for lessons, but leaving the grounds meant some evil god would likely try to kill him. And then, another incredible idea hit him. His idea was just a theory, but a really good one. He reasoned that he needed tutoring, but who said it had to be a teacher? It could easily be a smart student. With this new possibility, he just needed to find someone capable. Moon scanned the room and spotted a girl studying. She was the perfect target. He noted her round glasses and neatly tied braids. Lost in her books, a silent figure, she radiated the classic top student vibe. A model student, completely devoted to her grades. Moon zeroed in on his target. A quiet girl, he thought, must be disciplined and studious. He figured he knew the perfect play for her type. Time to get straight to business. He walked up to her. Hello, classmate. Turns out she was a second year named Sally. The moment she recognized the infamous Moon Campbell, she apologized, trying to flee. But Moon stopped her, saying he had something important to discuss. He tried to calm her down, insisting he meant no harm and she shouldn't be scared. He explained that he desperately needed her help with something. Help with what? She asked. He leaned in. Need cash. I've got a great side gig for you. Just give me private lessons after school. I'll make it worth your while every single month. So, what do you say? Sally was stunned. Moon Campbell asking for tutoring? Her mind raced.
Her thoughts instantly went to some very indecent, perverted places. Definitely not her scene.
With total confidence, Moon told her to just name her price. He declared that money was no object. He would pay anything if she simply agreed. His answer, a sharp slap across the face. He was left completely clueless. She fired back that money isn't everything inside the academy. His corrupt family name meant nothing. Then she called him a pervert, claiming he was juggling 13 girlfriends already. She stormed off, wanting no part of it, Moon thought. Pervert? Sure, a little, but not that much. But the whole 13 girlfriends story that completely baffled him. Where on earth did that rumor even come from? Not even Moon had a clue. As he was still reeling, a voice called his name. A girl approached, getting unnervingly close. No fighting in the library, she warned. That's when he realized. Anna senpai. She confirmed it was her. At that moment, Moon noticed her sweet, captivating scent.
In a teasing tone, Anna pressed him. So, Moon, care to explain what just happened?
He agreed to tell her everything. The scene then shifts, focusing on Anna's legs. She spoke again. So that's what happened. Seems I completely misunderstood. I thought you were harassing her. I was debating calling a teacher or just delivering justice myself.
Terrified, Moon quickly defended his honor.
He swore his innocence, insisting he only wanted a tutor, but she treated him like a villain. I'm the real victim here, he insisted. Anna replied. I see it was a misunderstanding. As she spoke, her hand gently touched his stinging cheek, and a soft healing magic flowed from her. This will be quick, she said soothingly. There, a good boy, she commented. Moon was stunned. She used healing magic without an incantation. A spell was normally required, but she did it silently. He thanked her sincerely, saying it was just a slap and she really didn't have to. She silenced him with a finger to his lips. Always take care of your body, even from a small tap, she continued, telling him that without a powerful body, he would always be weak, and he needed to be strong. Surprised, Moon asked how she knew so much. She said it was simple. After all, he was practically a celebrity at the academy. Suspicious. Moon questioned why she would approach him, knowing his reputation. Most girls ran screaming at the sound of his name, but not Anna. Anna smirked. Of course they run. His bad boy reputation scared girls off, no matter how handsome he was. But instead of backing away, Anna leaned in even closer to the main character. Her body nearly touched his. But I kind of like that. Her hand covered his as she whispered, Do you really think you can fool me? And with that, Anna leaned right over him. If she finds out, it's over for Moon. He reeled in shock. No way!
That's Anna. Straight black hair, black-rimmed glasses. The academy librarian. The perfect combination.
There's just one problem. She's absurdly strong, and a master of seduction. Moon's mind raced. Anna was a senior, with a power level that was off the charts. Anna watched him, a playful smile on her lips. Why'd you flinch? Moon, are you shy? Aren't you the famous playboy with 3 girlfriends at once? You seem so innocent now. Moon shot back. I was never the person people thought I was. It's all just a baseless rumor, Anna pouted. Is that so? What a pity. She purred that she found bad boys fascinating, but she's met plenty of those. She was curious about the legendary scoundrel of St. Mary's Academy, the scoundrel whose name alone terrified most girls. But that's not you at all, is it? You're just a polite little angel. She sighed. Such a complete waste. Moon cleared his throat twice. All right, senior, I'll be honest.
I may look like an innocent freshman, but behind this handsome face is a true degenerate.
Since you have such concerns, Senior Anna, as your junior, I must help. Leave it to me. With that, Moon made a show of taking off his clothes. Anna stopped him with a single flick. Moon whined. Ah, Senior, you ruined it. I was just trying to scare you a little. But Anna cut him off, revealing she's never had a boyfriend either. She confessed that she only targeted bad boys, but never truly wanted to date anyone. Moon finally exploded, calling her a terrible senior. A wicked woman toying with his heart. A sly smile played on her lips as she agreed she was wicked to the wicked. But she was acting cute for Moon, saying cute girls always win. With a wink, she added that bad girls truly win any heart. Moon immediately backpedaled, saying that was just his first impression of her, not the truth. He explained that after watching her, he realized she wasn't a bad person at all. Anna challenged him. Is that right, and why am I not a bad person? Moon then recalled a time in the academy library where he noticed small notes stuck to every shelf. He guessed it was Senior Anna's handiwork, probably done out of boredom. On those notes were helpful hints,
like where all the history books were located.
Another section detailed where to find basic level magic materials, and so on. Moon told her she was actually very kind. Stunned, Anna asked, "Kind, you're talking about me?" With a warm smile, Moon confirmed he was, "You took care of my injuries, despite my awful reputation." He continued, "And you left those cute little notes on the shelves to help people find what they needed. On top of that, I realized you were using a sound isolation spell this whole time, just so you wouldn't disturb anyone." Moon concluded, "That's why I believe you're a genuinely kind person, Senior Anna." A bit shy, Anna admits hardly anyone says that. Moon leans in, his tone serious. "Is that so? Then what do people call you?" But Anna cuts his question short. "So, Moon Campbell, you're trying to make me talk. Is that your plan, you cheeky freshman?" Meanwhile, Moon is just enjoying her surprisingly soft touch, but Anna decides to play along. "Since you asked so nicely and complimented me, I'll tell you." She reveals, "People say I'm a snake." Moon is stunned. Snake," he stammers. She teases, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Because I'm a snake," Moon fires back. "Scared? Not at all. Actually, I think it's pretty cool. After all, snakes eat rats, and I'm terrified of them." If that was a pickup line, it was just awful, Anna smirks. "You really have the makings of a canary. But all this sweet talk, you just want private lessons, don't you?"
Moon replies, "Well, Senior, you see."
"Does that mean you'll consider it?" Anna interrupts, getting straight to the point. "Are you rich?" Moon boasts he has 1 million coins. Is that enough? "If not, I can pay a lot more." Anna lets out a soft laugh, finding his naive honesty quite amusing. She asks if he knows that 1 million could hire the city's best tutor for 3 to 4 years. Her eyes gleam as she asks if he'll really give it all to her. Moon just yells, "Knowledge is priceless." He thinks to himself, she seems like trouble, but she's a very smart librarian.
She must have vital information that could help me. She's the perfect person for the job.
He then asks her, "So, how much will you charge for the lessons?" She waves him off. "Let's not talk money now. It's weird for a senior to take payment here." "So how will I pay?" Moon asks. "Just put it on my tab for now. We'll settle up some other time," she replies. "On your tab?" he asks as Anna steps closer. "Uh-huh. Just put it on my tab. We'll sort it out when I decide to collect," she whispers, now very close to him. "And you won't back out of the payment later, will you, Moon?" Flustered, Moon stammers, of course not. You can count on me." "Good, then let's go," Anna says, grabbing his arm and pulling him away. She tells him the library is no place for their lessons, and that she knows a better spot. The scene shifts to the Ancient Potions Club room. Moon looks around, asking, "The Ancient Potions Club? I had no idea this even existed at our academy." As she removes her coat, Anna says, "Oh, it exists." She explains it's normal he's never heard of it, because she is the only member. The view focuses on Anna's figure as she asks him to wait. "In here." "I don't have to be the perfect, proper girl," Anna smirks. "Welcome to my territory, freshman Moon." Moon stared, completely flustered by her beauty. Anna smirked. "Well, look at you, Moon. Getting shy again? Your face is turning red." Moon quickly shot back. "That's not it at all." He then asked, "Senior, if you're the only member, shouldn't this club be shut down?" "A club needs more than one student to stay active." Anna explained the school's 1-year grace period, so without new members, she still had time before it closed. With a sad pout, she said a one-person club is lonely, quiet, and just plain cold. Then, with a charming and hopeful smile, she asked,
"Freshman Moon Campbell, how about joining our Ancient Potions Club?" Moon was stunned, replying, "Wait, what?"
Hours later, Moon was still thinking about that moment, especially Anna's surprising invitation. He was ecstatic. He'd finally found someone who could genuinely help him. Senior Anna was a certified genius, and honestly, he didn't care about the club itself. All that mattered was her help. As he daydreamed, a sound suddenly echoed across campus. It was a magical rune, used for academy-wide announcements. The rune called for Moon Campbell to report to the student council. He knew that was never a good sign. The scene shifts to the student council room, where Moon now faces Celia. She sipped her tea in total silence. Ever since he entered, Celia hadn't uttered a single word. That was just her way, incredibly cold. She simply continued to drink her tea. Moon finally broke the silence. "So, Celia, why did you summon me?" She replied, "I'll be direct." She then told Moon a sexual harassment case had been reported, and he was the prime suspect. Moon's mind went completely blank. Sexual harassment. He instantly knew. It had to be the girl who slapped him earlier.
She must have misunderstood his offer for lessons. Moon insisted he was totally clueless about this.
"I spent the entire night studying," he claimed. Celia eyed him skeptically. "The whole night? You really spent the whole night just studying?" Moon confirmed that he absolutely did. He added with determination that for a man to commit such a crime was utterly unforgivable. Moon swore to help in any way possible, wanting to be a true fist of justice.
Is that so? Celia asked, playfully touching a strand of her own hair.
But Moon, she pressed. At no point did I mention the victim was a girl. I never specified a gender. So how did you know Moon was completely lost? Celia then slid a file across the desk, revealing everything. His eyes scanned the report. The item in question. Someone's underwear. Celia explained that since he was in the men's dorm, she thought he might have heard something. That's why she called him. He had connections. Moon insisted he knew nothing and had zero involvement. The whole thing felt bizarre. And yet, he remarked that it wasn't exactly uncommon for academy boys to try and steal girls' clothes. It's just a guy thing, he claimed. Abruptly, Celia changed the topic, asking if he'd like a drink. He was baffled. They were discussing a serious complaint, and now she was offering refreshments. With a dead serious expression, Celia repeated the question, insisting he have a drink. She then added, almost teasingly, that she was fresh out of his family's special reddish-black tea. Moon immediately apologized for the tea incident from that day. He quickly said he'd have whatever she was drinking. Celia decided on coffee. A few moments later, the drinks were ready. Moon was amazed, noting how delicious her coffee was. She just brushed it off, saying anyone could make it. You just add hot water to the powder. That's it. There's no secret to it. She then dumped 3 heaping spoonfuls of sugar into her cup. Moon realized she really loved sweet coffee. Celia said that with this much sugar, the flavor became perfect. So there was no problem at all. For someone so health-conscious, Moon noted, she had a real weakness for sugar. He just sipped his drink and watched. He thought to himself that if she put that much sugar in her coffee, she must have a sweet tooth. Next time, he'd bring her some chocolate or another treat. It was a perfect plan to get closer to her. Suddenly, Celia just said, "Sorry, Moon." He was stunned once again.
Sorry for what? Looking slightly embarrassed, Celia apologized for dragging him out that morning without hearing his side of the story.
But Moon
told her not to apologize. The whole thing with Professor Fran was just a big misunderstanding.
Besides, he said it was too trivial to. Celia disagreed, stating that she was wrong and had to apologize. That was how she was raised. She then added that she had one more thing to say. She asked if he would join the student council. Moon was, once again, completely floored. Are you serious, me? The student council, Celia confirmed her offer, and Moon demanded to know why. Celia explained that many people judged him for his past, even though he was trying so hard to change. This way, by joining the student council, he could publicly prove himself. Being part of the Empire's council would show everyone he was a new person. It was her own way of helping him on his journey to become a better man. Moon, however, argued that he'd read the school handbook. To join the council, a student needed numerous privileges and had to be ranked in the top 20. He qualified for neither. What Celia was suggesting was special treatment. She would be completely ignoring the Academy's rules just to get him a spot on the council. Celia retorted that Academy bureaucracy didn't matter. If he wants to be better, he must prove it. If he does, his spot on the council is guaranteed. Then she asked him directly, "Have you truly changed?" Moon almost shouted back that, of course, he was becoming a better person. But joining the student council right now would only cause trouble for him. He reminded her that he was the most hated student in the Academy, a known delinquent and scoundrel. It took him an entire year to learn a single, simple illumination spell. He told Celia that if he joined, his awful reputation would only tarnish her own image. Calmly sipping her coffee, Celia asked, "Do you think I care what others think? They can say whatever they want? What really matters is that I—" But Moon cut her off, shouting that he cared deeply about her, which leaves Celia stunned. He claims the day he poisoned her was a terrible mistake, something he never intended. A mistake that, unfortunately, ended up smearing her good name. Moon insists she's the heir to the throne, the future queen, and that being tied to him is just a bad look. He's a walking disaster, so the only logical step is to call off the wedding they're still technically having. This whole engagement was a farce anyway, never meant to be. Moon is destined for Anne. Putting on his most pitiful voice, Moon begs, "Please, Celia, I've already caused you enough trouble. Let's not make things worse. Don't let me damage your reputation any further. I just want what's best for you," he says, pouring his heart out. Celia just watches, amazed by his sudden personality swap. She lets out a small cough. This was an invitation. Moon, not an imperial command. If you'd rather not, then fine. We'll just drop it. Moon immediately thanks her. "Thank you for being so reasonable. Celia, if you'll excuse me?" "You may go," she replies with a wave. As Moon rushes out, Celia sips her coffee, thinking, "He's trying to guilt-trip me. You've certainly changed. Moon Campbell?" Outside, Moon shivers. That conversation was rough. Her icy demeanor was suffocating. And then she asks him to join the student council. What a wild idea. He admits her intentions are good, that it could fix his reputation. But he'll find another way.
Moon reminds himself that Celia and Ariel are the main characters. They're blessed by the plot gods and are basically unstoppable.
He, on the other hand, is just the rich side character, a throwaway villain who's kind of pathetic and weak. The only superpower Moon has is his family's insane wealth. Little does he realize, he's basically Batman. As Moon spirals in his thoughts, a voice calls out, "Young Master Moon, it's Crew and Iman," looking concerned. Moon is shocked to find them waiting for him right outside the council room. Eamon asks if he's okay, knowing the council members are tough. Moon just nods, saying everything is fine. He then asks, "Why are you two even here?" Crew says they heard the Magic P-Aid system summon him. They were worried he was in trouble, so they tried to rally the Takong Tales gang. Their grand plan was to storm the council and break him out by force if they had to. But predictably, most of the guys chickened out, leaving just the two of them. "Break me out," Moon asks, bewildered. Amon argues that the council has always been unfair to him, and as friends, they had to do something. He adds that last year's council president was the cruel second prince, who punished people for no reason. Crew adds, "This year, at least Celia is in charge. She's the new student council president. But last year, under that prince, the student council was a place everyone feared." Crew even says that if Moon had been summoned by that prince, it would have been a complete nightmare. Moon is shocked his friends were willing to raid the council room for him, despite the massive risks. He figures that even if they're a couple of idiots, they're loyal idiots. With some training, they could be very useful later on. So, Moon leads Crew and Iman away. Iman asks what the young master is planning. Moon says the walls have ears near the council room, so it's better to talk somewhere else. He then offers to take them to his secret base.
Crew is confused, so Moon jogs his memory of their old spot in Akro. "Don't you guys remember the name we gave it?" Ammon's face lights up in recognition. "Oh, that place," he exclaims. "Ready to go." And the scene changes.
It turns out the super secret base is just a creepy, abandoned academy building that's no longer in use. Inside, Moon gets a surprise. He learns that Eamon's father was a war buddy of his own dad. Their fathers fought together. Moon had no idea this family connection was why Eamon followed him. Eamon just assumed the young master already knew all of this. He then clarifies that it was less a friendship and more of a subordinate relationship. Duke Campbell had been a great benefactor to his family. At his father's ceremony, Moon's father gave him thanks and a prestigious title. Moreover, he had saved Amon's father countless times during decades of war. So when Amon finally entered the academy, his father's orders were clear: protect young Master Moon, become his friend, his brother. Moon was glad Amon truly felt that way and hoped their strong friendship would continue. He then turned to Kuro, asking why he decided to follow him. Moon assured him he could be honest. He wouldn't get angry. Kuro chuckled, saying he figured Moon wouldn't remember how their story began. He revealed their epic tale started in a bathroom. A shocked Moon asked, "In a bathroom?" Kuro began to explain that he came from an ordinary family in a remote town. But his talent for magical devices and alchemy impressed a professor, who sent him to St. Mary's Academy on a scholarship.
When Kuro first arrived at St. Mary's, he was just a simple commoner.
He had no connections, no power, and almost no money, so he quickly became a target. And on the very day he was about to get a brutal beating, Moon appeared. Moon stormed in furiously, shouting that some good-for-nothings were making a racket in the bathroom, and he hated noise. The bullies recognized Moon Campbell and froze in terror. Moon simply told them to scram if they knew his name. The boys fled, terrified. In reality, Moon was just there to use the restroom, which is why he cleared them out. It was then he noticed something pathetic crumpled on the floor. It was Kuro. Kuro grumbled that those clowns only knew how to pick on the weak. Moon then called out, "Hey, Shorty, look here." Next time someone gives you trouble, just say you're with Moon Campbell. Your problems will vanish. From that day on, Kuro claimed to be Moon Campbell's friend, and the bullying stopped. He was incredibly grateful, as it had tormented him. Because of this, he decided he would follow Moon no matter where he went, Moon thought. So, my two loyal friends. One joined me over a bathroom incident. The other was sent to repay a family debt. Those reasons actually make a twisted kind of sense. Even the bathroom one. Then Moon announced, "I understand, guys, but now it's time for some planning." He continued, "Those people in our old group, the ones there for fame or self-interest, they're out. I don't want anyone like that. I only need you two." He turned to Kuro. "You're famous at school for magical combat.
From this moment, focus every ounce of your being on studies and training. Every Friday, we'll meet here. You'll be my training partner for combat and magic."
"And now you, Kuro, I'm giving you 500,000 in cash on this card. Keep it," Kuro asked, shocked. 500,000, Moon explained. "You're a student who specializes in magical devices, so you must know other talented students who rely on scholarships, right?" Kuro confirmed. "Yes, most of them are commoners," Moon replied. "Exactly. I want you to go find commoners who have great talent.
Get to know these other students in your free time, outside the academy.
If you find someone of good character for our team, use this money to support them. And yourself. Kuro then asked, "You want me to train with everything I have, while you're sending me to recruit talented commoners?" Amon also questioned, "Are you trying to build a team to overthrow the student council and take over the academy?" Moon laughed. No. That's thinking far too small. My brothers, let me ask you something critical.
What is the true, ultimate goal of our lives? Moon put his hands on their shoulders. The academy is just a single chapter. What happens after this? In 3 or 5 years? One of them asked. What is the young master implying?
And Moon replied, "It's exactly what you're thinking." He thought to himself, "In the future, I become Princess Korea's fiancé, the emperor's son-in-law." Kuro's mind also began to race. If I make a name for myself here and become Moon's loyal man, Amon and I will be right by his side in the future. Moon was also thinking. He had to avoid the main characters, Ariel and Syria, to live peacefully. However, he knew the future would be filled with problems. Gathering loyal, talented people now would give him more paths and options to secure a good life. Moon's new strategy make more allies and fewer enemies. He would become a master investor in talent. Moon laughed, completely satisfied with his new plan. Kuro's mind raced. So that's why Moon's behavior shifted so much when he came back.
It was all for an ambition this grand, Kuro voiced. The young master's odd actions, they all make sense now.
I just never dreamed that Moon's ultimate goal was the entire empire for himself. Amon and Kuro were floored by this revelation, while Moon remained utterly clueless. He had no idea they thought he was aiming for world domination. Moon asked, "What's all the whispering about?" Kuro replied, "As your most trusted men, Brother Moon, this is a secret that must stay between us. If this leaks, we're heading for the guillotine," Amon added. "Young Master Moon, say no more."
We understand everything perfectly. Moon, baffled, thought. Understood what? Did I hear that right?
And did one of you mention a guillotine? Amon then declared, "I know my talent is nothing compared to Duke Campbell's, but with your trust, young master, I swear I will not fail you. From this day on, I'll dedicate everything to my training. Just as the Duke serves His Majesty, I will be your shield forever." Kuro quickly added, "Me too."
From now on, besides mastering magical weapons, I will study economics and management to build a force that can topple an empire. Brother Moon Campbell, rest easy. Iman and I will place you on that throne, even if we must give our lives.
We will be Moon Campbell's loyal right and left hands on his path to ultimate power. A vision appeared Moon on a grand throne, with Kuro as a wise advisor and Iman in glorious armor. Moon laughed along, thinking, "The path of an emperor, huh?" Kuro said. "Exactly." Iman added, "Only an ambition this great is worthy of you, young Master Moon." That's when reality hit Moon like a truck. "Hold on, when did I ever say I wanted to be emperor?" Iman called to him. Young Master, young Master. The three of us get it. You don't have to explain. You sent me to train, join the army, and earn my stripes. It was all so I could climb the ranks, replace the Duke, and seize control of the military, right?" Kuro nodded in agreement. "Precisely."
What's more, young Master Moon, you're funding those gifted students, winning their loyalty, and raising an army willing to die for you.
When the moment is right, taking down the Empire's regime will be child's play. A scheme this grand is so like you, Brother Moon. The two were convinced Moon planned to conquer the Empire, and then the world. Moon was absolutely stunned. He found the very idea of him ruling the Empire completely insane. He thought to himself, "Me, I can't even cast a basic light spell. I can't do anything right. How could a muddle-headed guy like me rule an empire? Are these two actually serious?" Moon finally realized they were completely and utterly serious. He understood that if they believed he held such a lofty goal, they would dedicate themselves and grow much stronger. Through this, they would become truly faithful and powerful allies. Moon coughed lightly. "It seems you two understand everything. Let's get back to shopping. It's getting late." He slung his arms around their shoulders. "Come on, fellas. Let's get something to eat. It's my treat today," Kuro replied. "Let's go." And so, the three became new brothers. It was a fascinating twist. Seeing former villains like Iman and Kuro become Moon's loyal companions. This marked a huge turning point in the story. The scene cuts to the Student Guild, also known as the Student Council. We see two maids serving Princess Celia as she dines on a piece of meat. A sudden knock rattled the door. "President, it's an emergency." It was Celia's assistant. Celia asked, "What's the meaning of this racket? You barely knocked." The girl replied, "Forgive me, President, it's today's campus newspaper." "The people in the news department have been printing garbage again," Celia asked. "Didn't you go speak to the editorial team this morning?" The girl replied, "Right after the opening ceremony ended. I went right over, but no one was there. I just slipped the warning letter under the door." Celia sighed. "And what did they write this time?" The girl presented the newspaper to Celia. They had the audacity to make up a rumor about a professor. These people are getting reckless. The headline read as follows: "St. Mary's greatest charmer stirs the pot dissatisfied. He seeks a new flavor." He casually teased the intern teacher during class, hinting at spending some private time together afterward. Celia immediately sprang to her feet.
President, your plans now? Her assistant asks. Celia decides on a walk, offering her the last piece of cake.
Also, please see to today's unapproved documents, she instructs. Consider it done. The scene shifts abruptly. Ariel storms in, newspaper in hand. So the press finally crawls out of its hole tonight, has it? You owe me an explanation for this Monk Campbell's ex headline.
What is this trash? And you dared to even mention an abortion?
Is this how you run a paper with zero integrity? We meet the source of her fury, Senior Minkanti? He scoffs. Oh, it's just juicy gossip. Isn't that what sells papers these days? Besides, I put a tiny little disclaimer at the bottom saying it wasn't true. Ariel roars. That fine print is microscopic. Who could possibly read it? Minkanti replies. Bored? All right, I'm busy, so I can't waste time with you. Spit it out. What's your complaint? Ariel demands. I want a full recall of every paper and a public apology with the truth. The senior just laughs. Or else what, you'll do what? He sneers. Looking for a fight, you've found one.
Let me be perfectly clear. Those papers are never being recalled, under any circumstances.
And if you come at me, I'll put you in your place. But really, I should thank you. Your little drama with that blonde moron, it made this first issue a massive bestseller.
I was even struggling with what to print for tomorrow's edition.
Maybe something like Monk's ex-lover bullies press to silence the truth. Ariel just snarls. You're human garbage. Minkanti just smirks. Why, thank you. Now, if you're done, get out. Just then, the door creaks open. They both turn to see Princess Celia, the student council leader. Minkanti's blood runs cold. He knew instantly that he was in very deep trouble. Celia? What brings you here? Ariel asks. Hello, Ariel? As for why I'm here, Senior Minkanti knows perfectly well. Realizing his doom is sealed, he turns on Ariel. Ah, so that's it.
This was your little backup plan, wasn't it? Clever move, Ariel? Very clever?
Senior Minkanti scrambles to defend himself. My report broke no school rules, nor any imperial laws. We have freedom of the press. Even a princess as president can't change that. Celia ignores him completely, taking a seat. You know exactly why I am here, she says, getting straight to business. And I will be direct. A chilling frost emanates from her as she speaks. Ignoring council warnings, spreading unverified rumors, she begins to list his transgressions. Intentionally propagating negative public opinion about our school. Defaming innocent students and faculty, and causing irreparable harm to their reputations.
As Ice creeps toward him, her gaze hardens. Senior Minkanti Raymond, are you asking to die?
Because if you persist, that is what you will find. The princess continues to freeze him without mercy. The scene changes to Monk's room. He's thinking about his special class today, the martial arts techniques elective. This makes a lot of sense to him.
At an academy focused on magic, weapon mastery must be a rare art, taught to those who seek power beyond sorcery.
We see our main character, fresh from a shower, likely after his morning training. He muses to himself that this is perfect, since he hasn't been able to cut loose at all. He's eager to gauge his own level against the academy's students. On his skin, we see the mark of the corrupted king. Hours later, the scene shifts again to St. Mary's Grand Combat Arena. Monk is there with the other martial arts trainees. The situation is exactly as he'd pictured. Unlike magic duels that attract everyone, he figured this arena for raw combat would be almost entirely male. But then, Monk spots a familiar face. It was none other than Ariel. It seems she also trains in martial arts. She notices Monk Campbell, our main man, is also there. Ariel wonders what in the world he's doing here. Just then, a voice calls out. It's the instructor, Kate. The instructor boomed. Silence, it seems we have a full house. As tradition dictates, we'll start this semester with duels decided by lot.
Let's see who got lazy over the break. The students looked eager, which pleased Instructor Kate.
He even joked that everyone was free to leave. But if I catch you running, it'll get ugly. Then came the draw. Number 1 and number 9. The chosen will fight, the rest of you will watch. Man realized his fate. Number 1, his opponent was number 9. What rotten luck, he thought. The very first match. He'd hoped to watch first, to learn. No such luck. At least his opponent isn't Ariel, he thought, trying to find a silver lining. No matter who it is, I'll just give it my all and win. His resolve hardened. That's the spirit. But then his opponent arrived. A giant of a man. Man wondered how a student could get that big. The guy looked to be at least 3 times his size. It was Ren, the second year's strongest warrior, already at intermediate level. Man had seen him around. Ren said he knew him too. Man Campbell. His reputation preceded him. Man just nodded. Good that you know me. Ren. He recalled from the original memories that a guy like Ren really existed. He was one of the top fighters in his year. He'd reached the second stage early last semester, and was now at its intermediate level. Ren was a tough opponent.
evolving at a terrifyingly fast pace.
The instructor yelled, "Shake hands, then bow and choose your weapons," Man said. "Go easy on me, Ren," Ren smirked. "Don't worry, I will." Famous last words. He grabs a hammer, planning to end this quick. Meanwhile, Ariel watched, confused why Man was even here. She just couldn't figure out why he was taking this class. And of all people, Man gets to fight Ren first. Ariel was the one who really wanted that match. She saw Ren as a top contender and was itching for a duel. Too bad she missed her chance. If she fought Man, it'd be an easy win. But then, she saw students betting on the outcome, and her ears perked up. They were all betting on who would be victorious, Man or Ren. The crowd's consensus was obvious. Man was definitely going to lose. Some mocked him, saying he only knew how to chase girls, that he'd never fought and would be crushed. The kid running the bets shouted, "Hold on, everyone! I know the power gap between them is huge. But we're not betting on who wins or loses," he explained. "We're betting on time. How long will Man Campbell last 5 minutes 10 pick a time? Any time? Closest guess takes it all." Simple as that. Who's in? The crowd buzzed, shouting 5, 2, even 1 minute. The popular opinion Man wouldn't even last 60 seconds. Ariel's eyes lit up with opportunity. That wretched Man Campbell would take one hit and fall. She could triple her money. She whispered, "Master, what are your thoughts on this?" Her master, from his magic ring, replied, "I know little of a warrior's strength, but I sense Man Campbell is not the man he once was." "Different how?" Ariel asked. "He seems to have evolved," her master answered. Ariel wondered, could he really be stronger now? Suddenly, a voice cried out a bet of 200 ray eyes. It was none other than Ariel. She declared her bet 200 ray eyes that Man Campbell loses within 10 minutes. Ariel was confident. No matter how much he's improved, he can't possibly beat Ren. Victory against Ren is impossible. But if he's not a total pushover, he'll last about 10 minutes. And when that happens, I'll triple my money. Ariel practically drooled at the thought. She imagined feasting on whole chickens and endless cakes every single day. The idea seemed to entertain her. Meanwhile, at the arena, Man and Ren were choosing weapons. Ren, however, was lost in his own thoughts. Man Campbell. That's the name Lord Sacerdote mentioned. For my lord to hate a human this weak is unexpected. At the same time, Man was picking a weapon. He analyzed his muscular opponent. The longer this fight goes, the worse my disadvantage becomes. Furthermore, his condition and stamina look perfect. I have to end this quickly, break his balance, and force an opening. In that case, a swift takedown is my only option. Minutes later, they were ready for battle. Ren wielded a giant sword while Man chose 2 daggers, pitting his speed against brute force. Ren confidently questioned Man. "Are you really going to use those tiny things?" "Why not pick up a real weapon?" Man calmly replied. "I'll stick with the daggers." "Swords are too heavy, and I'm used to these." "Fine by me," Ren said. "If you want to use a weak weapon, go ahead, but prepare yourself." Right, Man interrupted. "But first, Ren, a question. Your physique is really impressive. That must be from years of intense training, right?" Ren proudly confirmed he'd been training since he was a kid. "I see," Man said. "I'm just bringing this up for no real reason." Man started, a sly grin on his face. "I heard that the right amount of exercise attracts the opposite sex, but too much attracts the same sex. Looking at this guy's perfectly sculpted body, it really is a curious case." Then Man asked him directly, "Ren, have you ever had a girlfriend, or has any girl ever liked you?" That question struck a raw nerve. No girl had ever approached him, let alone been his girlfriend. The insult was a death sentence. A powerful aura, like a Super Saiyan's, exploded from Ren as his mind raced. How does he know all of this? Don't tell me. He knows my true identity. His thoughts continued to spiral. Wait a moment, I get it now. He can somehow perceive the divine grace hidden within me. That explains why my lord targeted him. In that case, he absolutely cannot leave here alive. This guy is just a pampered noble who doesn't know how to really fight. In this academy, accidental deaths in duels happen. It wouldn't be the first time. I just have to crush his skull before the professor can even move. Meanwhile, Man smirked to himself. Ah, Ren took the bait perfectly. His killing intent is obvious. It seems he's truly enraged. The professor then announced, "Prepare to fight. Begin." Instantly, Ren started unleashing his magic. He declared that one blow was all he needed to finish Man, and that he would use his full power. However, Man attacked first with Shadow Step, an assassin's technique. He was on another level of speed. Man closed in on Ren so fast that his opponent couldn't react. Ren attempted to counter, but he was far too late. Man's attack landed, on the verge of ending the duel. All that remained was a cloud of smoke from the impact. Ariel and the other students were completely stunned, as they'd never seen Man actually fight anyone before. The blow had shredded Ren's shirt, leaving only minor marks on his body. The professor announced, "The winner is Man Campbell." The students immediately started whispering. What just happened? It was too fast. It was over instantly. We were talking about Ren, one of the Academy's top fighters. How has he defeated this man Campbell? He's a slippery one. Even Ariel's master was surprised. She remarked to her student that the boy was incredibly skilled. He isn't just fast, he's also agile and clever, only lacking a bit of raw physical power. The master then asked, "Hey, Ariel, you're usually so chatty. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden?" Ariel just replied, "No, I can't accept this." It was 200 ray eyes, a full 200. She was completely frozen from the shock of losing the bet. In her mind, despair was growing. Her food money for the next 2 weeks was gone. Ariel then began to scream. "That damned Campbell! Give me back my money," she continued, crying uncontrollably. Man, however, turned to Ren and called out, "Hey, Brother Ren, catch this?" He threw a small money pouch to Ren, explaining, "Here are 500 ray eyes. It's to compensate for your clothes, since I tore them up. And one more thing. What I said earlier about you not having luck with women was just to provoke you. I never intended to say something so foolish," Man continued. "On the contrary, your muscles are well defined and are proof that your training has really paid off. Training you've done day after day. Whether women appreciate that or not, I couldn't say. But as a man, I can see the discipline and beauty reflected in those muscles. And I find it extremely impressive. As for girlfriends and all that, I get it. If you don't have one now, it's only because the right person hasn't shown up yet, or someone did appear, but didn't appreciate your true worth. In the future, someone is sure to value you properly. What was that performance man didn't just win the fight? He paid for a new shirt and delivered a flowery speech. As Man walked off, he thought he might have been a little over the top in public. However, he paid the man for a new shirt and chose his words carefully, so he wouldn't hold a grudge and try to kill him down the line. Man kept thinking that maybe later, it would be smart to invite that guy to his team. Someone that talented would be a great asset. Ren, in turn, whispered in a low voice, "Someone who will appreciate me." His tone turned dark. "This man Campbell knows nothing of my pain." How could a spoiled rich kid possibly understand me? The scene shifts. It is now late, many hours having passed since morning. A knock sounds on a door. It's Moon. A voice invites him in. "He's at the alchemy club, in the potion section," Moon says. "Senior, I've arrived for my lesson." Then we see him turn completely red. And the reason? The senior is wearing some rather unusual clothes in the room. Moon asks, "Senior, what are you doing?" She replies that she's brewing a potion and he should just wait a moment. "Oh my goodness, this woman?" Moon is shy and completely flustered. He asks about her clothes and she answers, "Oh, this is a dress I use for sleeping. I was awake until now making potions, so I didn't even get to sleep properly. When I finally passed out, it was right here in this outfit." We see her clothes are a style Anne often wears. The senior continues, "Anyway, I'm the only person here in the alchemy club. No need for a stuffy uniform here." She strikes a playful pose for Moon, asking, "And this nightgown is new? I just bought it. So, what do you think?" Moon can only reply that it looks wonderful. And let's be honest, the woman is gorgeous. Moon then comments, "This potion has a really pleasant smell. No wonder they make perfumes with this. Do all these potions come from here?" His senior, Anne, confirms. "That's right, but not all good potions smell this nice. Some of them reek. I usually brew the stinky ones on the terrace, so nobody has to suffer that horrible odor. But this one needs a little more time. For now, we can start our lesson." Moon simply agrees. "All right, then." She then begins Moon's lesson on chemical elements, and the many magics of this world, like metal magic. Wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, sound, light, shadow, poison, soul, and illusion. 5 senses, stars, primordial energy, and more. Seriously, the list is so long it's probably blocked by a speech bubble. Meanwhile, our dear Moon is actually studying, and no, it's not that kind of private lesson. He's genuinely focused on his studies, so get your mind out of the gutter. After a few hours, the class wraps up. "All right, thanks, Professor Anna. I'll head back to my room." But Anna stops him. "Hey, hold on a second. Moon, don't go yet," he asks. "Why? What is it, Federana? Do you need something?" She replies that she has a small favor to ask him. A curious Moon wonders what kind of favor it could be. Just then, her potion is finally ready. She comments with a smirk. "You said it smelled nice, didn't you? So this shouldn't be a problem. Right, I prepared this just for you, from your Federana, specifically." A surprised Moon questions her. "Huh, for me but Federana. Didn't you say you had a potions class?" "That's true, but now is a good time to talk about it. Since you joined our ancient alchemy group, I need to show you what we do." "Right, Moon," she continues, pointing off to the side. "Did you see those ancient books by my desk? Half are from the Academy's collection, the other half are mine. They are all ancient records from a forgotten era, detailing potions that no longer exist. In other words, some very old stuff." She proceeds with her explanation. The texts are in an unknown, ancient language. We can usually decipher them, but recreating the actual potions is far more difficult. This is my work here at the Academy, and it's also the research topic I'm developing as a student. My purpose is to rediscover these new and ancient potions. It finally clicks for Moon. So that's why it's called the Ancient Magic Group. That makes perfect sense now. Senior, since these are unknown potions, isn't it a bit dangerous to drink them? Her answer, of course not. I, your senior, am the best alchemist in this academy. And besides, I test potions all the time. As she spoke, she hit him with a confident, teasing pose. Relax, you don't need to worry at all. I've already prepared and taken this potion myself, so it's perfectly safe. Based on the ingredients, it's a transformation potion. Something like turning into a kitten, a puppy, or maybe an object. It shouldn't cause any harm to your body. A shocked Moon stammers. Wait a second, turn into a cat. A dog. That's right, of course, the change is only in your appearance. Deep down, a person's essence won't change. I didn't use any rare or dangerous ingredients for this one. Last time I drank something like this, it had no effect. Does this type of potion affect everyone differently?
Anna continued to sweet-talk him. That's why, my dear and studious freshman, Moon Campbell, you're going to help me, aren't you?
The girl's manipulation game was on another level, Moon replied shyly. Well, senior, it's not that I won't help, it's just the last time I dealt with potions, I ended up with some trauma. I just need some time to convince myself. He did, after all, accidentally poison Princess Celia at the start of the story, which would traumatize anyone. So, it's not that my freshman won't help me. He just wants a proper reward for it, doesn't he? There's no tricking you, you little schemer. Come here, sit next to me. She then told Moon to lie down right beside her. He found the request bizarre, but she explained she'd give him the potion personally. And so, Moon found himself lying on his senior, Anna. Oh, what a well-behaved junior. Such a good boy, not even nervous. But don't worry, your senior's potion isn't bitter. It's actually quite sweet. Now, relax your body and close your eyes. Anna then grabbed a funnel, holding it to his lips. You know, this potion is a special brew. This one is even fruit-flavored. Today's is peach, like peaches. Moon. He nodded, saying he loved them. Without warning, Senior Anna poured the entire potion down his throat. I mean, the whole thing. Drink it all, not one drop wasted. Moon struggled, feeling like he was about to drown. But Anna pinned his head with her feet. She trapped his body with her leg, asking, going somewhere. Her grip was surprisingly strong. You can't escape, and don't you dare spit. Got it. Moon tried to call her name, but couldn't even speak. Moments later, Moon finally swallowed it all, gasping for air. At last, she let him go. Senior, you're awful. I wasn't ready at all. I warned you, didn't I? I'm a bad woman. Your fault for being so trusting, newbie. Anyway, forget that. So, how do you feel? Notice any changes yet? Moon thought to himself. I feel nothing. I don't think a single thing has changed. Anna sighed. I see. What a shame. So it had zero effect. A failure? But this happens all the time. Restoring ancient potions has a crazy high failure rate, after all. Anna stretched, saying she'd watched that potion all day. Now it was time for a nap. She said she'd just sleep there. The group key is in the third desk drawer. Lock up when you leave. She flopped onto the sofa. Good night, Moon, and was instantly asleep. Moon stared for a second, then gently covered her with a coat. He whispered, Good night, Senior. You worked hard. I'm leaving now. She mumbled back. You can go. The scene shifts, still at St. Mary Academy. We're now in the director's office inside the main building. We find Professor Prank absolutely furious. Why'd you shut down the grand level 3 ritual without warning? Don't you owe me an explanation, Director? The man, Pink Beer, replied. Of course, it costs too much money. I've been reviewing the Academy's recent account books. That barrier eats up over 1/5 of our entire annual budget. Isn't that a ridiculous waste? The professor grew angrier. Was that an order from His Majesty? Or your own decision? Pink Beer took a drag from his cigarette. What's the difference? I'm the director. I'm in charge here, Professor. The enraged professor shot back. The grand level 3 ritual is vital. It protects the students. If you shut it down, what happens to their safety model? And spare me the nonsense about money. The grand ritual is funded by noble donations. It's completely separate from the Academy's official budget. Pink Beer cut in. Talk less? Can't you see it yet? You're usually sharp. Why are you being so naive now? Have you ever considered why they chose someone like me for the director's seat this year? The professor paused. Pink Beer continued. Forget it. I'll just be blunt. My appointment is a clear message from above. They're done with these coddling teaching methods. Do you understand? Professor, the intimidated professor replied. But the students? They are only children. Pink Beer crushed his cigar. Professor, have you forgotten I was also a student at St. Mary's Academy? Many died in my year, but our generation was hailed as the Empire's strongest. In fact, our generation became the very foundation of the current empire. But since the third level ritual was built, has the Academy produced anyone of our caliber? Do you get it now? Professor, do you really think this is an issue of talent? Or is it because we've become too soft on them? The professor argued. But isn't this too sudden?
We could simply start by changing the curriculum. We don't need to do something so drastic. Pinkbeard then told the professor, "We are out of time." As he rose, he kept speaking. The original plan from the higher-ups was exactly what you assumed, Professor.
First, we were to intensify the students' training, then gradually deactivate the third level ritual after a month.
But an unforeseen event has forced our hand? An unforeseen event, the professor repeated.
Do you want to know what happened? Professor Pinkbeard challenged. Of course I need to know, the professor shot back. Director Pinkbeard then revealed an object. You know how this works, don't you? After all, you taught about it long ago. We then saw the Pact of Silence, a mysterious artifact.
Professor Prank asked if a communication silencing artifact was truly necessary.
Pinkbeard stated that he would indeed use it. The professor used the artifact, vowing, I, Prunk, swear on my life to never reveal this conversation to any living soul. If I break this oath, may I die instantly. He then urged Director Pinkbeard to do the same. All right, relax. I know you're anxious, but calm down. This is much simpler than it looks, Pinkbeard said. He then stated, the evil gods have returned, not those pathetic cultists, but the true masterminds behind all the evil. Professor Prank, completely stunned, asked, the evil gods are back. Which one? Pinkbeard replied. Not one. There are two of them. He began to sketch. He drew an eye and a moon, symbols of the two gods, the king of decrepitude and the moon of silence. The professor asked, are you telling me they are both approaching this location? Precisely, Professor, Pinkbeard confirmed. How is that even possible? The professor shouted. Don't the evil gods always exist apart, constantly trying to kill each other? Who knows? Pinkbeard mused. But for one of them to be moving this aggressively, their intentions clearly aren't good. They aren't coming for a friendly visit. In my view, these beings just want to destroy everything. It seems one has sensed weakness in the other. And now, that one is eager to attack and mercilessly crush whatever gets in its way. When their battle begins, all hell will break loose. The professor then asked, so, this is a war between evil gods, and that's why the grand ritual is shut down. Pinkbeard confirmed it was. And the order came from his superiors.
No one knows what kind of impact a war between gods of this scale will have on the human world.
But compared to the students of St. Maria, the top priority is keeping that thing sealed tightly beneath this academy. So it's true. There really is a giant monster trapped beneath the academy.
Pinkbeard continued. Redirecting the third level's power to reinforce the first and second is the only logical choice.
Furthermore, taking down the academy's protective barrier will also serve as an internal purge.
That way, only the absolute best students will survive any hardship.
This filters the ranks, leaving the elite. The professor, shocked, repeated. An internal purge? What do you mean by that? Pinkbeard coolly replies. Literally, Professor. Also, we have a traitor in the academy. You didn't know, the professor asks. Followers of evil gods, Pinkbeard confirms. Precisely. By all accounts, tonight at the academy will be anything but peaceful. Something's about to go down. The professor yells. Are you saying cultists are invading the academy tonight? Pinkbeard calmly replies. That's correct. The professor roars again. Impossible. How could you know? Fiddling with his cigar, Pinkbeard reveals, it was me. I personally lowered the academy's shield, and I started the rumors in the underworld. That's how I know the attack is today. In a way, I'm the one who started this. The professor shouts, what? You did all that? He is absolutely furious. In contrast, Pinkbeard just adjusts his cigar. The professor keeps shouting, are you insane? It's dawn and the students are asleep. You've led cultists here without warning. What do you think these students' lives are? Some kind of joke?
Pinkbeard replies with disdain. Oh, they're just a bunch of nobodies who aren't on our level.
Even if this generation is weak, they can't possibly lose to a bunch of mob characters, can they? And if they do, maybe an academy that trains such pathetic students has no reason to exist. Besides, Professor, who said I gave no warning? I had everything prepared before I even came to see you.
An opportunity this perfect is rare.
Aren't you just a little curious to see how these pampered darlings handle a real life or death battle? What will they do? To recap, Pinkbeard dropped the shield. A horde of cultists is about to invade and likely murder a ton of students. This whole thing is just a filter to weed out the weaklings. The scene shifts to the girls' dorm at St. Mary's Academy, where a chat is taking place. Madam, a letter is here for you.
The woman who got the letter asks, who is it from? The reply comes, from the director.
The recipient was Princess Siri, right in her own room. She begins to read the director's strange letter. The princess is stunned by the message inside. It read, tonight, we're having an enemy attack. So, you and the kids from student council, look after the school, okay? With lots of love. Pinkie Pie? That bizarre signature confirmed exactly who the sender was. The scene changes once more. We're in a secret cave in Paranti, the headquarters for the Church of True Love. We see a group of men, only men, gathered to burn another man at the center. He looks like a wizard, but he's not. The cultists scream as one, "Burn the traitor! Burn the infidel! Burn him!" The man hangs from a stake while the others celebrate. However, one who seems to be the leader shouts for silence and then begins to speak. He starts, "Men of the Church of True Love only love between the same sex is true.
Relationships with women are heresy. Yep, you understood that perfectly.
One can only love another man, never a woman." The leader continued, now addressing the prisoner. "And this past month, you helped an 80-year-old lady cross the street with her shopping bags.
You also sharpened your kitchen knife by yourself. And you spoke to your female childhood friend more than 3 times. Yes, this man was being burned alive for crimes that are just normal daily activities."
The leader continued, his voice thick with sorrow. "We were the first to receive the good news from the God of Love. I always saw you as my dearest friend, the one I trusted most. And now, just look at you. You grew your hair long, you shaved your beard, you abandoned us." The man to be burned replied with resignation. "There's nothing left to say, just do it." The leader asked for last words, and hearing silence, ordered, "Light him up." The man is immediately set on fire, his body completely engulfed by the raging flames. Meanwhile, the leader weeps in silence, a stark contrast to the murmuring crowd. One man says, "What a tragic fate for them." Another scoffs, "That heretic can take his past straight to hell." The leader's assistant approaches and reports, "High priest, the execution is complete." The leader, who had been weeping, quickly composes himself and raises his voice for all to hear.
"Brothers, today, besides punishing a traitor, I have something important to announce." He then bellows, "Ren, step forward."
Ren steps forward and answers, "Understood. This, right here, is the Academy's traitor, a member of this insane cult. This group follows a strange creed. They permit relationships only between members of the same sex. Anyone who breaks this sacred rule is branded an outcast and faces certain death." Their leader's voice booms out once more. "The great God of Love has granted me a divine revelation. The holy war is upon us. All evil stems from that wretched academy. Santa Maria. Before, its protective barrier was impenetrable. But reliable sources now confirm that wall has vanished. Renan will be our guide into the academy to begin our glorious holy war. At his command, the men roar in unison, 'Death, death to all who attend Santa Maria Academy.' Poised to attack, they await the final command. Their leader bellows, 'Advance, slay the fiend who defiled our Lord. Kill Moon Campbell.' So these fanatics are none other than cultists of the God of Love. Because Moon slayed Urka, the god's vessel, he has earned their undying hatred. And Ren's involvement is the final piece of the puzzle, exposing this bizarre, single-gender sect. Nearby, 2 mysterious figures watch on. Are they friend or foe? One asks, 'Are you sure these lunatics won't be a problem?' The other scoffs. 'Followers of that corrupt god are all the same.' But that's what makes them perfect for this. When it comes to accusations, they're professionals. The first says, 'Well, let's just hope it works out. We should leave, quickly.' And with that, the scene changes.
Dawn breaks over Santa Maria Academy hours later. Outside, the cultists of the God of Love are on the move.
Meanwhile, Moon is fast asleep in his bed. His body feels like it's on fire when he suddenly awakens somewhere else entirely. In this strange new place, rain begins to fall, and he finds himself completely naked. Before him looms a giant moon, and a voice whispers right beside his ear. The voice murmurs, 'It all started with me. Everything was a lie. My face, my name, my voice.'
From the very start, it was all hollow, just waiting for the end, for death. All for a little personal amusement.
Nothing more than that. A figure materializes behind Moon, embracing him as it continues to speak. 'To me, you were just a pet, a little dog wagging its tail for scraps, a toy I could manipulate at will, something I could toss aside the moment I got bored. But why, even when I tried so hard to push you away?'
When I shamed you on purpose, when I revealed my darkest self, you still chose to stay with me.
These human emotions, I don't understand.' The creature holding him is covered in scales, like a mermaid. It grips him tightly, even if I don't believe it. You remember, don't you? That day I asked if you'd still care, no matter what I became, human or monster. You promised not to hate me, not to abandon me, and I was so happy. So I did what I had to.' Suddenly, her hand plunges into Moon's chest and rips out his still-beating heart. She whispers, 'This is the greatest gift, the ultimate price for my love for you.' Moon collapses to the ground, heartless. We see the mermaid's tail as she says, 'I cannot escape my destiny. The only thing I can do is devour your heart.' And then we see her in her entirety. Her form is immense, a long mermaid's body with dragon-like features. She says, 'Let us go together, beneath this moon. Let us sink as one.' And with that, Moon jolts awake from the nightmare. Yes, it was all just a terrible dream. A dream of a killer mermaid. But something about Moon's body feels wrong. His physique, his entire body structure, is no longer that of a young man. He thinks to himself, not another one of those damned prophetic dreams. First dismembered, and now they rip out my heart. Am I going to experience every kind of torture in my sleep? Just how am I supposed to handle this? He gets up, the focus still on his unfamiliar body. Whatever. I'll check the black book about this later. It's bound to have some answers. Moon stumbles toward the bathroom, muttering, I'm completely drenched.
Better take a shower first. The last thing I need is to catch a cold on top of all this.
But when he finally looks in the mirror, he freezes. He's a woman now. You're probably wondering how this happened. Was it the nightmare nope? It was that potion from Senior Anna he drank yesterday. Looks like the potion finally kicked in and temporarily turned him into a girl. He brings a hand up to his chest to check. Yep, they're real. And then he screams, This is me. A high-pitched scream echoed through the girl's dorm. He finally realized he had actually become a woman. This body. These amazing golden curls. Who knew, even as a girl? This young master is adorable. Capriel, are you there? Moon cautiously touched his new chest again. It was surprisingly large and heavy. He thought, it feels like a water balloon, but I can't feel a thing. Just as I thought, it's fake. But then, reality set in. He suddenly remembered Senior Anna and the strange potion she'd given him. A distant explosion shook the room. Something was wrong. An explosion. At the academy.
Opening the door, she thought. This is St. Mary's Academy, the safest place in the Empire.
An explosion here is a very bad sign. At the door, Moon froze. It was the evil god's cultists, here to capture him. They tossed her onto the bed, where she landed in a compromising position. Moon demanded, Who are you? In that moment, the impressive curves of her new body were on full display. The cultist's subordinate spoke. Isn't this Moon Campbell's room? Where is he? The man behind him confirmed. This is room 526.
That's right. This is the spot. The leader snapped back. I don't care if the room is right or not.
The real question is, where is he? All I see is a cute blonde girl. Moon instantly realized they were after him, but had no idea since he was now a woman. One goon grinned as he approached Moon. This girl must be Moon Campbell's girlfriend. That guy is a huge player. The school paper claims he's dated over 50 girls, which is totally fake news. The leader grabbed Moon's chin. All right, Blondie, tell us where Moon Campbell is, or else. Moon replied, I don't know. The leader sneered. You don't know, so you're not his girlfriend? Then why are you here? Thinking fast, Moon declared she was Moon Campbell's cousin. Pretty clever, right? She claimed she was a new student at St. Mary's, and her dorm room wasn't ready. So she was staying with Moon for now. The leader considered this. You're his cousin. In that case, tie her up.
We'll use her as bait to lure out Moon Campbell. Moon was shocked. What she ended up in a very cute pose.
You have to love it when the story puts characters in cute situations. Especially Moon, in his current female form. The scene changes to outside St. Mary's, where cultists and students are locked in a fierce battle. Some fought with swords, others with magic. We see Director Pinkbeer and Professor Tarina watching. Pinkbeer whistled. The students reacted pretty fast. Maybe this academy isn't so useless. Professor Tarina shot back at him. How could you do something so dangerous without telling any of the professors first? If a student got hurt, how would you take responsibility? Director Pinkbeer just waved it off. Relax.
Calm down. They're just some second-rate thugs. Consider it practical training for our students. I'm sure that girl can handle it. And if anything worse happens, you all are here. The Empire's finest professors.
All of you are grand masters in your respective fields of magic.
You're not going to say you're afraid of those small-time crooks down there, are you? We see many other professors, none yet introduced.
Pinkbeer leaned casually against the wall and announced, Since it seems fine, I, the director, am off for my beauty sleep. With that, he planned to nap while his students were fighting. Pinkbeer hopped down from his perch, waving farewell. See you later, teachers and my dear students. Professor Tarina turned to another professor. How could you allow this madness? You let Pinkbeer gamble with our students' lives. Don't you see? Pong replied. You think I didn't try to stop him? He got to me long before this. At that moment, a loud voice shouted Moon Campbell's name. The teachers, students, and everyone else at the academy heard the call. The one shouting was the cultist leader, using a magic loudspeaker, which is weird for a quasi-medieval world. He announced, Second-year student of St. Mary's Academy, Moon Campbell, show yourself immediately. We see the hostage is Moon in his female form. And you can't help but notice, her chest is bigger than her head. The cultist leader yelled, Look who I've got in my hands! Moon Campbell, it's your cousin. If she means anything to you, come save her. Stop being a coward and get out here from wherever you're hiding.
We just see Moon looking totally mortified, not knowing what to do. The leader taunted. If you're a real man, then face me. I'll be waiting for you. but Moon's inner voice was screaming. Waiting for what exactly?
The moon. Campbell you want is right here. Damn it, why didn't I act sooner? I figured it was a dumb student prank. But who'd be crazy enough to actually invade St. Mary's? Mary's Academy just then. A heavy blow sent a cultist flying. The culprit? None other than Leah. And beside her stood Ariel, her sister, and a main character of this chaotic story. Leah checked if Ariel was hurt. She was fine, but heard someone yelling for Moon Campbell. Ariel then sneered. These fanatics, are they connected to that jerk Moon? But then, Ariel saw something that would change her destiny. She bolted as Leah cried out for her to stay close. Ignoring the warning, Ariel yelled back. Leah, fall back to the council's formation.
I've got something to handle, be right back. Running through the chaos of spells and clashes. Ariel thought, incredible.
Who could have known? She thought of that soft golden hair, those deep blue eyes, those impossible curves. A girl that beautiful exists in this academy. And the girl Ariel was now determined to rescue was our main character, Moon, in his new female form. Brimming with purpose, Ariel declared to the heavens, "Fear not, my fair maiden, for Ariel has come to save you." Will she fall for female Moon, the very same person she can't stand? Meanwhile, Ariel barreled through everyone in her way. Cultist or student, it didn't matter. She bulldozed her way forward. The scene shifts now to the senior, Anna. She realized the blonde beauty was none other than Moon Campbell, so the potion worked. But turning him into a girl, and with that bone weapon, he, or rather she, caused quite the scene. You never fail to entertain ITH, do you, Moon? We shift again, this time to the student council room, where an assistant gives a status report.
3rd and 4th year members have secured the main gate and the central courtyard.
The 2nd years are still in combat. Most invaders are gathered near the men's dormitory. So far, 0 casualties. But as she spoke, the assistant's eyes widened at something. A strange situation was unfolding at the academy's center. A hostage, surrounded by powerful guards. Meanwhile, Siri sipped her tea, completely unfazed. Her calmness drew the assistant's gaze. Setting her cup down, she ordered, "Take the senior elites. Eliminate the threats at the center and the dorms."
The hostage's safety is paramount. Her assistant affirmed that she understood and would deploy immediately.
But she had one question. And you, President, what will you be doing? Siri just urged her to go, saying she had a crucial matter to handle. The moment the door closed, it was clear. Siri wasn't alone. Someone else was in the room. A shadowy presence, watching from the darkness. Siri spoke to the shadows. "You snuck in 30 minutes ago. I've sent my assistant away to make it easy for you. Will you keep hiding, or will you face me, intruder?" Siri calmly placed her teacup down. In that instant, the shadow lunged to attack. And surprise, surprise! Yet another assassin is after Siri's head. I know you're dying for more, but that's where we have to hit pause for now.
You'll have to wait 2 long months for what comes next. Drop a rating for this story, from 0 to 10.
It's a different breed of story. The girls here are incredibly daring.